Chapter 1 of Red Pottage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. Chapter 1. In tragic life, God wot, no villain need be. Passions spin the plot. We are betrayed by what is false within. George Meredith. "I can't get out," said Stearns Starling, looking through the bars of his cage. "I will get out," said Hugh Scarlett to himself, seeing no bars, but half conscious of a cage. "I will get out," he repeated, as his hansom took him swiftly from the house in Portman Square, where he had been dining, towards that other house in Carlton House Terrace, whither his thoughts had travelled on before him, outdistancing the trip-clip-clop of the horse. It was a hot night in June. Hugh had thrown back his overcoat, and the throng of passers-by in the street could see, if they cared to see, the glass of fashion in the shape of white waistcoat and shirt-front, surmounted by the handsome, irritated face of their owner, leaning back with his hat tilted over his eyes. Trip-clip-clop went the horse. A great deal of thinking may be compressed into a quarter of an hour, especially if it has been long eluded. "I will get out," he said again to himself with an impatient movement. It was beginning to weary him, this commonplace intrigue which had been so new and alluring a year ago. He did not own it to himself, but he was tired of it. Perhaps the reason why good resolutions have earned for themselves such an evil repute as paving stones is because they are often the result, not of repentance, but of the restlessness that dogs an evaporating pleasure. This liaison had been alternately his pride and his shame for many months. But now it was becoming something more, which it had been all the time, only he had not noticed it till lately. A fetter, a clog, something irksome, to be cast off and pushed out of sight. Decidedly the moment for the good resolution had arrived. "I will break it off," he said again. Thank heaven, not a soul has ever guessed it. How could anyone have guessed it? He remembered the day when he had first met her a year ago, and had looked upon her as merely a pretty woman. He remembered other days, and the gradual building up between them of a fairy palace. He had added a stone here, she a stone there, until suddenly it became a prison. Had he been tempter or tempted? He did not know. He did not care. He wanted only to be out of it. His better feelings and his conscience had been awakened by the first touch of weariness. His brief infatuation had run its course. His judgment had been whirled, he told himself it had been whirled, but it had really only been tweaked, from its centre, had performed its giddy orbit, and now the check-string had brought it back to the point from whence it had set out, namely, that she was merely a pretty woman. "I will break with her gradually," he said, like the tyro he was, and he pictured to himself the wretched scenes in which she would abuse him, reproach him, probably compromise herself, the letters she would write to him. At any rate, he need not read them. Oh, how tired he was of the whole thing beforehand! Why had he been such a fool? He looked at the termination of the liaison as a bad sailor looks at an inevitable sea passage at the end of a journey. It must be gone through, but the prospect of undergoing it filled him with disgust. A brougham passed him swiftly on noiseless wheels, and the woman in it caught a glimpse of the high-bred, clean-shaved face, half savage, half sullen, in the hansom. Anger, impatience, and remorse, she said to herself, and finished buttoning her gloves. "Thank heaven, not a soul has ever guessed it," repeated Hugh fervently, as the hansom came suddenly to a standstill. In another moment he was taking Lady Newhaven's hand as she stood at the entrance of her amber drawing-room beside a grove of pink orchids. He chatted a moment, greeted Lord Newhaven, and passed on into the crowded rooms. How could anyone have guessed it? No breath of scandal had ever touched Lady Newhaven. She stood beside her pink orchids, near her fatigued-looking, gentle-mannered husband, a very pretty woman in white satin and diamonds. Perhaps her blonde hair was a shade darker at the roots than its waved coils, Perhaps her blue eyes did not look quite in harmony with their blue-black lashes, but the whole effect had the delicate, conventional perfection of a cleverly touched-up chromolithograph. Of course, tastes differ. Some people like chromolithographs, others don't. But even those who do are apt to become estranged. They may inspire love, admiration, but never fidelity. Most of us have in our time hammered nails into our walls, which, though they now decorously support the engravings and etchings of our maturer years, were nevertheless originally driven in to uphold the cherished, the long since discarded chromos of our foolish youth. The diamond sun upon Lady Newhaven's breast quivered a little, a very little, as Hugh greeted her, and she turned to offer the same small smile and gloved hand to the next comer, whose name was leaping before him from one footman to another. Mr. Richard Vernon. Lady Newhaven's wide blue eyes looked vague. Her hand hesitated. This strongly built, ill-dressed man, with his keen, brown, deeply scarred face and crooked mouth, was unknown to her. Lord Newhaven darted forward. "Dick!" he exclaimed, and Dick shot forth an immense mahogany hand and shook Lord Newhaven's warmly. "Well," he said, after Lord Newhaven had introduced him to his wife, "I'm dashed if I knew who either of you were, but I found your invitation at my club when I landed yesterday, so I decided to come and have a look at you. And so it is only you, Cackles, after all." Lord Newhaven's habit of silence had earned for him the sobriquet of Cackles. "I quite thought I was going into society. I did not know you've got a handle to your name. How did you find out I was in England?" "My dear fellow, I didn't," said Lord Newhaven, gently drawing Dick aside, whose back was serenely blocking a stream of new arrivals. "I fancy, in fact, I'm simply delighted to see you. How is the wine getting on? But I suppose there must be other Dick Vernons on my wife's list. Have you the card with you?" "Rather," said Dick. "Always take the card with me since I was kicked out of a miners' hop at Broken Hill because I forgot it. No gentleman will be admitted in a paper shirt was mentioned on it, I remember. Concertina and candles in bottles. Ripping while it lasted. Wish you'd been there." "I wish I had." Lord Newhaven's tired, half-closed eye opened a little. "But the end seems to have been unfortunate." "Not at all," said Dick, watching the new arrivals with his head thrown back. "Fine girl, that. I'll take a look at the whole mob of them directly. They came round next day to say it had been a mistake, but there were 4 or 5 cripples who found that out the night before. Here's the card." Lord Newhaven glanced at it attentively and then laughed. "It is 4 years old," he said. "I must have put you on my mother's list, not knowing you had left London. It is in her writing." "I'm rather late," said Dick composedly, "but I am here at last. Now, Newhaven, if that's your noble name, as I am here, trot out a few heiresses, won't you? I want to take 1 or 2 back with me. I say, ought I to put my gloves on?" No, clutch them in your great fist, as you are doing now." "Thanks. I suppose, old chap, I'm all right. Not had an evening coat for 4 years." Dick's trousers were too short for him, and he had tied his white tie with a waist to it. Lord Newhaven had seen both details before he recognised him. Quite right," he said hastily. "Now who is to be the happy woman?" Dick's hawk eye promenaded over the crowd in the second room, in the doorway of which he was standing. "That one," he said. "The tall girl in the green gown talking to the bishop." "You have a wonderful eye for heiresses. You picked out the greatest in London. That is Miss Rachel West. You say you want 2? 1 at a time, thanks. I shall take her down to supper. I suppose, sir, that there is supper at this sort of thing, isn't there?" "Of a kind. You need not be afraid of the claret. It isn't yours." "Catch you giving your best at a crush," retorted Dick. "The bishop's moving. Hurry up." End of chapter 1. Read Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 2. But as he groped against the wall, 2 hands upon him fell. The king behind his shoulder spake, "Dead man, thou dost not well." Rudyard Kipling. Hugh had gone through the first room, and, after a quarter of an hour, found himself in the doorway of the second. He had arrived late, and the rooms were already thinning. A woman in a pale green gown was standing near the open window, her white profile outlined against the framed darkness, as she listened with evident amusement to the tall, ill-dressed man beside her. Hugh's eyes lost the veiled scorn with which it was their wont to look at society and the indulgent patronage which lurked in them for pretty women. Rachel West slowly turned her face towards him without seeing him, and his heart leaped. She was not beautiful, except with the beauty of health, and a certain dignity of carriage, which is the outcome of a head and hands and body that are at unity with each other, and with a mind absolutely unconscious of self. She had not the long nose which so frequently usurps more than its share of the faces of the well-bred, nor had she, alas, the short upper lip which redeems everything. Her features were as insignificant as her colouring. People rarely noticed that Rachel's hair was brown, and that her deep-set eyes were grey. But upon her grave face the word helper was plainly written, and something else. What was it? Just as in the faces of seamen we trace this onslaught of storm and sun and brine, and the puckering of the skin round the eyes that comes of long watching in half-lights, so in some places, calm and pure as Rachel's, on which the sun and rain have never beaten, there is an expression betokening strong resistance from within of the brunt of a whirlwind from without. Marks of conflict and endurance on a young face, who shall see them unmoved? The mother of Jesus must have noticed a great difference in her son when she first saw him again after the temptation in the wilderness. Rachel's grave, amused glance fell upon Hugh. Their eyes met, and he instantly perceived, to his astonishment, that she recognized him, and a moment later left the nearly empty rooms with the man who was talking to her. Hugh was excited out of recognition of his former half-scornful, half-blasé self. That woman must be his wife. She would save him from himself, this cynical, restless self which never remained in one stay. The half-acknowledged weakness in his nature unconsciously flung itself upon her strength, a strength which had been tried. She would love him and uphold him. There would be no more yielding to circumstances if that pure, strong soul were close beside him. He would lean upon her, and the ugly bypaths of these last years would know him no more. Her presence would leaven his whole life. In the momentary insanity which was, perhaps, after all, only a prophetic intuition, he had no fears, no misgivings. He thought that, with that face, it was not possible that she could be so wicked as to refuse him. "She will marry me," he said to himself. "She must." Lady Newhaven touched him gently on the arm. "I dared not speak to you before," she said. "Nearly everyone has gone. Will you take me down to supper? I'm tired out." He stared at her, not recognizing her. "Have I vexed you?" she faltered. And with a sudden horrible revulsion of feeling he remembered. The poor chromo had fallen violently from its nail, but the nail remained, ready. He took her into the supper-room and got her a glass of champagne. She subsided onto a sofa beside another woman, vaguely suspecting trouble in the air. He felt thankful that Rachel had already gone. Dick, nearly the last, was putting on his coat, arranging to meet Lord Newhaven the following morning at his club. They had been in Australia together and were evidently old friends. Lord Newhaven's listless manner returned as Dick marched out. Hugh had got one arm in his coat. An instinct of flight possessed him, a vague horror of the woman in diamonds furtively watching him under her lowered eyelids through the open door. "Oh, Scarlett," said Lord Newhaven, detaining him languidly, "I want 3 minutes of your valuable time. Come into my study." "Another crossbow for Westhope Abbey?" said Hugh, trying to speak unconcernedly, as he followed his host to a back room on the ground floor. Lord Newhaven was collecting arms for the hall of his country house. "No, much simpler than those elaborate machines," said the older man, turning on the electric light. Hugh went in, and Lord Newhaven closed the door. Over the mantel-shelf were hung a few old Japanese inlaid carbines, and beneath them an array of pistols. "Useless now," said Lord Newhaven, touching them affectionately. "But," he added, with a shade more listlessness than before, "society has become accustomed to do without them, and does ill without them. But we must conform to her." Hugh started slightly and then remained motionless. "You observe these two paper lighters, Scarlett? One is an inch shorter than the other. They've been waiting on the mantel-shelf for the last month, till I had an opportunity of drawing your attention to them. I'm sure we perfectly understand each other. No name need be mentioned. All scandal is avoided. I feel confident you will not hesitate to make me the only reparation one man can make another in the somewhat hackneyed circumstances in which we find ourselves." Lord Newhaven took the lighters out of the glass. He glanced suddenly at Hugh's stunned face and went on. "I'm sorry the idea is not my own. I read it in a magazine. Though comparatively modern, it promises soon to become as customary as the much-to-be-regretted pistols for 2 and coffee for 4. I hold the lighters thus, and you draw. Whoever draws or keeps the short one is pledged to leave this world within 4 months, or shall we say 5, on account of the pheasant shooting. 5 be it. Is it agreed? Just so. Will you draw?" A swift spasm passed over Hugh's face, and a tiger glint leaped into Lord Newhaven's eyes, fixed intently upon him. There was a brief second in which Hugh's mind wavered, as the flame of a candle wavers in a sudden draught. Lord Newhaven's eyes glittered. He advanced the lighters an inch nearer. If he had not advanced them that inch, Hugh thought afterwards that he would have refused to draw. He backed against the mantelpiece, and then put out his hand suddenly and drew. It seemed the only way of escape. The two men measured the lighters on the table under the electric light. Lord Newhaven laughed. Hugh stood a moment, and then went out. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 3. Is it well with thee? Is it well with thy husband? When Lady Newhaven slipped out of the supper-room after her husband and Hugh, and lingered at the door of the study, she did not follow them with the deliberate intention of eavesdropping, but from a vague impulse of suspicious anxiety. Yet she crouched in her white satin gown against the door, listening intently. Neither man moved within. Only one spoke. There was no other sound to deaden her husband's distinct, low voice. The silence that followed his last words, "Will you draw?" was broken by his laugh, and she had barely time to throw herself back from the door into a dark recess under the staircase before Hugh came out. He almost touched her as he passed. He must have seen her, if he had been capable of seeing anything, but he went straight on, unheeding. And as she stole a few steps to gaze after him, she saw him cross the hall and go out into the night without his hat and coat, the amazed servants staring after him. She drew back to go upstairs, and met her husband coming slowly out of the study. He looked steadily at her as she clung, trembling, to the banisters. There was no alteration in his glance, and she suddenly perceived that what he knew now he had always known. She put her hand to her head. "Tired," he said, in the level voice to which she was accustomed. "You had better go to bed." She stumbled swiftly upstairs, catching at the banisters, and went into her own room. Her maid was waiting for her by the dressing-table with its shaded electric lights, and she remembered that she had given a party, and that she had on her diamonds. It would take a long time to unfasten them. She pulled at the diamond sun on her breast with a shaking hand. Her husband had given it to her when her eldest son was born. Her maid took the tiara gently out of her hair and cut the threads that sewed the diamonds on her breast and shoulders. Would it never end? The lace of her gown, cautiously withdrawn through its 100 eye-holes, knotted itself. "Cut it," she said impatiently. "Cut it." At last she was in her dressing-gown and alone. She flung herself face downward on the sofa. Her attitude had the touch of artificiality which was natural to her. The deluge had arrived, and unconsciously she met it as she would have made a heroine meet it had she been a novelist, in a white dressing gown and pink ribbons, in a stereotyped attitude of despair on a divan. Conscience is supposed to make cowards of us all, but it is a matter of common experience that the unimaginative are made cowards of only by being found out. Had David qualms of conscience when Uriah fell before the besieged city? Surely if he had, he would have winced at the obvious parallel of the prophet's story about the ewe lamb. But apparently he remained serenely obtuse till the indignant author's "Thou art the man" unexpectedly nailed him to the cross of his sin. And so it was with Lady Newhaven. She had gone through the 27 years of her life believing herself to be a religious and virtuous person. She was so accustomed to the idea that it had become a habit, and now the whole of her self-respect was in one wrench torn from her. The events of the last year had not worn it down to its last shred, had not even worn the nap off. It was dragged from her intact, and the shock left her faint and shuddering. The thought that her husband knew, and had thought fit to conceal his knowledge, had never entered her mind, any more than the probability that she had been seen by some of the servants kneeling listening at a keyhole. The mistake which all unobservant people make is to assume that others are as unobservant as themselves. By what frightful accident, she asked herself, had this catastrophe come about? She thought of all the obvious incidents which would have revealed the secret to herself: the dropped letter, the altered countenance, the badly arranged lie. No, she was convinced her secret had been guarded with minute, with scrupulous care. The only thing she had forgotten in her calculations was her husband's character, if indeed she could be said to have forgotten that which she had never known. Lord Newhaven was, in his wife's eyes, a very quiet man of few words. That his few words did not represent the whole of him had never occurred to her. She had often told her friends that he walked through life with his eyes shut. He had a trick of half-shutting his eyes which confirmed her in this opinion. When she came across persons who were after a time discovered to have affections and interests of which they had not spoken, she described them as cunning. She had never thought Edward cunning till tonight. How had he, of all men, discovered this? She had no words ready to call her conduct by, though words would not have failed her had she been denouncing the same conduct in another wife and mother. Gradually, the whole horror of her situation, to borrow from her own vocabulary, forced itself upon her mind like damp through a gay wallpaper. What did it matter how the discovery had been made? It was made, and she was ruined. She repeated the words between little gasps for breath. Ruined. A reputation lost. Hers, Violet Newhaven's. It was sheer impossibility that such a thing could have happened to a woman like her. It was some vile slander which Edward must see to. He was good at that sort of thing. But no, Edward would not help her. She had committed. She flung out her hands, panic-stricken as if to ward off a blow. The deed had brought with it no shame, but the word wounded her like a sword. Her feeble mind, momentarily stunned, pursued its groping way. He would divorce her. It would be in the papers. But no, what was that he had said to Hugh? No names to be mentioned, all scandals avoided. She shivered and drew in her breath. It was to be settled some other way. Her mind became an entire blank. Another way? What way? She remembered now, and an inarticulate cry broke from her. They had drawn lots. Which had drawn the short lighter? Her husband had laughed, but then he laughed at everything. He was never really serious, always shallow and heartless. He would have laughed if he had drawn it himself. Perhaps he had. Yes, he certainly had drawn it. But Hugh? She saw again the white, set face as he passed her. No, it must be Hugh who had drawn it. Hugh, whom she loved. She wrung her hands and moaned half aloud. Which? There was a slight movement in the next room. The door was opened, and Lord Newhaven appeared in the doorway. He was still in evening dress. "Did you call?" he said quietly. "Are you ill?" He came and stood beside her. "No," she said hoarsely, and she sat up and gazed fixedly at him. Despair and suspense were in her eyes. There was no change in his, and she remembered that she had never seen him angry. Perhaps she had not known when he was angry. He was turning away, but she stopped him. "Wait," she said, and he returned his cold, attentive eye upon her. There was no contempt, no indignation in his bearing. If those feelings had shaken him, it must have been some time ago. If they had been met and vanquished in secret, that also must have been some time ago. He took up an Imitation of Christ, bound in the peculiar shade of lilac which at that moment prevailed, and turned it in his hand. "You are overwrought," he said after a moment's pause, "and I particularly dislike a scene." She did not heed him. "I listened at the door," she said in a harsh, unnatural voice. "I am perfectly aware of it." A sort of horror seemed to have enveloped the familiar room. The very furniture looked like well-known words arranged suddenly in some new and dreadful meaning. "You never loved me," she said. He did not answer, but he looked gravely at her for a moment, and she was ashamed. "Why don't you divorce me if you think me so wicked?" "For the sake of the children," he said with a slight change of voice. Teddy, the eldest, had been born in this room. Did either remember that grey morning 6 years ago? There was a silence that might be felt. "Drew the short lighter?" she whispered before she knew that she had spoken. "I am not here to answer questions," he replied, "and I have asked none. Neither, you will observe, have I blamed you. But I desire that you will never again allude to this subject, and that you will keep in mind that I do not intend to discuss it with you." He laid down the Imitation and moved towards his own room. With a sudden movement she flung herself upon her knees before him and caught his arm. The attitude suggested an amateur. "Which drew the short lighter?" she gasped, her small upturned face white and convulsed. "You will know in 5 months' time," he said. Then he extricated himself from her trembling clasp and left the room, closing the door quietly behind him. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 4. For the sin ye do by 2 and 2, ye must pay for 1 by 1. Rudyard Kipling. When Hugh awoke the morning after Lady Newhaven's party, the day was already far advanced. A hot day had succeeded to a hot night. For a few seconds he lay like one emerging from the influence of morphia, who feels his racked body still painlessly afloat on a sea of rest, but is conscious that it is drifting back to the bitter shores of pain, and who stirs neither hand nor foot for fear of hastening the touch of the encircling, aching sands on which he is so soon to be cast in agony once more. His mind cleared a little. Rachel's grave face stood out against a dark background, a background darker surely than that of the summer night. He remembered with self-contempt the extravagant emotion which she had aroused in him. Absurd, he said to himself, with a distrust of all sudden springs of pure emotion which those who have misused them rarely escape. And then another remembrance, which only a sleeping draught had kept at bay, darted upon him like a panther on its prey. He had drawn the short lighter. He started violently, and then fell back trembling. "Oh, my God!" he said involuntarily. He lay still, telling himself that this dreadful nightmare would pass, would fade in the light of common day. His servant came in noiselessly with a cup of coffee and a little sheaf of letters. He pretended to be asleep, but when the man had gone, he put out his shaking hand for the coffee and drank it. The mist before his mind gradually lifted. Gradually, too, the horror on his face whitened to despair, as a twilight meadow whitens beneath the evening frost. He had drawn the short lighter. Nothing in heaven or earth could alter that fact. He did not stop to wonder how Lord Newhaven had become aware of his own dishonour, or of the strange weapon with which he had avenged himself. He went over every detail of his encounter with him in the study. His hand had been forced. He had been thrust into a vile position. He ought to have refused to draw. He did not agree to draw. Nevertheless, he had drawn. And Hugh knew that, if it had to be done again, he should again have been compelled to draw by the iron will before which his was as straw. He could not have met the scorn of those terrible half-closed eyes if he had refused. There was no help for it, said Hugh, half aloud. And yet to die by his own hand within 5 months, it was incredible. It was preposterous. I never agreed to it, he said passionately. Nevertheless, he had drawn. The remembrance ever returned to lay its cold hand upon his heart, and with it came the grim conviction that if Lord Newhaven had drawn the short lighter, he would have carried out the agreement to the letter. Whether it was extravagant, unchristian, whatever might have been truly said of that unholy compact, Lord Newhaven would have stood by it. I suppose I must stand by it too, said Hugh to himself, the cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. I suppose I am bound in honour to stand by it too. He suffered his mind to regard the alternatives. To wrong a man as deeply as he had wronged Lord Newhaven, to tacitly accept, that was where his mistake had been. Another man, that mahogany-faced fellow with the colonial accent, would have refused to draw, and would have knocked Lord Newhaven down and half killed him, or would have been knocked down and half killed by him. But to tacitly accept a means by which the injured man risked his life to avenge his honour, and then afterwards to shirk the fate which a perfectly even chance had thrown upon him instead of on his antagonist, it was too mean, too despicable. Hugh's pale cheek burned. I am bound, he said slowly to himself, over and over again. There was no way of escape. Yesterday evening, with some intuition of coming peril, he had said, I will get out. The way of retreat had been opened behind him. Now, by one slight movement, he was cut off from it forever. I can't get out, said the starling, the feathers on its breast worn away with beating against the bars. I can't get out, said Hugh, coming for the first time in contact with the bars which he was to know so well, the bars of the prison that he had made with his own hands. He looked into the future with blank eyes. He had no future now. He stared vacantly in front of him, like a man who looks through his window at the wide expanse of meadow and waving wood and distant hill, which has met his eye every morning of his life, and finds it gone. It was incredible. He turned giddy. His reeling mind, shrinking back from the abyss, struck against a fixed point, and clutching it, came violently to a standstill. His mother! His mother was a widow, and he was her only son. If he died by his own hand, it would break her heart. Hugh groaned and thrust the thought from him. It was too sharp. He could not suffer it. His sin, not worse than that of many another man, had found him out. He had done wrong. He admitted it, but this monstrous judgment on him was out of all proportion to his offence, and like some malignant infectious disease, retribution would fall, not on him alone, but on those nearest him, on his innocent mother and sister. It was unjust, unjust, unjust! A very bitter look came into his face. Hugh had never so far hated anyone, but now something very like hatred welled up in his heart against Lady Newhaven. She had lured him to his destruction. She had tempted him. This was undoubtedly true, though not probably the view which her guardian angel would take of the matter. Among the letters which the servant had brought him, he suddenly recognized that the topmost was in Lady Newhaven's handwriting. Anger and repulsion seized him. No doubt it was the first of a series. Why was he so altered? What had she done to offend him? Etc., etc. He knew the contents beforehand, or thought he knew them. He got up deliberately, threw the unopened note into the empty fireplace, and put a match to it. He watched it burn. It was his first overt act of rebellion against her yoke, the first step along the nearest of the many well-worn paths that a man takes at random to leave a woman. It did not occur to him that Lady Newhaven might have written to him about his encounter with her husband. He knew Lord Newhaven well enough to be absolutely certain that he would mention the subject to no living creature, least of all to his wife. "Neither will I," he said to himself, "and as for her, I will break with her from this day forward." The little pink notes with the dashing, twirly handwriting persisted for a week or two, and then ceased. He was a man of many social engagements. His first impulse, when, later in the day, he remembered them, was to throw them all up and leave London. But Lord Newhaven would hear of his departure and would smile. He decided to remain and to go on as if nothing had happened. When the evening came, he dressed with his usual care, verified the hour of his engagement, and went out to dine with the Lofthouses. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Owers. Chapter 5. What the Bandalog think now, the jungle will think later. Maxim of the Bandalog, Rudyard Kipling. It was Sybil Lofthouse's first season in London since her second marriage with Mr. Doll Lofthouse. After a very brief sojourn in that city of frivolity, she had the acumen to discover that London society was hopelessly worldly and mercenary, that people only met to eat and to abuse each other, that the law of cutlet for cutlet was universal, that young men, especially those in the Guards, were garrisoned by a full complement of devils, that London girls lived only for dress and the excitement of husband-hunting. In short, to use her own expression, she turned London society inside out. London bore the process with equanimity, and presently Sybil determined to raise the art of dinner-giving from the low estate to which she vowed it had fallen to a higher level. She was young, she was pretty, she was well-born, she was rich. All the social doors were open to her. But one discovery is often only the prelude to another. She soon made the further one that in order to raise the tone of social gatherings, it is absolutely necessary to infuse into them a leaven of clever people. Further light on this interesting subject showed her that most of the really clever people did not belong to her set. The discovery which all who love adulation quickly make, namely that the truly appreciative and sympathetic and gifted are for the greater part to be found in a class below their own, was duly made and registered by Sybil. She avowed that class differences were nothing to her, with the enthusiasm of all those who, since the world began, have preferred to be first in the society which they gather round them. Fortunately for Sybil, she was not troubled by doubts respecting the clearness of her own judgment. Eccentricity was in her eyes originality. The wholesale contradiction of established facts was a new view. She had not the horrid perception of difference between the real and the imitation which spoils the lives of so many. She was equally delighted with both, and remained in blissful ignorance of the fact that her deep conversation was felt to be exhaustingly superficial if by chance she came across the real artist or thinker instead of his counterfeit. Consequently, to her house came the Rate in all his most virulent developments, the new woman with stupendous lopsided opinions on difficult Old Testament subjects, the lady authoress with a mission to show up the vices of a society which she knew only by hearsay. Hither came, unwittingly, simple-minded church dignitaries, who, Sybil hoped, might influence for his good the young agnostic poet who had written a sonnet on her muff-chain, a very daring sonnet, which Doll, who did not care for poetry, had not been shown. Hither, by mistake, thinking it was an ordinary dinner party, came Hugh, whom Sybil said she had discovered, and who was not aware that he was in need of discovery. And hither also, on this particular evening, came Rachel West, whom Sybil had pronounced to be very intelligent a few days before, and who was serenely unconscious that she was present on her probation, and that if she did not say something striking, she would never be asked again. Doll Loftus, Sybil's husband, was standing by Rachel when Hugh came in. He felt drawn towards her because she was not clever, as far as her appearance went. At any rate, she had not the tousled, ill-groomed hair which he had learned to associate with female genius. "This sort of thing is beyond me," he said, mournfully, to Rachel, his eyes travelling over the assembly gathered round his wife, whose remarks were calling forth admiring laughter. "I don't understand half they say. When I do, I sometimes wish I didn't. But I suppose," tentatively, "you go in for all this sort of thing?" "I?" said Rachel, astonished. "I don't go in for anything. But what sort of thing do you mean?" "Oh, there's Scarlett," said Doll with relief, who hated definitions, and felt the conversation was on the slippery verge of becoming deep. "Do you know him? Looks as if he's seen a ghost, doesn't he?" Rachel's interest, never a heavy sleeper, was instantly awakened as she saw Sybil piloting Hugh towards her. She recognised him, the man she'd seen last night in the hansom and afterwards at the Newhavens. A glance showed her that his trouble, whatever it might be, had pierced beyond the surface feelings of anger and impatience, and had reached the quick of his heart. The young man, pallid and heavy-eyed, bore himself well, and Rachel respected him for his quiet demeanour and a certain dignity, which for the moment obliterated the slight indecision of his face and gave his mouth the firmness which it lacked. It seemed to Rachel as if he had but now stood by a deathbed, and had brought with him into the crowded room the shadow of an inexorable fate. The others only perceived that he had a headache. Hugh did not deny it. He complained of the great heat to Sybil, but not to Rachel. Something in her clear eyes told him, as they told many others, that small lies and petty deceits might be laid aside with impunity in dealing with her. He felt no surprise at seeing her, no return of the sudden violent emotion of the night before. He had never spoken to her till this moment, but yet he felt that her eyes were old friends, tried to the uttermost and found faithful in some forgotten past. Rachel's eyes had a certain calm fixity in them that comes not of natural temperament, but of past conflict long waged, and barely but irrevocably won. A faint ray of hope stole across the desolation of his mind as he looked at her. He did not notice whether she was handsome or ugly, any more than we do when we look at the dear familiar faces which were with us in their childhood and ours, which have grown up beside us under the same roof, which have rejoiced with us and wept with us, without which heaven itself could never be a home. In a few minutes he was taking her in to dinner. He had imagined that she was a woman of few words, but after a faint attempt at conversation he found that he had relapsed into silence and that it was she who was talking. Presently the heavy cloud upon his brain lifted. His strained face relaxed. She glanced at him and continued her little monologue. Her face had brightened. He had dreaded this dinner party, this first essay to preserve his balance in public with his frightful invisible burden. But he was getting through it better than he had expected. "I have come back to what is called society," Rachel was saying, "after nearly 7 years of an exile, something like Nebuchadnezzar's. And there are two things which I find as difficult as Kiplin's silly sailors found their harps which they twanged unhandily." "Is small talk one of them?" asked Hugh. "It has always been a difficulty to me." "On the contrary," said Rachel, "I plume myself on that. Surely my present sample is not so much below the average that you need ask me that." "I did not recognise that it was small talk," said Hugh with a faint smile. "If it really is, I can only say that I shall have brain fever if you pass on to what you might call conversation." It was to him as if a miniature wavelet of a great ocean somewhere in the distance had crept up to laugh and break at his feet. He did not recognize that this tiniest runlet, which fell back at once, was of the same element as the tidal wave which had swept over him yesternight. "But are you aware," said Rachel, dropping her voice a little, "it is beginning to dawn upon me that this evening's gathering is met together for exalted conversation, and perhaps we ought to be practising a little. I feel certain that after dinner you will be drawn through the clefts of confession by Miss Parker, the woman in the high dinner gown with orange velvet sleeves. Mrs. Loftus introduced her to me when I arrived as the apostle of humanity." "Why should you fix on that particular apostle for me?" said Hugh, looking resentfully at a large-faced woman who was talking in an intense manner to a slightly bewildered bishop. "It is prophetic instinct, nothing more." "I will have a prophetic instinct too, then," said Hugh, helping himself at last to the dish which was presented to him, to Rachel's relief. "I shall give you the—" looking steadily down the table. "The bishop? Certainly not after your disposal of me." "Well, then, the poet? I'm sure he is a poet because his tie is uneven and his hair is so long. Why do literary men wear their hair long and literary women wear it short? I should like the poet." "You shall not have him," said Hugh with decision. "I am hesitating between the bald young man with the fat hand and the immense ring, and the old professor who is drawing plans on the tablecloth." Hugh looked at his plate to conceal his disgust. There was a pause in the buzz of conversation, and into it fell straightway the voice of the apostle, like a brick through a skylight. "The need of the present age is the realization of our brotherhood with sin and suffering and poverty. West London in satin and diamonds does not hear her sister East London in rags calling to her to deliver her. The voice of East London has been drowned in the dance music of the West End." Sybil gazed with awed admiration at the apostle. "What a beautiful thought," she said. "Miss Gresley's Idyll of East London," said Hugh, "is a voice which at any rate has been fully heard." The apostle put up a pince nez on a bowed leg and looked at Hugh. "I entirely disapprove of that little book," she said. "It is misleading and wilfully one-sided." "Hester Gresley is a dear friend of mine," said Sybil, "and I must stand up for her. She is the sister of our clergyman, who is a very clever man. In fact, I am not sure he isn't the cleverest of the two. She and I have great talks. We have so much in common. How strange it seems that she who lives in the depths of the country should have written a story of the East End." "That is always so," said the author of Unashamed in a sonorous voice. "The novel has of late been dwarfed to the scope of the young English girl," he pronounced it girl, "who writes from her imagination and not from her experience. What true art requires of us is a faithful rendering of a great experience." He looked round as if challenging the world to say that Unashamed was not a lurid personal reminiscence. Sybil was charmed. She felt that none of her previous dinner parties had reached such a high level as this one. "A faithful rendering of a great experience," she repeated. "How I wish Hester were here to hear that. I often tell her she ought to see life, and cultivated society would do so much for her. I found her out a year ago, and I'm always begging people to read her book, and I simply long to introduce her to clever people and oblige the world to recognize her talent." "I agree with you. It is not yet fully recognized," said Hugh in a level voice. "But if the idyll received any partial recognition, it was at any rate enthusiastic, and it is not forgotten." Sybil felt vaguely uncomfortable, and conceived a faint dislike of Hugh as an uncongenial person. The apostle and the poet began to speak simultaneously, but the female key was the highest and prevailed. "We all agree in applauding Miss Gresley's delicate piece of workmanship," said the apostle, both elbows on the table after the manner of her kind. "But it is a misfortune to the cause of suffering humanity, to our cause, when the books which pretend to set forth certain phases of its existence written by persons entirely ignorant of the life they describe." "How true," said Sybil. "I've often thought it, but I never could put it into words as you do. Oh, how I agree with you and Mr. Harvey! As I often say to Hester, how can you describe anything if you don't go anywhere or see anything? I can't give you my experience. No one can. I said that to her only a month ago when she refused to come up to London with me." Rachel's white face and neck had taken on them the pink transparent colour that generally dwell only in the curves of her small ears. "Why do you think Miss Gresley is ignorant of the life she describes?" she said, addressing the apostle. The author and the apostle both opened their mouths at the same moment, only to register a second triumph of the female tongue. Miss Barker was in her element. The whole table was listening. She shrugged her orange velvet shoulders. "Those who have cast in their lot with the poor," she said sententiously, "would recognise at once the impossibility of Miss Gresley's characters and situations." "To me they seem real," said Rachel. "Ah, my dear Miss West, you will excuse me, but a young lady like yourself, nursed in the lap of luxury, can hardly be expected to look at life with the same eyes as a poor waif like myself, who has penetrated to the very core of the city and who has heard the stifled sigh of a vast perishing humanity." "I lived in the midst of it for 6 years," said Rachel. "I did not cast in my lot with the poor, for I was one of them, and earned my bread amongst them. Miss Gresley's book may not be palatable in some respects. The district visitor and the woman missionary are certainly treated with harshness. But as far as my experience goes, the idyll is a true word from first to last." There was in Rachel's voice a restrained force that vaguely stirred all the occupants of the room. Everyone looked at her, and for a moment no one spoke. She became quite colourless. "Very striking. Just what I should have said in her place," said Sybil to herself. "I will ask her again." I can hear it raining," said Doll's voice from the head of the table to the company in general. "If it will only go on for a week without stopping, there may be some hope for the crops yet." The conversation buzzed up again, and Rachel turned instantly to Hugh before Mr. Harvey, leaning forward with his ring, had time to address her. Hugh alone saw what a superhuman effort it had been to her to overcome her shrinking from mentioning not her previous poverty, but her personal experience. She had sacrificed her natural reserve, which he could see was great. She had even set good taste at defiance to defend Hester Gresley's book. Hugh had shuddered as he heard her speak. He felt that he could not have obtruded himself on so mixed an assembly, yet he saw that it had cost her more to do so than it would have cost him. He began to remember having heard people speak of an ironmaster's daughter, whose father had failed and died, and who, after several years of dire poverty, had lately inherited a vast fortune from her father's partner. It had been talked about at the time, a few months ago. This must be she. "You have a great affection for Miss Gresley," he said in a low voice. "I have," said Rachel, her lips still quivering. "But if I dislike her, I hope I should have said the same. Surely it is not necessary to love the writer in order to defend the book." He was silent. He looked at her and wished that she might always be on his side. "About 2 courses ago I was going to tell you," said Rachel, smiling, "as one of my chief difficulties on my return to the civilized world and society. But now you've had an example of it. I'm trying to cure myself of the trick of becoming interested in conversation. I must learn to use words as counters, not as coins. I need not disbelieve what I say, but I must not speak of anything to which I attach value. I perceive that to do this is an art and a means of defence from invasion. But I, on the contrary, become interested, as you've just seen. I forget that I'm only playing a game, and I rush into a subject like a bull into a china shop, and knock about all the crockery until, as I am not opposed by my native pitchfork, I suddenly return to my senses and discover that I have mistaken a game for real earnest." "We were all in earnest 5 minutes ago," said Hugh. At least, I was. I could not bear to hear Miss Gresley patronised by all these failures and amateurs. But unless I am very much mistaken, you will find several pitchforks laid up for you in the drawing-room. I don't mean to smash any more china, said Rachel. Another wavelet skimmed in and broke a little further up the sand. A sense of freshness, of expectation, was in the air. The great gathered ocean was stirring itself in the distance. Hugh had forgotten his trouble. He turned the conversation back to Hester Gresley and her writing. He spoke of her with sympathy and appreciation, and presently detected a softness in Rachel's eyes which made him jealous of Hester. By the time the evening was over, the imperceptible travelling of the summer sea had reached as far as the tidal wave. Hugh left when Rachel did, accompanying her to her carriage. At the door were the darkness and the rain. At the door with them, the horror and despair of the morning were in wait for him, and laid hold upon him. Hugh shuddered and turned instinctively to Rachel. She was holding out her hand to him. He took it and held it tightly in his sudden fear and desolation. "When shall I meet you again?" he said hoarsely. A long look passed between them. Hugh's tortured soul, full of passionate entreaty, leaped to his eyes. Hers, sad and steadfast, met the appeal in his, and recognised it as a claim. There was no surprise in her quiet face. "I ride early in the road," she said. "You can join me there if you wish. Good night." She took her hand with great gentleness out of his, and drove away. And the darkness shut down again on Hugh's heart. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 6. Ici par tous les hommes pleurent, leurs amitiés et leurs amours. Bourget. Many sarcastic but true words have been said by man, and in no jealous spirit, concerning woman's friendship for woman. The passing judgment of the majority of men on such devotion might be summed up in the words, "Occupy till I come." It does occupy till they do come. And if they don't come, the hastily improvised friendship may hold together for years, like an unseaworthy boat in a harbour, which looks like a boat, but never goes out to sea. But nevertheless, here and there among its numberless counterfeits, a friendship rises up between two women which sustains the life of both, which is still young when life is waning, which man's love and motherhood cannot displace nor death annihilate. A friendship which is not the solitary affection of an empty heart, nor the deepest affection of a full one, but which nevertheless lightens the burdens of this world and lays its pure hand upon the next. Such a friendship, very deep, very tender, existed between Rachel West and Hester Gresley. It dated back from the nursery days, when Hester and Rachel solemnly eyed each other, and then made acquaintance in the dark gardens of Portman Square, into which Hester introduced a fortified castle with a captive princess in it, and a rescuing prince and a dragon, and several other ingredients of romance, to the awed amazement of Rachel, stolid, solid, silent Rachel, who loved all two- and four-legged creatures, but who never made them talk to each other as Hester did. And Hester, in blue serge, told Rachel, in crimson velvet, as they walked hand in hand in front of their nursery maids, what the London sparrows said to each other in the gutters, and how they considered the gravel path in the square was a deep river suitable to bathe in. And when the spring was coming, and the prince had rescued the princess so often from the dungeon in the laurel bushes that Hester was tired of it, she told Rachel how the elms were always sighing because they were shut up in town, and how they went out every night with their roots into the green country to see their friends, and came back, so early in the morning, before anyone was awake to miss them. And Rachel's heart yearned after Hester, and she gave her red horse and the tin duck and magnet, and Hester made stories about them all. At last the day came when Rachel's mother, who had long viewed the intimacy with complacency, presented her compliments in a note sheet with 2 immense gilt crests on it to Hester's aunt, and requested that her little niece might be allowed to come to tea with her little daughter. And Lady Susan Gresley, who had never met the rich ironmaster's wife in this world, and would probably be equally exclusive in the next, was about to refuse, when Hester, who up to that moment had apparently taken no interest in the matter, suddenly cast herself on the floor in a paroxysm of despair and beat her head against the carpet. The tearful entreaties of her aunt gradually elicited the explanation, riddled by sobs, that Hester could never take an interest in life again, could never raise herself even to a sitting position, or dry her eyes on her aunt's handkerchief, unless she were allowed to go to tea with Rachel and see her dormouse. Lady Susan, much upset herself and convinced that these outbursts were prejudicial to Hester's health, gave way at once. And a few days later, Hester, pale, shy, in a white muffler, escorted by Mademoiselle, went to tea in the magnificent house on the other side of the square, and saw Rachel's round head without a feathered hat on it, and both children were consumed by shyness until the 2 Mademoiselles withdrew into another room, and Rachel showed Hester the dormouse which she had found in the woods in the country, and which ate out of her hand. And Hester made a little poem on it, beginning, "There was a mouse in Portman Square." And so, with many breaks, the friendship attained a surer footing, and the intimacy grew with their growth, in spite of the fact that Lady Susan had felt unable, notwithstanding the marked advances of Mrs. West, possibly because of them, to enlarge her visiting list, in spite of many other difficulties which were only in the end surmounted by the simplicity of character which Rachel had not inherited from her parents. And then, after both girls had danced through one London season in different ballrooms, Rachel's parents died, her mother first, and then, by accident, her father, leaving behind him an avalanche of unsuspected money difficulties, in which even his vast fortune was engulfed. Hard years followed for Rachel. She ate the bread of carefulness in the houses of poor relations not of high degree, with whom her parents had quarrelled when they had made their money and began to entertain social ambitions. She learned what it was to be the person of least importance in families of no importance. She essayed to teach and failed. She had no real education. She made desperate struggles for independence and learned how others failed besides herself. She left her relations and their bitter bread and came to London and struggled with those who struggled, and saw how temptation spreads her net for bleeding feet. Because she loved Hester, she accepted from her half her slender pin money. Hester had said, "If I were poor, Rachel, how would you bear it if I would not let you help me?" And Rachel had wept slow, difficult tears, and had given Hester the comfort of helping her. The greater generosity was with Rachel, and Hester knew it. And as Rachel's fortunes sank, Hester's rose. Lady Susan Gresley had one talent, and she did not lay it up in a napkin. She had the art of attracting people to her house, that house to which Mrs. West had never forced an entrance. Hester was thrown from the first into a society which her clergyman brother, who had never seen it, pronounced to be frivolous, worldly, profane, which no one has called dull. There were many facets in Hester's character, and Lady Susan had managed to place her where they caught the light. Was she witty? Was she attractive? Who shall say? Man is wisely averse to cleverness in a woman, but if he possesses any armour wherewith to steel himself against wit, it is certain that he seldom puts it on. She refused several offers, one so brilliant that no woman ever believed that it was really made. Lady Susan saw that her niece, without a fortune, with little beauty save that of high breeding, with weak health, was becoming a personage. What will she become? People said. And in the meanwhile Hester did nothing beyond dressing extremely well. And everything she saw and every person she met added fuel to an unlit fire in her soul. At last, Rachel was able to earn a meagre living by typewriting, and for 4 years, happy by contrast with those when despair and failure had confronted her, she lived by the work of her hands among those poor as herself. Gradually she had lost sight of all her acquaintances. She had been out of the schoolroom for too short a time to make friends. And alas, in the set in which she had been launched, poverty was a crime. No, perhaps not quite that, but as much a bar to intercourse as in another class a want of the letter H is found to be. It was while Rachel was still struggling for a livelihood that the event happened which changed the bias of her character, as a geranium transplanted from the garden changes its attitude in a cottage window. On one of the early days of her despair, she met, on the dreary stairs of the great rabbit warren in which she had a room, a man with whom she had been acquainted in the short year of her social life before the collapse of her fortunes. He had paid her considerable attention, and she had thought once or twice, with momentary bitterness, that, like the rest, he had not cared to find out what had become of her. She greeted him with shy but evident pleasure. She took for granted he had come to see her, and he allowed her to remain under that delusion. In reality, he had been hunting up an old model whom he wanted for his next picture, and who had silently left museum buildings some month before without leaving his address. He had genuinely admired her, though he had forgotten her, and he was unaffectedly delighted to see her again. That one chance meeting was the first of many. Flowers came to Rachel's little room, and romance came with them. Rachel's proud, tender heart struggled, and then gave way before this radiant first love blossoming in the midst of her loneliness. At last, on a March afternoon when the low sun caught the daffodils he had brought her, he told her he loved her. Days followed, exquisite days, which had none like them in later life, whatever later life may bring. That year the spring came early, and they went often together into the country. And that year, when all the world was white with blossom, the snow came and laid upon earth's bridal veil a white shroud. Every cup of May blossom, every petal of hawthorn bent beneath its burden of snow. And so it was in the full springtide of Rachel's heart. The snow came down upon it. She discovered at last that though he loved her, he did not wish to marry her, that even from the time of that first meeting he had never intended to marry her. That discovery was a shroud. She wrapped her dead love in it, and would fain have buried it out of her sight. But only after a year of conflict was she suffered to bury it. After a year during which the ghost of her dead ever came back, and came back to importune her vainly with its love. Rachel's poor neighbours grew accustomed to see the tall, handsome, waiting figure, which always returned and returned, but which at last, after one dreadful day, was seen no more in museum buildings. Rachel had laid the ghost at last, but the conflict remained graven in her face. On a certain cold winter morning, Hester darted across the wet pavement from the room to the untidy entrance of museum buildings where Rachel still lived. It was a miserable day. The streets and bare trees looked as if they had been drawn in ink, and the whole carelessly blotted before it was dry. All the outlines were confused, blurred. The cold penetrated to the very bones of the shivering city. Rachel had just come in, wet and tired, bringing with her a roll of manuscript to be transcribed. A woman waiting for her on the endless stone stairs had cursed her for taking the bread out of her mouth. "He always employed me till you came," she shrieked, shaking her fist at her, "and now he gives it all to you because you're younger and better looking." She gave the woman as much as she dared spare. The calculation did not take long, and went on climbing the stairs. Something in the poor creature's words, something vague but repulsive in her remembrance of the man who paid her for the work by which she could barely live, fell like lead into Rachel's heart. She looked out dumbly over the wilderness of roofs. The suffering of the world was eating into her soul. the suffering of this vast, travailing East London, where people trod each other down to live. If anyone had told me, she said to herself, when I was rich, that I lived on the flesh and blood of my fellow creatures, that my virtue and ease and pleasure were bought by their degradation and toil and pain, I should not have believed it, and I should have been angry. If I had been told that the clothes I wore, the food I ate, the pen I wrote with, the ink I used, the paper I wrote on, all these and everything I touched, from my soap to my matchbox, especially my matchbox, was the result of sweated labour, I should not have believed it. I should have laughed. But yet it is so. If I had not been rich once myself, I should think, as all these people do, that the rich are devils incarnate to let such things go on. They have the power to help us. We have none to help ourselves. But they never use it. The rich grind the poor for their luxuries with their eyes shut. We grind each other for our daily bread with our eyes open. I have got that woman's work. I have struggled hard enough to get it, but though I did not realize it, I might have known that it only got onto the raft by pushing someone else off it. Rachel looked out across the miles of roofs which lay below her garret window. The sound was in her ears of that great whirlpool wherein youth and beauty and innocence go down quick day by day. The wilderness of leaden roofs turned suddenly before her eyes into a sullen, furrowed sea of shame and crime, which, awaiting no future day of judgment, daily gave up its awful dead. Presently Hester came in, panting a little after the long ascent of worn stairs, and dragging with her a large parcel. It was a fur-lined cloak. Hester spread it mutely before her friend and looked beseechingly at her. Then she kissed her, and the two girls clung together for a moment in silence. "Dearest," said Rachel, "don't give me new things. It isn't that. You know I did take it when I was in need. But, oh, Hester, I know you can't afford it. I should not mind if you were rich, at least. I would try not, but you would only give me some of your old clothes instead. I should like them all the better because you've worn them." Kiss the lapel of Hester's coat. "I can't," whispered Hester into Rachel's hair. "The best is only just good enough." "Wouldn't it be kinder to me?" Hester trembled and then burst into tears. "I'll wear it. I will wear it," said Rachel hurriedly. "Look, Hester, I've got it on. How deliciously warm. Do look, it's 2 little pockets in the fur lining." But Hester wept passionately, and Rachel sat down by her on the floor in the new cloak till the paroxysm was over. How does a subtle affinity find a foothold between natures which present an obvious, a violent contrast to each other? Why do the obvious and the subtle forget their lifelong feud at intervals and suddenly appear for a moment in each other's society? Rachel was physically strong. Hester was weak. The one was calm, patient, practical, equable. The other imaginative, unbalanced, excitable. Life had not spoiled Rachel. Lady Susan Gresley had done her best to spoil Hester. The one had lived the unprotected life and showed it in her bearing. The other had lived the sheltered life and bore its mark upon her pure forehead and youthful face. "I cannot bear it," said Hester at last. "I think and think, and I can't think of anything. I would give my life for you, and you will hardly let me give you £3 10s and 6pence. That is all it cost. It is only frieze, that common red frieze, and the lining is only rabbit." The last tear fell at the word rabbit. "I wanted to get you a velvet one, just the same as my new one, lined with chinchilla, but I knew it would only make you miserable. I wish," looking vindictively at the cloak, "I wish rabbits had never been born." Rachel laughed. Hester was evidently recovering. "Mr. Scarlett was saying last night that no one can help anyone," continued Hester, turning her white, exhausted face to her friend. "He said that we are always so placed that we can only look on. And I told him that could not be true. But in my heart, Rachel, I felt it was true all these long, long 5 years since you have lived here." Rachel came and stood beside her at the little window. There was just room for them between the typewriter and the bed. Far below, Hester's broom was pacing up and down. "Then are love and sympathy nothing?" she said. "Those are the real gifts. If I were rich tomorrow, I should look to you just as I do now for the things which money can't buy." And those are the things," Rachel's voice shook, "which you've always given me and which I can't do without. You feel my poverty more than I do myself. It crushed me at first when I could not support myself. Now that I can, and in everything except money I am very rich, I am comparatively happy." There was a long silence. "Perhaps," said Rachel at last with difficulty, "if I had remained an heiress, Mr. Tristram might have married me. I feel nearly sure he would have married me. In that case I lost my money only just in time to prevent a much greater misfortune, and I am glad I am as I am." Rachel remembered that conversation often in after years, with a sense of thankfulness. For once she, who was so reticent, had let Hester see how dear she was to her. The two girls stood long together, cheek against cheek. And as Hester leaned against Rachel, the yearning of her soul towards her suddenly lit up something which had long lain colossal but inapprehended in the depths of her mind. Her paroxysm of despair at her own powerlessness was followed by a lightning flash of self-revelation. She saw, as in a dream, terrible, beautiful, inaccessible, but distinct, where her power lay, of which restless, bewildering hints had so often mocked her. She had but to touch the houses and they would fall down. She held her hands tightly together, lest she would do it. The strength, as of an infinite ocean, swept in beneath her weakness and bore it upon its surface like a leaf. "You must go home," said Rachel gently, remembering Lady Susan's punctual habits. Hester kissed her absently and went out into the new world which had been pressing upon her all her life, the gate of which love had opened for her. For love has many keys besides that of her own dwelling. Some who know her slightly affirm that she can only open her own cheap patent padlock with a secret word on it that everybody knows. But some who know her better hold that hers is the master key which will one day turn all the locks in all the world. A year later, Hester's first book, An Idyll of East London, was reaping its harvest of astonished indignation and admiration, and her acquaintances, not her friends, were still wondering how she came to know so much of a life on which they decided she could know nothing, when suddenly Lady Susan Gresley died, and Hester went to live in the country with her clergyman brother. A few months later still, and on a mild April day, when the poor London trees had black buds on them, Rachel brushed and folded away in the little painted chest of drawers her few threadbare clothes, and put the boots, which the cobbler whose wife she had nursed had patched for her, under the shelf which held her few cups and plates and the faithful tin kettle which had always been a cheerful boiler. Then she washed her 7 coarse handkerchiefs and put them in the wash-hand-stand drawer. And then she raked out the fire and cleaned to the grate and set the room in order. It was quickly done. She took up her hat, which lay beside a bundle on the bed. Her hands trembled as she put it on. She looked wistfully around her, and her face worked. The little room which had looked so alien when she came to it 6 years ago had become a home. She went to the window and kissed the pane through which she had learned to see so much. Then she seized up the bundle and went quickly out, locking the door behind her and taking the key with her. "I am going away for a time, but I shall come back," she said to the cobbler's wife on the same landing. "No one comes back as once goes," said the woman, without raising her eyes from the cheap blouse which she was finishing, which kept so well the grim secret of how it came into being that no one was afraid of buying it. "I am keeping the room." The woman smiled incredulously, giving one sharp glance at the bundle. She had seen many flittings. She should buy the kettle when Rachel's sticks were sold by the landlord in default of the rent. "Well, you was a good neighbour," she said. "There's as many as'll miss you.
Goodbye and good luck to you. I shan't say as you've left.
I shall come back, said Rachel hoarsely, and she slipped downstairs like a thief. She felt like a thief, for she was rich. The man who had led her father into the speculations which had ruined him had died childless, and had bequeathed to her a colossal fortune. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 7. Cure the drunkard, heal the insane, mollify the homicide, civilize the pawnee, but what lessons can be devised for the debauchee of sentiment? Emerson. A fortnight had passed since the drawing of lots, and Lady Newhaven remained in ignorance as to which of the two men had received his death warrant. Few have found suspense easy to bear, but for the self-centred and intolerable element is added to it, which unselfish natures escape. From her early youth, Lady Newhaven had been in the habit of viewing life in picturesque tableaux vivants, of which she invariably formed the central figure. At her confirmation, the bishop, the white-robed clergy, and the other candidates had served but as a nebulous background, against which her own white-clad kneeling figure, bowed in reverent devotion, stood out in high relief. When she married Lord Newhaven, he took so slight a part, though a necessary one, in the wedding groups, that their completeness had never been marred by misgivings as to his exact position in them. When, 6 years later, after one or two mild flirtations which only served as a stimulus to her love of dress, when at last she met, as she would have expressed it, the one love of her life, her first fluctuations and final deviation from the path of honour were the result of new arrangements round the same centre. The first groups in which Hugh took part had been prodigies of virtue. The young mother with the Madonna face, Lady Newhaven firmly believed that her face, with the crimped fringe drawn down to the eyebrows, resembled that of a Madonna. With her children round her, Lord Newhaven, as usual somewhat out of focus in the background, and Hugh, young, handsome, devoted, heartbroken, and ennobled for life by the contemplation of such impregnable virtue. "You accuse me of coldness," she had imagined herself saying in a later scene, when the children and the husband would have made too much of a crowd and were consequently omitted. "I wish to heaven I were as cold as I appear." And she had really said it later on. Hugh never did accuse her of coldness, but that was a detail. Those words, conned over many times, had nevertheless actually proceeded out of her mouth. Few of us have the power of saying anything we intend to say, but Lady Newhaven had that power, and enjoyed also in consequence a profound belief in her prophetic instincts, while others, Hugh not excepted, detected a premeditated tone in her conversation, and a sense of incongruity between her remarks and the occasion which called them forth. From an early date in their married life, Lord Newhaven had been in the habit of discounting these remarks by making them in rapid rotation himself before proceeding to the matter in hand. "Having noticed that a young mother, is never really happy in the absence of her children, and that their affection makes up for the carelessness of their father, may I ask, Violet, what day you wish to return to Westhope?" he said one morning at breakfast. "Any day," she replied. "I am as miserable in one place as in another." "We will say Friday week, then," returned Lord Newhaven, ignoring, as he invariably did, any allusions to their relative position, and because he ignored them she made many. "The country," he added hurriedly, "will be very refreshing after the glare and dust and empty worldly society of London." She looked at him in anger. She did not understand the reason, but she had long vaguely felt that all conversation seemed to dry up in his presence. He mopped it all into his own sponge, so to speak, and left every subject exhausted. She rose in silent dignity and went to her boudoir and lay down there. The heat was very great, and another fire was burning within her, withering her round cheek and making her small plump hand look shrunk and thin. A fortnight had passed, and she had not heard from Hugh. She had written to him many times, at first only imploring him to meet her, but afterwards telling him she knew what had happened, and entreating him to put her out of suspense, to send her one line that his life was not endangered. She had received no answer to any of her letters. She came to the conclusion that they had been intercepted by Lord Newhaven, and that no doubt the same fate had befallen Hugh's letters to herself. For some time past, before the drawing of lots, she had noticed that Hugh's letters had become less frequent and shorter in length. She understood the reason now. Half of them had been intercepted. How that fact could account for the shortness of the remainder may not be immediately apparent to the prosaic mind, but it was obvious to Lady Newhaven. That Hugh had begun to weary of her could not force the narrow entrance into her mind. Such a possibility had never been even considered in the pictures of the future with which her imagination busied itself. But what would the future be? The road along which she was walking forked before her eyes, and her usual perspicacity was at fault. She knew not in which of those two diverging paths the future would lie. Would she, in 18 months' time, she should certainly refuse to marry within the year, be standing at the altar in a confection of lilac and white with Hugh? Or would she be a miserable wife, moving ghost-like about her house, in coloured raiment, while a distant grave was always white with flowers sent by a nameless friend of the dead? How someone must have loved him, she imagined Hugh's aged mother saying. And once, as that bereaved mother came in the dusk to weep beside the grave, did she not see a shadowy figure start up, black-robed, from the flower-laden sod, and, hastily drawing a thick veil over a beautiful, despairing face, glide away among the trees? At this point, Lady Hugh Newhaven always began to cry. It was too heartrending, and her mind, in violent recall, was caught once more and broken on the same wheel. Which? A servant entered. Would her ladyship see Miss West for a few minutes? Yes, said Lady Newhaven, glad to be delivered from herself, if only by the presence of an acquaintance. It is very charitable of you to see me, said Rachel. Personally, I think morning calls ought to be a penal offence, but I came at the entreaty of a former servant of yours. I feel sure you will let me carry some message of forgiveness to her, as she is dying. Her name is Morgan. Do you remember her? I once had a maid called Morgan, said Lady Newhaven. She was drunk, and I had to part with her in the end, but I kept her as long as I could in spite of it. She had a genius for hairdressing. She took your diamond heart pendant, continued Rachel. She was never found out. She can't return it, for of course she sold it and spent the money. But now at last she feels she did wrong, and she says she will die easier for your forgiveness. Oh, I forgive her, said Lady Newhaven indifferently. I often wondered how I lost it. I never cared about it. She glanced at Rachel and added tremulously, My husband gave it to me. A sudden impulse was urging her to confide in this grave, gentle-eyed woman. The temptation was all the stronger because Rachel, who had only lately appeared in society, was not connected with any portion of her previous life. She was as much a chance acquaintance as a fellow passenger in a railway carriage. Rachel rose and held out her hand. Don't go, whispered Lady Newhaven, taking her outstretched hand and holding it. I think if I stay, said Rachel, that you may say things you will regret later on when you are feeling stronger. You are evidently tired out now. Everything looks exaggerated when we are exhausted, as I see you are. I am worn out with misery, said Lady Newhaven. I have not slept for a fortnight. I feel I must tell someone. And she burst into violent weeping. Rachel sat down again and waited patiently for the hysterical weeping to cease. Those in whom others confide early learn that their own engagements, their own pleasures and troubles, are liable to be set aside at any moment. Rachel was a punctual, exact person, but she missed many trains. Those who sought her seldom realized that her day was as full as, possibly fuller, than their own. Perhaps it was only a very small pleasure to which she had been on her way on this particular morning, and for which she had put on that ethereal grey gown for the first time. At any rate, she relinquished it without a second thought. Presently Lady Newhaven dried her eyes and turned impulsively towards her. The strata of impulsiveness and conventional feeling were always so mixed up after one of these emotional upheavals that it was difficult to guess which would come uppermost. Sometimes fragments of both appeared on the surface together. "I loved you from the first moment I saw you," she said. "I don't take fancies to people, you know. I'm not that kind of person. I'm very difficult to please, and I never speak of what concerns myself. I am most reserved. I dare say you've noticed how reserved I am. I live in my shell. But directly I saw you, I felt I could talk to you. I said to myself, I will make a friend of that girl. Although I always feel a married woman is so differently placed from a girl. A girl only thinks of herself. I'm not saying this the least unkindly, but of course it is so. Now, a married woman has to consider her husband and family and all she says and does. How will it affect them? That is what I so often say to myself, and then my lips are sealed. But of course, being unmarried, you would not understand that feeling." Rachel did not answer. She was inured to this time-honoured conversational opening. "And the temptations of married life," continued Lady Newhaven. "A girl cannot enter into them." "Then do not tell me about them," said Rachel, smiling, wondering if she might still escape. But Lady Newhaven had no intention of letting her go. She only wished to indicate to her true position. And gradually, not without renewed outbursts of tears, not without traversing many layers of prepared conventional feelings, in which a few thin streaks of genuine emotion wore embedded, she told her story. The story of a young, high-minded and neglected wife, and of a husband, callous, indifferent, a scorner of religion, unsoftened even by the advent of the children. Such sweet children, such little darlings, and the gradual estrangement. Then came the persistent siege to the lonely heart of one, not pretty perhaps, but fatally attractive to men. The lonely heart's unparalleled influence for good over the besieger. "He would do anything," said Lady Newhaven, looking earnestly at Rachel. "My influence over him is simply boundless. If I said, as I sometimes did at balls, how sorry I was to see some plain girl standing out, he would go and dance with her. I've seen him do it." "I suppose he did it to please you." "That was just it, simply to please me." Rachel was not so astonished as Lady Newhaven expected. She certainly was rather wooden, the latter reflected. The story went on. It became difficult to tell, and, according to the teller, more and more liable to misconstruction. Rachel's heart ached as, bit by bit, the inevitable development was finally reached in floods of tears. "And you remember that night you were at that evening party here?" sobbed Lady Newhaven, casting away all her mental notes and speaking extempore. "It is just a fortnight ago, and I have not slept since, and he was here, looking so miserable." Rachel started slightly. "He sometimes did if he thought I was hard upon him, and afterwards, when everyone had gone, Edward took him to his study and told him he had found us out, and they drew lots which should kill himself within 5 months, and I listened at the door." Lady Newhaven's voice rose, half-strangled, hardly human, in a shrill, grotesque whimper above the sobs which were shaking her. There was no affectation about her now. Rachel's heart went out to her the moment she was natural. She knelt down and put her strong arms round her. The poor thing clung to her, and, leaning her elaborate head against her, wept tears of real anguish upon her breast. "And which drew the short lighter?" said Rachel at last. "I don't know," almost shrieked Lady Newhaven. "It is that which is killing me. Sometimes I think it is Edward, and sometimes I think it is Hugh." At the name of Hugh, Rachel winced. Lady Newhaven had mentioned no name in the earlier stages of her story, which, while she had some vestige of self-command, but now at last the Christian name slipped out unawares. Rachel strove to speak calmly. She told herself there were many Hughs in the world. "Is Mr. Hugh Scarlett the man you mean?" she asked. If she had died for it, she must have asked that question. "Yes," said Lady Newhaven. A shadow fell on Rachel's face, as on the face of one who suddenly discovers, not for the first time, an old enemy advancing upon him under the flag of a new ally. "I shall always love him," gasped Lady Newhaven, recovering herself sufficiently to recall a phrase which she had made up the night before. "I look upon it as a spiritual marriage." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 8. A Square-Set Man and Honest. Tennyson. "Dick," said Lord Newhaven, laying hold of that gentleman as he was leaving Tattersall's, "what mischief have you been up to for the last 10 days?" "I lay low till I got my clothes," said Dick, "and I went to the Duke of... I've just been looking at a hack for him. He says he does not want one that takes a lot of sitting on. I met him the first night I landed. In fact, I stepped out of the train onto his royal toe, travelling incog. I was just going to advise him to draw in his feelers a hit and give the colonies a chance, when he turned round and I saw who it was. I knew him when I was ADC at Melbourne before I took to the drink. He said he thought he'd know my foot anywhere, and asked me down for the races." "And you enjoyed it?" "Rather. I did not know what to call the family at first, so I asked him if he had any preference and what was the right thing, and he told me how I must hop up whenever he came in and all that sort of child's play. There was a large party and some uncommonly pretty women, and I won a tenner off His Royal Highness, and here I am." "And what are you going to do now?" "Go down to the city and see what Darnell's cellars are like before I store my wine in them. It won't take long. I say, Newhaven?" "Well?" "All right. How about my calling on Miss... I never caught her name." "Miss West, the heiress?" "Yes, little attention on my part." "Did she ask you to call?" "No, but I think it was an oversight. I expect she would like it." "Well then, go and be snubbed." "Oh, I don't want snubbing. A little thing like me wants encouragement." "A good many other people are on the lookout for encouragement in that quarter." "Well, that settles it," said Dick. "I'll go at once. I've got to call on Lady Susan Gresley, and I'll take Miss... West. Miss West on the way." "My dear fellow, Miss West does not live on the way to Woking. Lady Susan Gresley died 6 months ago." "Great Scott, I never heard of it. And what has become of Hester? She's a kind of cousin of mine." "Miss Gresley has gone to live in the country a few miles from us with her clergyman brother." "James Gresley, I do remember him. He's a bad egg." "Now, Dick, are you in earnest, or are you talking nonsense about Miss West?" "I'm in earnest." He looked it. "Then for heaven's sake don't put your foot in it by calling. My wife has taken a violent fancy to Miss West. I don't think it is returned, but that is a detail. If you want to give her a chance, leave it to me." "I know what that means. You married men are mere sieves. You'll run straight home with your tongue out and tell Lady Newhaven that I want to marry Miss... I can't clinch her name. And then she'll tell her when they are combing their back hair. And then if I find later on I don't like her and step off the grass, I shall behave like a perfect brute and all that sort of thing. A man I knew out in Melbourne told me that by the time he'd taken a little notice of a likely girl, he'd gone too far to go back and he had to marry her." "Oh, you need not say so coy. I don't intend to mention the subject to my wife. Besides, I don't suppose Miss West will look at you. You're a wretched match for her. With her money she might marry a brewery or a peerage." "I'll put myself in focus anyhow," said Dick. "Hang it all, if you can get a woman to marry you, there's hope for everybody. I don't expect it will be as easy as falling off a log. But if she is what I take her to be, I shall go for it all I'm worth." Someone else was going for all he was worth. Lord Newhaven rode early, and he had frequently seen Rachel and Hugh riding together at foot's pace. Possibly his offer to help Dick was partly prompted by an unconscious desire to put a spoke in Hugh's wheel. Dick, whose worst enemy could not accuse him of diffidence, proved a solid spoke, but for a few days only. Rachel suddenly broke all her engagements and left London. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 9. Pour vivre tranquille, il faut vivre loin des gens d'église. There is a little stream which flows through Middleshire which seems to reflect the spirit of that quiet county. So slow is its course, so narrow is its width. Even the roads don't take the trouble to bridge it. They merely hump themselves slightly when they feel it tickling underneath them, and go on, vouchsafing no further notice of its existence. Yet the drone is a local celebrity in Middleshire, and like most local celebrities, is unknown elsewhere. The squire's sons have lost immense trout in the drone as it saunters through their lands, and most of them have duly earned thereby the distinction, in Middleshire, of being the best trout rod in England. Middleshire bristles with the best shots in England, and the best preachers in England, and the cleverest men in England. The apathetic mother of the country knows, according to Middleshire, but little of her greatest men. At present she associates her loyal county with a breed of small black pigs. Through this favoured locality the drone winds, and turns again, as if loath to leave the rich, low meadowlands and clustering villages upon its way. After skirting the little town of Westhope and the gardens of Westhope Abbey, the drone lays itself out in comfortable curves and twists innumerable through the length and breadth of the green country till it reaches Warpington, whose church is so near the stream that in time of flood the water hitches all kinds of things it has no further use for among the gravestones of the little churchyard. On one occasion, after repeated prayers for rain, it even overflowed the lower part of the vicar's garden, and vindictively carried away his beehives. But that was before he built the little wall at the bottom of the garden. Slightly raised above the church, on ground held together by old elms, the white vicarage of Warpington stands, blinking ever through its trees at the church like a fond wife at her husband. Indeed, so like had she become to him that she had even developed a tiny bell tower near the kitchen chimney with a signal bell in it, feebly rung by a female servant on saints' days and GFS gatherings. About 8 o'clock on this particular morning in July, the drone could hear, if it wanted to hear, which apparently no one else did, the high, unmodulated voice in which Mr. Gresley was reading the morning service to Mrs. Gresley and to a young thrush, which was herding its person, like an inexperienced bicyclist, now against Lazarus and his grave clothes, now against the legs of John the Baptist, with one foot on a river's edge and the other firmly planted in a distant desert, and against all the other scripture characters in turn which adorned the windows. The service ended at last, and after releasing his unwilling congregation by catching and carrying it, beak agape, into the open air, Mr. Gresley and his wife walked through the churchyard, with its one melancholish Scotch fir embarrassed by its trouser of ivy, to the little gate which led into their garden. They were a pleasing couple, seen at a little distance. He at least evidently belonged to a social status rather above that of the average clergyman, though his wife may not have done so. Mr. Gresley, with his long, thin nose and his short upper lip and tall, well-set-up figure, bore on his whole personality the stamp of that for which it is difficult to find the right name, so unmeaning has the right name become by dint of putting it to low uses, the maltreated, the travestied name of gentleman. None of those moral qualities, priggish or otherwise, are assumed for Mr. Gresley, which we are told distinguish the true, the perfect gentleman, and some of which, thank heaven, the gentleman born frequently lacks. Whether he had them or not was a matter of opinion, but he had that which some who have it not strenuously affirm to be of no value, the right outside. To anyone who looked beyond the first impression of good breeding and a well-cut coat, a second closer glance was discouraging. Mr. Gresley's suspicious eye and thin, compressed lips hinted that both fanatic and saint were fighting for predominance in the kingdom of that pinched brain, the narrowness of which the sloping forehead betokened with such cruel plainness. He looked as if he would fling himself as hard against a truth without perceiving it as a hunted hare against a stone wall. He was, unmistakably, of those who only see side issues. Mrs. Gresley took her husband's arm as he closed the gate. She was still young and still pretty, in spite of the arduous duties of a clergyman's wife, and the depressing fact that she seemed always wearing out old finery. Perhaps her devotion to her husband had served to prolong her youth, for as the ivy is to the oak, and as the moon is to the sun, and as the river is to the sea, so was Mrs. Gresley to Mr. Gresley. The fortunate couple were advancing through the garden, looking fondly at their own vicarage, with their own sponges hanging out of their upper windows and their offspring waving to them from the third, when a small, slight figure appeared on the terrace. "James," said Mrs. Gresley with decision, "it is your duty to speak to Hester about attending early service. If she can go out in the garden, she can come to church." "I have spoken to her once," said Mr. Gresley, frowning, "and though I put it before her very plainly, she showed great obstinacy. Fond as I am of Hester, I cannot shut my eyes to the fact that she has an arrogant and callous nature. But we must remember, my love, that Aunt Susan was most lax in all her views, and we must make allowance for Hester, who lived with her till last year. It is only natural that Hester, bred up from childhood in that worldly circle, dinner parties all through Lent and Sunday luncheons, should have fallen through want of solid church teaching into free thinking and ideas of her own upon religion." Mr. Gresley's voice was of that peculiar metallic note which carries farther than the owner is aware. It rose, if contradicted, into a sort of continuous trumpet blast which drowned all other lesser voices. Hester's little garret was 2 stories above Mr. Gresley's study on the ground floor, but nevertheless she often heard confused, anxious, parochial buzzings, overwhelmed by that sustained high note which knew no cessation until objection or opposition ceased. As she came towards them, she heard with perfect distinctness what he was saying, but it did not trouble her. Hester was gifted with imagination, and imagination does not find it difficult to read by the shorthand of the expressions and habitual opinions and repressions of others what they occasionally say at full length, and to which they fondly believe they are giving utterance for the first time. Mr. Gresley had said all this many times already by his manner, and it had by its vain repetitions lost its novelty. Mr. Gresley was fortunately not aware of this, for unimaginative persons believe themselves to be sealed books, as hermetically sealed as the characters of others are to themselves. Hester was very like her brother. She had the same nose, slightly too long for her small face, the same short upper lip and light hair, only her brother's was straight and hers was crimped, as wet sand is crimped by a placid outgoing sea. That she had an equally strong will was obvious, but there the likeness ended. Hester's figure was slight, and she stooped a little. Hester's eyes were very gentle, very appealing under their long, curled lashes. They were sad, too, as Mr. Gresley's never were, gay as his never were. An infinite patience looked out of them sometimes, that patience of enthusiasm which will cast away its very soul and all its best years for the sake of an ideal. Hester showed her age in her eyes. She was 27, and appeared many years younger, until she looked at you. Mrs. Gresley looked with veiled irritation at her sister-in-law in her clean holland gown, held in at the waist with a broad lilac ribbon, adroitly drawn in picturesque folds through a little silver buckle. Mrs. Gresley, who had a waist which the Southminster dressmaker informed her had to be kept down, made a mental note for the 100th time that Hester laced in. Hester gave that impression of finish and sharpness of edge so rarely found among the blurred, vague outlines of English women. There was nothing vague about her. Lord Newhaven said she'd been cut out body and mind with a sharp pair of scissors. Her irregular profile, her delicate pointed speech and fingers, her manner of picking up her slender feet as she walked, her quick, alert movements. Everything about her was neat, adjusted, perfect in its way, yet without more apparent effort than the success fou in black and white of the water wagtail, which she so closely resembled. "Good morning,"
she said, turning back with them to the house. "Abel says it is going to be the hottest day we have had yet, and the letter-bag is so fat that I could hardly refrain from opening it. Really, James, you ought to hide the key, or I shall succumb into temptation." Once, in the days of her ignorance when she first came to live at Warpington, Hester had actually turned the key in the lock of the sacred letter-bag when the Gresleys were both late, and had extracted her own letters. She never did it a second time. On the contrary, she begged pardon in real regret at having given such deep offence to her brother and his wife, and in astonishment that so simple an action could offend. She made an equally distressing blunder in the early days of her life with the Gresleys by taking up the daily paper on its arrival in the afternoon. "My dear Hester," Mrs. Gresley said, really scandalised, "I'm sure you won't mind my saying so, but James has not seen his paper yet." "I've noticed he never by any chance looks at it till the evening, and you always say you never read it," said Hester, deep in a political crisis. "That is his rule, and a very good rule it is, but he naturally likes to be the first to look at it," said Mrs. Gresley, with a great exercise of patience. She had heard Hester was clever, but she found her very stupid. Everything had to be explained to her. Her tone recalled Hester from the Indian tribal rising and the speech of the Prime Minister to the realities of life. It was fortunate for her that she was quick-witted. These two flagrant blunders were sufficient for her. She grasped the principle that those who have a great love of power and little scope for it must necessarily exercise it in trivial matters. She extended the principle of the newspaper and the letter-bag over her entire intercourse with the Gresleys, and never offended in that manner again. On this particular morning she waited decorously beside her brother as he opened the bag and dealt out the contents into 3 heaps. Hester pounced on hers and subsided into her chair at the breakfast table. "I wonder," said Mrs. Gresley, looking at Hester's pile of letters over the top of her share of the morning's correspondence, namely a list of Price Jones, "that you care to write so many letters, Hester. I'm sure I never did such a thing when I was a girl. I should have regarded it as a waste of time." "Ah," said Mr. Gresley, in a gratified tone, opening a little roll. "What have we here? Proofs. My paper upon modern descent. I told Edwards I would not allow him to put it in his next number of the Southminster Advertiser until I had glanced at it in print. I don't know when I shall find time to correct it. I shall be out all the afternoon at the chapter meeting." He looked at Hester. She had laid down her letters and was taking a cup of coffee from Mrs. Gresley. She evidently had not heard her brother's remark. "You and I must lay our heads together over this, Hester," he said, holding up with some pride a long slip of proof. "It will be just in your line. You might run over it after breakfast," he continued in high good humour, "and put in the stops and grammar and spelling. You're more up in that sort of thing than I am, and then we will go through it together." Hester was quite accustomed, when her help was asked as to a composition, to receive as a reason for the request that extremely gratifying assurance that she was good at punctuation and spelling. It gave the would-be author a comfortable feeling that, after all, he was only asking advice on the crudest technical matters on which Hester's superiority could be admitted without a loss of masculine self-respect. "I would rather not tamper with punctuation and spelling," said Hester dryly. "I'm so shaky on both myself. You'd better ask the schoolmaster. He knows all that sort of ABC better than I do." Mr. Gresley frowned and looked suspiciously at her. He wanted Hester's opinion, of which she was perfectly aware, but she intended that he should ask for it. Mrs. Gresley, behind the coffee-pot, felt that she was overlooked. She had helped Mr. Gresley with his numerous literary efforts until Hester came. "I saw you correcting someone's manuscript last week," he said. "You were at it all day in the hayfield." "That was different. I was asked to criticise the style and composition." "Oh, well," said Mrs. Gresley, "don't let us split hairs. I don't want an argument about it. If you'll come into my study at 10 o'clock, I'll get it off my hands at once." "With pleasure," said Hester, looking at him with rueful admiration. She had tried 100 times to get the better of him in conversation, but she had not yet succeeded.
"I have a message for you," continued Mr. Gresley in restored good humour. "Mrs. Loftus writes that she is returning to Wilderley at the end of the week, and that the sale of work may take place in the Wilderley Gardens at the end of August. Let me see, I must read what she says. I am not unmindful of our conversation on the duty of those who go annually to London to bring a spiritual influence to bear on society." I impressed that upon her before she went up. "We had a most interesting dinner party last week, nearly all celebrated and gifted persons, and the conversation was really beyond anything I can describe to you. I thought my poor brain would turn. I was quite afraid to join in. But Mr. Harvey, the great Mr. Harvey, told me afterwards I was at my best. One lady, Miss Barker, who has done so much for the East End, is coming down to Wilderley shortly for a rest. I am anxious you should talk to her. She says she has doubts, and she is tired of the Bible. By the way, please tell Hester with my love that she and Mr. Harvey attacked the idyll of East London and showed it up entirely, and poor little me had to stand up for her against them all." "She would never do that," said Hester tranquilly. "She might perhaps have said, 'The writer is a friend of mine, I must stand up for her,' but she would never have gone beyond saying it to doing it." "Hester," exclaimed Mrs. Gresley, feeling that she might just as well have remained a spinster if she was to be thus ignored in her own house, "I can't think how you can allow your jealousy of Sybil Loftus, for I can attribute it to nothing else, to carry you so far." "Perhaps it had better carry me into the garden," said Hester, rising with the others. "You must forgive me if I spoke irritably. I have a racking headache." "She looks ill," said her brother, following Hester's figure with affectionate solicitude as she passed the window a moment later. "And yet she does next to nothing," said the hard-worked little wife, intercepting the glance. "I always thought she wrote her stories in the morning. I know she's never about it if the Pratt girls call to see her before luncheon. Yet when I ran up to her room yesterday morning to ask her to take Mary's music, as Fraulein had the headache—" Mrs. Gresley always spoke of the headache and the toothache. "She was lying on her bed doing nothing at all." "She is very unaccountable," said Mr. Gresley. "Still, I can make allowance for the artistic temperament. I share it to a certain degree. Poor Hester! She is a spoiled child." "Indeed, James, she is, and she has an enormous opinion of herself. For my part, I think the bishop is to blame for making so much of her. Have you never noticed how different she is when he is here, so gay and talkative? And when we are alone, she hardly says a word for days together, except to the children." "She talked more when she first came," said Mr. Gresley, "but when she found I made it a rule to discourage argument—" By argument, Mr. Gresley meant difference of opinion. "She seemed gradually to lose interest in conversation. Yet I have heard the bishop speak of her as a brilliant talker. And Lord Newhaven asked me last spring how I liked having a celebrity for a sister. A celebrity? Why, half the people in Biddershire don't even know of Hester's existence." And the author of Modern Dissent frowned. "That was a hit at you, my dear," said Mrs. Gresley. "It was just after your pamphlet on schism appeared. Lord Newhaven always says something disagreeable. Don't you remember when you were thinking of exchanging Warpington for that Scotch living, he said he knew you would not do it because with your feelings towards dissent you would never go to a country where you would be a dissenter yourself?" "How about the proofs?" said Hester through the open window. "I'm ready when you are, James." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10. Wonderful power to benumb possesses this brother. Emerson. "Of course, Hester," said Mr. Gresley, leading the way to his study and speaking in his lesson for the day voice. "I don't pretend to write." They always say that, thought Hester. "I have not sufficient leisure to devote to the subject to ensure becoming a successful author. And even if I had, I am afraid I should not be willing to sell my soul to obtain popularity, for that is what it comes to in these days. The public must be pandered to. It must be amused. The public likes smooth things, and the great truths, the only things I should care to write about, are not smooth. Far from it.
No, indeed.
This little paper on dissent, which I propose to publish in pamphlet form after its appearance as a serial, it will run to 2 numbers in the Southminster Advertiser, was merely thrown off in a few days when I had influenza and could not attend to my usual work.
It must be very difficult to work in illness, said Hester, who had evidently made a vow during her brief sojourn in the garden, and was now obviously going through that process which the society of some of our fellow creatures makes as necessary as it is fatiguing, namely, that of thinking beforehand what we are going to say. Mr. Gresley liked Hester immensely when she had freshly ironed herself flat under one of these resolutions. He was wont to say that no one was pleasanter than Hester when she was reasonable, or made more suitable remarks. He perceived with joy that she was reasonable now, and the brother and sister sat down close together at the writing-table with the printed sheets between them.
"I will read aloud," said Mr. Gresley, "and you can follow me and stop me if you think the sense is not quite clear."
"I see." The 2 long noses, the larger freckled one surmounted by a pince-nez, the other slightly pink, as if it absorbed the tint of the blotting paper over which it was so continually poised, both bent over the sheets. Through the thin wall which separated the schoolroom from the study came the sound of Mary's scales. Mary was by nature a child of wrath, as far as music was concerned, and Fraulein, anxious, musical Fraulein, was strenuously endeavouring to impart to her pupil the rudiments of what was her chief joy in her life.
"Modern Dissent," read aloud Mr. Gresley, "by Veritas."
"Veritas," repeated Hester. Astonishment jerked the word out of her before she was aware. She pulled herself hastily together.
"Certainly,"
said the author, looking at his sister through his glasses, which made the pupils of his eyes look as large as the striped marbles on which Mary and Reggie spent their pennies.
"Veritas," he continued, "is a Latin word signifying truth."
"So I fancied. But is not truth rather a large name to adopt as a nom de guerre? Might it not seem rather, in a layman, it would appear arrogant?"
"I am not a layman, and I do not pretend to write on subjects of which I am ignorant," said Mr. Gresley with dignity. "This is not a work of fiction. I don't imagine this, or fancy that, or invent the other. I merely place before the public, forcibly, and in a novel manner, a few great truths."
Mary was doing her finger exercises. C, C, C with the thumb, D, D, D with the first finger. Fraulein was repeating 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, with a new intonation of cheerful patience at each repetition. "Ah," said Hester, "a few great truths. Then the name must be Veritas. You would not reconsider it?"
"Certainly not," said Mr. Gresley, his eyes challenging hers. "It is the name I am known by as the author of Schism."
"I had momentarily forgotten Schism," said Hester, dropping her glance.
"I went through a great deal of obloquy about Schism," said Mr. Gresley with pride, "and I should not wonder if modern dissent caused quite a ferment in Middleshire. If it does, I am willing to bear a little spite and ill will. All history shows that the truth is met at first by opposition. Half the country clergy round here are asleep. Good men, but lax. They want waking up. I said as much to the bishop the other day, and he agreed with me, for he said that if some of his younger clergy could be waked up to a sense of their own arrogance and narrowness, he would hold a public thanksgiving in the cathedral. But he added that he thought nothing short of the last trump would do it."
"I agree with him," said Hester, having first said the sentence to herself, having decided it was innocuous. The climax of the music lesson had arrived. The Blue Bells of Scotland, the sole Klavierstück which Mary's rigidly extended little starfishes of hands could wrench out of the schoolroom piano, was at its 3rd bar.
"Well," said Mr. Gresley, refreshed by a cheering retrospect, "now for modern dissent."
A strenuous hour ensued. Hester was torn in different directions, at one moment tempted to allow the most frigid passages to pass unchallenged,
rather than attempt the physical impossibility of interrupting the reader only to be drawn into a dispute with him; at another, burning to save her brother from the consequences which wait on certain utterances. Presently Mr. Gresley's eloquence, after various tortuous and unnatural windings, swept in the direction of a pun, as a carriage after following the artificial curves of a deceptive approach nears a villa. Hester had seen the pun coming for half a page, as we see the villa through the trees long before we are allowed to approach it, and she longed to save her brother from what was, in her eyes, as much a degradation as a tu quoque. But she remembered in time that the Gresleys considered she had no sense of humour, and she decided to let it pass. Mr. Gresley enjoyed it so much himself that he hardly noticed her fixed countenance. Why does so deep a gulf separate those who have a sense of humour and those who, having none, are compensated by the conviction that they possess it more abundantly? The crevasse seems to extend far inland to the very heights and watersheds of character. Those who differ on humour will differ on principles. The Gresleys and the Pratts belonged to that large class of our fellow creatures who, conscious of a genius for adding to the hilarity of our sad planet, discover an irresistible piquancy in putting a woman's hat on a man's head, and in that verbal romping which playfully designates a whisky and soda as a gargle, and says au reservoir instead of au revoir. At last, however, Hester nervously put her hand over the next sheet as he read the final words of the last. "Wait a moment," she said hurriedly. "This last page, James, might it not be well to reconsider it? It is politic to assume such great ignorance on the part of nonconformists. Many I know are better educated than I am." "My dear," said Mr. Gresley, "ignorance is at the root of any difference of opinion on such a subject as this. I do not say wilful ignorance, but the want of sound church teaching. I must cut at the roots of this ignorance." "Dear James, it is thrice killing the slain. No one believes these fallacies which you are exposing, the nonconformists least of all. Those I have talked with don't hold these absurd opinions that you put down to them. You don't even touch their real position. You are elaborately knocking down ninepins that have never stood up, because they have nothing to stand on." "I am not proposing to play a game of mental skittles," said the clerical author. "It is enough for me, as I said before, to cut at the roots of ignorance wherever I see it flourishing, not to pull off the leaves one by one, as you would have me do, by dissecting their opinions. This may not be novel, it may not even be amusing, but nevertheless, Hester, a clergyman's duty is to wage unceasing war against spiritual ignorance." "And what," went on Mr. Gresley, after a triumphant moment in which Hester remained silent, "is the best means of coping against ignorance, against darkness?" It was a root a moment ago, thought Hester. "But by the infusion of light. The light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not." Half a page more, and the darkness was of modern descent. Hester put her hand over her mouth and kept it there. The familiar drama of a clerical bull and a red rag was played out before her eyes, and, metaphorically speaking, she followed the example of the majority of laymen and crept up a tree to be out of the way. When it was all over, she came down trembling. "Well, what did you think of it?" said Mr. Gresley, rising and pacing up and down the room. "You hit very hard," said Hester, after a moment's consideration. She did not say, "You strike home." "I have no opinion of being mealy-mouthed," said Mr. Gresley, who was always perfectly satisfied with a vague statement. "If you have anything worth saying, say it plainly. That is my motto. Don't hint this or that, but take your stand upon a truth and strike out." "Why not hold out our hands to our fellow creatures instead of striking at them?" said Hester, moving towards the door. "I have no belief in holding out our hands to the enemies of Christ," Mr. Gresley began, who in the course of his pamphlet had thus gracefully designated the great religious bodies who did not view Christianity through the convex glasses of his own mental pince-nez. "In these days we see too much of that. I leave that to the broad church, who want to run with the hare and hunt with the hounds. I, on the contrary—" But Hester had vanished. There was a dangerous glint in her grey eyes as she ran up to her little attic. "According to him, our Lord must have been the first nonconformist," she said to herself. "If I'd stayed a moment longer, I should have said so. For once I got out of the room in time." Hester's attic was blisteringly hot. It was over the kitchen, and through the open window came the penetrating aroma of roast mutton, newly wedded to boiled cabbage. Hester had learned during the last 6 months all the variations of smells, evil, subtle, nauseous, and overpowering, of which the preparation of food, and still worse the preparation of chicken food, is capable. She seized her white hat and umbrella and fled out of the house. She moved quickly across a patch of sunlight, looking, with her large white pink-lined umbrella, like a travelling mushroom on a slender stem, and only drew rein in the shady walk near the beehives, where the old gardener, Abel, was planting something large in the way of runners or suckers, making a separate hole for each with his thumb. Abel was a solid, pear-shaped man who passed through life bent double over the acre of vicarage garden, to which he committed long lines of seeds, which an attentive Providence brought up in due season as curly cabbage, or celery, or sparrowgrass. Abel had his back towards Hester, and only the corduroy half of him was visible as he stooped over his work. Occasionally he could be induced to straighten himself, and, holding himself strongly at the hinge with earth-ingrained hands, to discourse on politics and religion, and to opine that our policy in China was neither my eye nor my elbow. The little lady, as he called Hester, had a knack of drawing out Abel. But to-day, as he did not see her, she slipped past him, and, crossing the churchyard, sat down for a moment in the porch to regain her breath, under the card of printed text offered for the consideration of his flock by their young pastor. "How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of God," was the culling from the scriptures which headed the selection. Hester knew that card well, though she never by any chance looked at it. She had offended her brother deeply by remonstrating, or, as he called it, by interfering in church matters, when he nailed it up. After a few minutes she dropped over the low churchyard wall into the meadow below, and flung herself down on the grass in the short shadow of a yew near at hand. What little air there was to be had came to her across the drone, together with the sound of the water lazily nudging the bank and whispering to the reeds little jokelets which they had heard 100 times before. Hester's irritable nerves relaxed. She stretched out her small, neatly shod foot in front of her, leaned her back against the wall, and presently could afford to smile. "Dear James," she said, shaking her head gently to and fro, "I wish we were not both writers, or, as he calls it, dabblers with the pen. One dabbler in a vicarage is quite enough." She took out her letters and read them. Only half of them had been opened. "I shall stay here till the luncheon bell rings," she said, as she settled herself comfortably. Rachel's letter was read last, on the principle of keeping the best to the end. "And so she's leaving London. Isn't this rather sudden? And coming down at once, yesterday, to Southminster, to the palace. And I am to stay in this afternoon, as she will come over, and probably the bishop will come too. I should be glad if I were not so tired." Hester looked along the white high road which led to Southminster. In the hot haze she could just see the 2 ears of the cathedral pricking up through the blue. Everything was very silent, so silent that she could hear the church clock of Slumberley, 2 miles away, striking 12. A whole hour before luncheon. The miller's old white horse, with a dip in his long back and a corresponding curve in his under outline, was standing motionless in the sun, fast asleep, his front legs bent like a sailor's. A little bunch of red and white cows, knee-deep in the water, was swishing off the flies with the wet tufts of their tails. Hester watched their every movement. She was no longer afraid of cows. Presently, as if with one consent, they all made up their minds to relieve the tedium of the contemplative life by an exhibition of humour, and,
scrambling out of the water, proceeded to canter along the bank with stiff, raised tails, with an artificial noose sustained with difficulty just above the tuft. "How like James and the Pratts," Hester said to herself, watching the grotesque gambols and nudgings of the dwindling humorous. "It must be very fatiguing to be so comic." Hester had been up since 5 o'clock, utilising the quiet hours before the house was astir. She was tired out. A bumblebee was droning sleepily near at hand. The stream talked and talked and talked about what he was going to do when he was a river. How tired the banks must be of listening to him, thought Hester, with closed eyes. And the world melted slowly away in a delicious sense of well-being, from which the next moment, as it seemed to her, she was suddenly awakened by Mr. Gresley's voice near at hand. "Hester! Hester! Hester!" "Here, here!" gasped Hester, with a start, upsetting her lapful of letters as she scrambled hastily to her feet. The young vicar drew near and looked over the churchyard wall. A large crumb upon his upper lip did not lessen the awful severity of his countenance. "We have nearly finished luncheon," he observed. "The servants could not find you anywhere. I don't want to be always finding fault, Hester, but I wish, for your own sake as well as ours, you would be more punctual at meals." Hester had never been late before, but she felt that this was not the moment to remind her brother of that fact. "I beg pardon," she said humbly. "I fell asleep." "You fell asleep," said Mr. Gresley, who had been wrestling all the morning with platitudes on "Thy will be done." "All I can say, Hester, is that it is unfortunate you have no occupation. I cannot believe it is for the good of any of us to lead so absolutely idle a life that we fall asleep in the morning." Hester made no reply. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11. It is as useless to fight against the interpretations of ignorance as to whip the fog. George Eliot. The children, who had reached the pear stage, looked with round, awed eyes at Auntie Hester as she sat down at the luncheon table beside the black bottle which marked her place. The Gresleys were ardent, total abstainers, and were of opinion that Hester's health would be greatly benefited by following their example. But Hester's doctor differed from them. He was extremely obstinate, with the result that the Gresleys were obliged to tolerate the obnoxious bottle on their very table. It was what Mrs. Gresley called a cross, and Mr. Gresley was always afraid that the fact of its presence might become known and hopelessly misconstrued in Warpington and the world at large. The children knew that Hester was in disgrace, as she vainly tried to eat the congealed slice of roast mutton with blue slides in it, which had been put before her chair half an hour ago, when the joint was sent out for the servants' dinner. The children liked Auntie Hester, but without enthusiasm, except Reggie, the eldest, who loved her as himself. She could tell them stories, and make butterflies and horses and dogs out of paper, but she could never join in their games, not even the delightful new ones she invented for them. She was always tired directly, and she would never give them rides on her back, as the large, good-natured Pratt girls did. And she was dreadfully shocked if they did not play fair, so much so that on one occasion Mr. Gresley had to interfere and to remind her that a game was a game, and that it would be better to let the children play as they liked than to be perpetually finding fault with them. Perhaps nothing in her life at the vicarage was a greater trial to Hester than to see the rules of fair play broken by the children with the connivance of their parents. Mr. Gresley had never been to a public school, and had thus missed the ABC of what in its later stages is called honour. He was an admirable hockey player, but he was not in request at the frequent Slumberley matches, for he never hit off fair, or minded being told so. "Auntie Hester is leaving all her fat," said Mary suddenly, in a shrill voice, her portion of pear held in her left cheek as she spoke. She had no idea that she ought not to draw attention to the weakness of others. She was only anxious to be the first to offer interesting information. "Never mind," said Mrs. Gresley, admiring her own moderation. "Finish your pear." If there was one thing more than another in Hester's behaviour that annoyed Mrs. Gresley, and there were several others, it was Hester's manner of turning her food over on her plate and leaving half of it. Hester did it again now, and Mrs. Gresley, already irritated by her unpunctuality, tried to look away so as not to see her, and prayed for patience. The £100 a year which Hester contributed to the little establishment had eased the struggling household in many ways. Mrs. Gresley sometimes wondered if the money, greatly needed as it was, counterbalanced the perpetual friction of her sister-in-law's presence. "Father!" "Yes, my son?" "Isn't it wrong to drink wine?" "Yes, my son." "Then why does Auntie Hester drink it?" Hester fixed her eyes intently on her brother. Would he uphold her before the children? "Because she thinks it does her good," said Mr. Gresley. She withdrew her eyes. Her hand, holding a spoonful of cold rice pudding, shook. A delicate colour flooded her face and finally settled in the tip of her nose. In her own way she loved the children. "Ach, mein Herr!" almost screamed Fraulein, who adored Hester and saw the gravity of the occasion. "Aber Sie vergessen that the Herr Dr. Braun has so very strong command." "I cannot allow discussion as to the merits or demerits of alcohol at my table," said Mr. Gresley. "I hold one opinion, Dr. Brown holds another. I must beg to be allowed to differ from him. Children, say grace." It was Wednesday and a half-holiday, and Mrs. Gresley had arranged to take the children in the pony carriage to be measured for new boots. These expeditions to Westhope were a great event. 2 o'clock exactly, the 3 children rushed downstairs, Reggie bearing in his hand his tin money-box, in which a single coin could be heard to leap. Hester produced a bright threepenny piece for each child, one of which was irretrievably buried in Reggie's money-box, and the other 2 immediately lost in the mat in the pony-carriage. However, Hester found them, and slipped them inside their white gloves, and the expedition started, accompanied by Boulou, a diminutive yellow and white dog of French extraction. Boulou was a well-meaning, kind little soul. There was a certain hurried arrogance about his hind legs, but it was only manner. He was not in reality more conceited than most small dogs who wear their tails high. Hester saw them drive off, and a few minutes later Mr. Gresley started on his bicycle for a Rory-Decanol chapter meeting in the opposite direction. She heard the vicarage gate clink behind him as she crossed the little hall, and then she suddenly stopped short and wrung her hands. She had forgotten to tell either of them that the Bishop of Southminster was going to call that afternoon. She knew he was coming on purpose to see her, but this would have been incredible to the Gresleys. She had not read Rachel's letter announcing his coming till she had taken refuge in the field where she had fallen asleep, and her mental equilibrium had been so shaken by the annoyance she felt she had caused the Gresleys at luncheon that she had entirely forgotten the subject till this moment. She darted out of the house and flew down the little drive. But fortune frowned on Hester today. She reached the turn of the road, only to see the bent figure of Mr. Gresley whisk swiftly out of sight, his clerical coat-tails flowing gracefully out behind him like a divided skirt on each side of the back wheel. Hester toiled back to the house, breathless and dusty, and ready to cry with vexation. "They will never believe I forgot to tell them," she said to herself. "Everything I do is wrong in their eyes and stupid in my own." And she sat down on the lowest step of the stairs and leaned her head against the banisters. To her presently came a ministering angel in the shape of Fraulein, who had baked an egg from the cook, had boiled it over her spirit lamp, and now presented it with effusion to her friend on a little tray, with 2 thin slices of bread and butter. "You are all goodness, Fraulein," said Hester, raising her small haggard face out of her hands. "It is wrong of me to give so much trouble." She did not want the egg, but she knew the oval was the only shape in which Fraulein could express her silent sympathy. So she accepted it gratefully and ate it on the stairs, with the tenderly severe Fraulein watching every mouthful. Life did not seem quite such a hopeless affair when the little meal was finished. There were breaks in the clouds, after all. Rachel was coming to see her that afternoon. Hester was, as Fraulein often said, easy cast down and easy cast up. The mild stimulant of the egg cast her up once more. She kissed Fraulein and ran up to her room, where she divested her small person of every speck of dust contracted on the road, smoothed out an invisible crease in her holland gown, put back the little ring of hair behind her ear which had become loosened in her rush after her brother, and then came down, smiling and composed, to await her friend in the drawing-room. Hester seldom sat in the drawing-room, partly because it was her sister-in-law's only sitting-room, and partly because it was the regular haunt of the Pratt girls, who, with what seemed to Hester a dreadful familiarity, looked in at the windows when they came to call, and if they saw anyone inside, entered straightway by the same, making retreat impossible. The Miss Pratts had been willing, when Hester first came into the neighbourhood, to take a good-natured though precarious interest in their vicar's sister. Indeed, Mrs. Gresley felt obliged to warn Hester not to count too much on their attentions, as they sometimes dropped people as quickly as they took them up. Hester was ignorant of country life, of its small society, its inevitable relations with unsympathetic neighbours just because they were neighbours, and she was specially ignorant of the class to which Mrs. Gresley and the Pratts belonged, and from which her aunt had in her lifetime unwisely guarded her niece as from the play. She was amazed at first at the Pratts calling her by her Christian name without her leave, until she discovered that they spoke of the whole county by their Christian names, even designating Lord Newhaven's two younger brothers, with whom they were not acquainted, as Jack and Harry, though they were invariably called by their own family John and Henry. When, after her aunt's death, she had, by the advice of her few remaining relatives, taken up her abode with her brother, as much on his account as her own, for he was poor and with an increasing family, she journeyed to Warpington accompanied by a pleasant feeling that at any rate she was not going among strangers. She had often visited in Middleshire, at Wildely, in the elder Mr. Lofthouse's time, for whom she had entertained an enthusiastic reverence; at Westhope Abbey, where she had a firm ally in Lord Newhaven, and at several other Middleshire houses. She was silly enough to think that she knew Middleshire fairly well, but after she settled at Warpington she gradually discovered the existence of a large undercurrent of the society of which she knew nothing at all, in which, whether she were willing or not, she was plunged by the fact that she was her brother's sister. Hester perceived clearly enough that her brother did not by birth belong to this set, though his profession brought him in contact with it, but he had evidently, though involuntarily, adopted it for better or for worse, perhaps because a dictatorial habit is generally constrained to find companionship in a social grade lower than its own, where a loud voice and a tendency to monologue, checkered by prehistoric jokes and tortured puns, may meet with a more patient audience. Hester made many discoveries about herself during the first months of her life at Warpington, and the first of the series amazed her more than any of the later ones. She discovered that she was proud. Perhaps she had not the enormous opinion of herself which Mrs. Gresley so frequently deplored, for Hester's thoughts seldom dwelt upon herself, but the altered circumstances of her life forced them momentarily upon herself nevertheless, as a pursed pipe will spread its waters down a damask curtain. So far, during the 8 years since she had left the schoolroom, she had always been Miss Gresley, a little personage treated with consideration wherever she went, and choyée for her delicate humour and talent for conversation. She now experienced the interesting sensation, as novel to her as it is familiar to most of us, of being nobody, and she disliked it. The manners of the set in which she found herself also grated continually on her fastidious taste. She was first amazed and then indignant at hearing her old Middleshire friends, whose simplicity far surpassed that of her new acquaintance, denounced by the latter, without being acquainted with them except officially, as fine, as caring only for London people, and as being tuft hunters, because they frequently entertained at their houses persons of rank, to half of whom they were related. All this was new to Hester. She discovered that, though she might pay visits at these houses, she must never mention them, as if it was considered the height of vulgarity to speak of people of rank. Mrs. Gresley, who had been quite taken aback when the first of these invitations came, felt it her duty to warn Hester against a love of rank, reminding her that it was a very bad thing to get a name for running after titled people. "James and I have always kept clear of that," she remarked with dignity. "For my part, I dare say you will think me very old-fashioned, but I must own I never can see that people with titles or wealth are one bit nicer or pleasanter than those without them." Hester agreed. "And," continued Mrs. Gresley, "it has always been our aim to be independent, not to bow down before anyone. If I am unworldly, it is because I had the advantage of parents who impressed on me the horridness of all social distinctions. If the Pratts were given a title tomorrow, I should behave exactly the same to them as I do now." If Lady Susan Gresley had passed her acquaintance through a less exclusive sieve, Hester might have had the advantage of hearing all these well-worn sentiments, and of realizing the point of view of a large number of her fellow creatures, before she became an inconspicuous unit in their midst. But if Mrs. Gresley was pained by Hester's predilection for the society of what she called swells, the word, though quite extinct in civilized parts, can occasionally be found in country districts, she was still more pained by the friendships Hester formed with persons whom her sister-in-law considered not quite. Mrs. Gresley was always perfectly civil, and the Pratts imperfectly so, to Miss Brown, the doctor's invalid sister. But Hester made friends with her, in spite of the warnings of Mrs. Gresley that kindness was one thing and intimacy another. "The truth is," Mrs. Gresley would say, "Hester loves adulation, and as she can't get it from the Pratts and us, she has to go to those below her in the social scale, like Miss Brown, who will give it to her. Miss Brown may be very cultivated, I dare say she is, but she makes up to Hester." Sybil Lofthouse, who lived close at hand at Wilderley, across the Prone, was one of the very few besides Miss Brown among her new acquaintances who hailed Hester at once as a kindred spirit, to the unconcealed surprise of the Pratts and the Gresleys. Sybil adored Hester's book, which the Gresleys and Pratts considered rather peculiar, as emanating from the pen of a clergyman's sister. She enthusiastically suggested to Hester several improvements which might easily be made in it, which would have changed its character altogether. She even entrenched on the sacred precinct of a married woman's time to write out the openings of several romances, which she was sure Hester, with her wonderful talent, could build up into magnificent works of art. She was always running over to the vicarage to confide to Hester the unique thoughts which had been vouchsafed to her while contemplating a rose, or her child, or her husband, or all three together. Hester was half amused, half fascinated, and, ruefully, lost many of the mornings still left her by the Pratts and Gresleys in listening to the outpourings of this butterfly soul, which imagined every flower it involuntarily alighted on and drew honey from to be its own special production. But Hester's greatest friend in Middleshire was the Bishop of Southminster, with whom Rachel was staying, and whom she was expecting this afternoon. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12. The depth and dream of my desire, the bitter paths wherein I stray, thou knowest who hast made the fire, thou knowest who has made the clay.
Rudyard Kipling. The unbalanced joys and sorrows of emotional natures are apt to arouse the pity of the narrow-hearted and the mild contempt of the obtuse of their fellow creatures. But perhaps it is a mistake to feel compassion for persons like Hester, for if they have many evil days and weeks in their usually short lives, they have also moments of sheer bliss, hours of awed contemplation and of exquisite rapture, which possibly, in the long run, equal the more solid joys of a good income and a good digestion, nay, even the perennial glow of the happiest of happy temperaments, which limits the nature of others by its own, which sees no uncomfortable difference between a moral and a legal right, and believes it can measure life with the same admirable accuracy with which it measures its drawing-room curtains. As Hester and Rachel sat together in the vicarage drawing-room, Rachel's faithful, dog-like eyes detected no trace of tears in Hester's dancing, mischievous ones. They were alone, for the bishop had dropped Rachel on his way to visit a sick clergyman, and had arranged to call at the vicarage on his way back. Hester quickly perceived that Rachel did not wish to talk of herself, and drew a quaint picture of her own life at Warpington, which she described, not wisely, but too well. But she was faithful to her salt. She said nothing of the Gresleys to which those worthies could have objected had they been present. Indeed, she spoke of them in what they would have termed a very proper manner, of their kindness to her when she had been ill, of how Mr. Gresley had himself brought up her breakfast tray every morning, and how, in the spring, he had taught her to bicycle. "But, oh, Rachel," added Hester, "during the last 9 months my self-esteem has been perforated with wounds, each large enough to kill the poor creature. My life here has shown me horrible faults in myself of which I never dreamed. I feel as if I had been ironed all over since I came here, and all kinds of ugly words in invisible ink are coming out clear in the process." "I am quite alarmed," said Rachel tranquilly. "You ought to be. First of all, I did think I cared nothing about food. I don't remember ever giving it a thought when I lived with Aunt Susan. But here I am difficult about it. I do try to eat it, but often I really can't. And then I leave it on my plate, which is a disgusting habit, which always offends me in other people. Now I am as bad as any of them. Indeed, it is worse in me because I know poor James is not very rich." "I suppose the cooking is vile." "I don't know. I never noticed what I ate till I came here, so I can't judge. Perhaps it is not very good, but the dreadful part is that I should mind. I could not have believed it of myself. James and Minna never say anything, but I know it vexes them, as of course it must." Rachel looked critically at Hester's innocent, childlike face. When Hester was not a cultivated woman of the world, she was a child. There was, alas, no medium in her character. Rachel noticed how thin her face and hands had become, and the strained look in the eyes. The faint colour in her cheek had a violet tinge. She did not waste words on the cookery question. She saw plainly enough that Hester's weak health was slipping further down the hill. "And all this time you've been working?" "If you call it working. I used to call it so once, but I never do now. Yes, I manage about 4 hours a day. I've made another pleasant discovery about myself, that I have the temper of a fiend if I am interrupted." "But surely you told the Gresleys when first you came that you must not be interrupted at certain hours?" I did, but of course it's very natural. They think that's rather self-important and silly. I'm thought very silly here, Rachel, and James does not mind being interrupted in writing his sermons, and the Pratts have got the habit of running in the mornings." "Who on earth are the Pratts?" "They are what they call county people. Their father made a fortune in oil and built a house covered with turrets near here a few years ago. I used to know Captain Pratt, the son, very slightly, in London. I never would dance with him. He used to come to our at-homes, but he was never asked to dinner. He's a great parti among a certain set down here. His mother and sisters were very kind to me when I came, but I was not so accustomed then as I am now to be treated familiarly and called Hessie, which no one has ever called me before, and I am afraid I was not so responsive as I see now I ought to have been."
Down here it seems your friends are the people whom you live near, not the ones you like. Seems a curious arrangement. And as the Pratts are James's and Minna's greatest friends, I did not wish to offend them. And then, of course, I did offend them mortally at last by losing my temper when they came up to my room to what they called root me out, though I had told them I was busy in the mornings. I was in a very difficult place, and when they came in I did not know who they were, because only the people in the book were real just then. And then when I recognised them, and the scene in my mind which I had been waiting for weeks was shattered like a pane of glass, I became quite giddy and spoke wildly. And then I was so ashamed afterwards. I burst into tears of rage and despair. Even the remembrance was too much. Hester wiped away 2 large tears onto a dear little handkerchief just large enough to receive them, and went on with a quaver in her voice. I was so shocked at myself that I found it quite easy to tell them next day that I was sorry I had lost my temper, but they've not been the same since. Not that I wanted them to be the same, I would rather they were different. But I was anxious to keep on cordial terms with Minna's friends. She quarrels with them herself, but that is different. I suppose it is inevitable if you are on terms of great intimacy with people you don't really care for. At any rate, they have not interrupted you again? No, but still I was often interrupted. Minna has too much to do, and she's not so strong just now, and she often sends up one of the children, and I was so nearly fierce with one of them, poor little things, that I felt the risk was becoming too great, so I've left off writing between breakfast and luncheon, and I get up directly it is light instead. It's light very early now. Only the worst part of it is that I am so tired for the rest of the day that I can hardly drag myself about. Rachel said nothing. She seldom commented on the confidences that were made to her. She saw that Hester, always delicate, was making an enormous effort under conditions which would be certain to entail disastrous effects on her health. The book was sapping her strength like a vampire, and the Gresleys were evidently exhausting it still further by unconsciously strewing her path with difficulties. Rachel did not know them, but she supposed they belonged to that large class whose eyes are holden. And the book itself, is it nearly finished? Hester's face changed. Eagerly, shyly, enthusiastically, she talked to her friend about the book as a young girl talks of her lover. Everything else was forgotten. Hester's eyes burned, her colour came and went. She was transfigured. The protecting, anxious affection died out of Rachel's face as she looked at Hester, and gave place to a certain wistful, half-envious admiration. She had once been shaken by all these emotions herself, years ago, when she was in love. She had regarded them as a revelation while they lasted, and afterwards as a steep step, a very steep step, upon the stair of life. But she realized now that such as Hester live constantly in the world which the greater number of us can only enter when human passion lends us the key. The world at which, when the gates are shut against us, the coarser-minded among us are not ashamed to level their ridicule and contempt. Hester spoke brokenly, with awe and reverence, of her book, as of some mighty presence, some constraining power outside herself. She saw it complete, beautiful, an entrancing vision, inaccessible as a sunset. "I cannot reach up to it. I cannot get near it," she said. "When I try to write it, it is like drawing an angel with spread wings with a bit of charcoal. I understate everything. Yet I labour day by day, travestying it, caricaturing the beautiful thoughts that come into my mind. I make everything commonplace and vulgar by putting it into words. I go alone into the woods and sit for hours quite still with the trees. And gradually I understand and know. And I listen, and nature speaks, really speaks, not a façon de parler, as some people think who explain to you that you mean this or that by your words which you don't mean. And her spirit becomes one with my spirit, and I feel I can never again misunderstand her, never again fail to interpret her, never again wander so far away from her that every wight anemone and every seedling fern disowns me, and waits in silence till the alien has gone from among them. And I come home, Rachel, and sometimes I try for half the night,
to find words to translate it into. But there are no words, or if there are, I cannot find them, and at last I fall back on some coarse simile, and in my despair I write it down. And, Rachel, the worst is that presently, when I have forgotten what it ought to have been, when the vision fades, I know I shall admire what I have written. It is that breaks my heart. The old lament of those who worship art, that sternest mistress in the world, fell into the silence of the little drawing room. Rachel understood it in part only, for she had always vaguely felt that Hester idealized nature, as she idealized her fellow creatures, as she idealized everything. And she did not comprehend why Hester was in despair because she could not speak adequately of life or nature as she saw them. Rachel thought, with bewilderment, that was just what she could do. At this moment a carriage drew up at the door, and, after a long interval, during which the wrathful voice of the cook could be distinctly heard through the kitchen window recalling "Emma" to a sense of duty from the backyard, Emma breathlessly ushered in the Bishop of Southminster. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13. Originality irritates the religious classes, who will not be taken out of their indolent ways of thinking, who have a standing grievance against it, and heresy and heterodoxy are bad words ready for it. W. W. Payton. The bishop was an undersized, spare man with a rugged, weather-beaten face and sinewy frame. If you had seen him working a crane in a stonemason's yard, or leading a cut-and-thrust forlorn hope, or sailing paper boats with a child, you would have felt he was the right man in the right place. That he was also in his right place as a bishop had never been doubted by anyone. Mr. Gresley was the only person who had occasionally had misgivings as to the bishop's vocation as a true priest, but he had put them aside as disloyal. Jowett is believed to have said, "A bishop without a sense of humour is lost." Perhaps that may have been one of the reasons why, by Jowett's advice, the see of Southminster was offered to its present occupant. The bishop's mouth, though it spoke of an indomitable will, had a certain twist of the lip. His deep-set, benevolent eyes had a certain twinkle, which made persons like Lord Newhaven and Hester hail him at once as an ally, but which ought to have been a danger signal to some of his clerical brethren, to Mr. Gresley in particular. The bishop respected and upheld Mr. Gresley as a churchman, but as a conversationalist the young vicar wearied him. If the truth were known, which it never was, he had arranged to visit Hester when he knew Mr. Gresley would be engaging the reluctant attention of a Rory-decanal meeting. He gave a sigh of relief as he became aware that Hester and Rachel were the only occupants of the cool, darkened room. Mrs. Gresley, it seemed, was also out. Hester made tea, and presently the bishop, who looked much exhausted, roused himself. He had that afternoon attended to 2 deathbeds, one the deathbed of a friend, and the other that of the last vestige of peace, expiring amid the clamour of a distracted low church parish and high church parson, who could only meet each other after the fashion of symbols. For the moment, even his courageous spirit had been disheartened. "I met a son of Anak the other night at the Newhavens," he said to Hester, "who claimed you as a cousin, a Mr. Richard Vernon. Broke the ice by informing me that I had confirmed him, and that perhaps I should like to know that he had turned out better than he expected." "How like Dick," said Hester. "I remembered him at last. His father was the Squire of Farlow, where I was rector before I came to Southminster. Dick was not a source of unmixed pleasure to his parents. As a boy of 8, he sowed the parental billiard table with mustard and cress in his father's absence, raised a very good crop, and performed other excruciating experiments. I believe he beat all previous records of birch rods at Eton. I remember while he was there he won a bet from another boy who could not pay,
and he foreclosed on the loser's cricketing trousers. His parents were distressed about it when he brought them home, and I tried to make him see that he ought not to have taken them. But Dick held firm. He said it was like tithe, and if he could not get his own in money, as I did, he must collect it in trousers. I must own he had me there. I noticed that he wore the garment daily, as long as any question remained in his parents' mind as to whether they ought to be returned. After that, I felt sure he would succeed in life. I believe he is succeeding in Australia. I advised his father to send him abroad. There really was not room for him in England, and, unfortunately for the army, the amateurs jibbed at his strictly phonetic spelling. He tells me he's given up being an ADC and has taken to vine growing, because if people are up in the world they always drink freely, and if they are down on their luck they drink all the more to drown care. The reasoning appeared to me sound. He and James used to quarrel frightfully in the holidays, said Hester. It was always the same reason about playing fair. Poor James did not know that games were matters of deadly importance, and that a rule was a sacred thing. I wonder why it is that clergymen so often have the same code of honour as women, quite a different code from that of the average man. I think, said the bishop, it is owing to that difference of code that women clash so hopelessly with men when they attempt to compete or work with them. Women have not, to begin with, the esprit de corps which the most ordinary men possess. With what difficulty can one squeeze out of a man any fact that is detrimental to his friend, or even to his acquaintance, however obviously necessary it may be that the information should be asked for and given? Yet I have known many good and earnest and affectionate women who lead unselfish lives, who will give away their best woman friend at the smallest provocation, or without any provocation at all, will inform you, apropos of nothing, that she was jilted years ago, or that her husband married her for her money. The causes of humiliation and disaster in a woman's life seem to have no sacredness for her women friends. Yet if that same friend whom she has run down is ill, the runner-down will nurse her day and night with absolutely selfless devotion. I have often been puzzled by that, said Rachel. I seem to be always making mistakes about women, and perhaps that is the reason. They show themselves capable of some deep affection or some great self-sacrifice, and I respect and admire them, and think that they are like that all through. And the day comes when they are not quite straightforward, or are guilty of some petty meanness which a man who is not fit to black their boots would never stoop to. Hester's eyes fixed on her friend. Do you tell them? Do you show them up to themselves? She asked. Or do you leave them? I do neither, said Rachel. I treat them just the same as before. Then aren't you a hypocrite too? Hester's small face was set like a flint. I think not, said Rachel tranquilly, any more than they are. The good is there for certain, and the evil is there for certain. Why should I take most notice of the evil, which is just the part which will be rubbed out of them presently, while the good will remain? I think Rachel is right, said the bishop. I don't think she is at all, said Hester, her plumage ruffled, administering her contradiction right and left to her two best friends like a sharp peck from a wren. I think we ought to believe the best of people until they prove themselves unworthy, and then— Then what? Said the bishop, settling himself in his chair. Then leave them in silence. I only know of a woman silenced by hearsay. I have never met it. Do you mean bitterly reproach the thistle for not bearing grapes? I do not. It is my own fault if I idealize the thistle until the thistle and I both think it is a vine. But if people appear to love and honour certain truths which they know are everything to me, and claim kinship with me on that common ground, and then desert when the pinch comes, as it always does come, and act from worldly motives, then I know that they have never really cared for what they professed to love, but what I imagined to be a principle was only a subject of conversation, and I withdraw. You withdraw, echoed the bishop. This is terrible. Just as I should, continued Hester, if I were in political life. If a man threw in his lot with me, and then, when some means of worldly advancements seemed probable from the other side, deserted to it, I should not in consequence think him incapable of being a good husband and father and landlord. But I should never again believe that he cared for what I had staked my all on. And when he began to talk as if he cared, as they always do, as if nothing had happened, I should not show him up to himself. I've tried that, and it is no use. I should—
Denounce him as an apostate, suggested the bishop.
No, he should be to me thenceforward as a heathen.
Thrice miserable man.
You would not have me treat him as a brother after that?
Of course not, because he would probably dislike that still more.
At this moment a hurricane seemed to pass through the little house, and the three children rushed into the drawing-room, accompanied by Boulou in a frantic state of excitement. Boulou, like Hester, had no happy medium in his character. He was what Mrs. Gresley called very Frenchy, and he now showed his Frenchiness by a foolish exhibition of himself in coursing round and round the room with his silly foreign tail crooked the wrong way.
"Mother got out at Mrs. Brown's," shrieked Reggie in his highest voice, "and I drove up."
"Oh, Reggie," expostulated Mary the virtuous, the invariable corrector of the statements of others, "you held the reins, but William walked beside." Hester made the children shake hands with her guests, and then they clustered round her to show what they had bought. Though the bishop was fond of children, he became suddenly restive. He took out his watch and was nervously surprised at the lapse of time. The carriage was sent for, and in a few minutes that dignified vehicle was bowling back to Southminster.
"I am not satisfied about Hester," said the bishop. "She looks ill and irritable, and she has the tense expression of a person who is making a colossal effort to be patient, and whose patience, after successfully meeting 20 calls upon it in the course of the day, collapses entirely at the 21st. That is a humiliating experience."
She spoke as if she were a trial to her brother and his wife.
"I think she is. I have a sort of sympathy with Gresley as regards his sister. He has been kind to her according to his lights, and if she could write little goody-goody books he would admire them immensely, and so would half the neighbourhood. It would be felt to be suitable. But Hester jars against the preconceived ideas which depute that clergymen's sisters and daughters should, as a matter of course, offer up their youth and hair and teeth and eyesight on the altar of parochial work. She does, and is nothing that long custom expects her to do and be. Originality is out of place in a clergyman's family, just because it is so urgently needed. It is a constant source of friction. But on the other hand, the best thing that could happen to Hester is to be thrown for a time among people who regard her as a nonentity, who have no sense of humour, and to whom she cannot speak of any of the subjects she has at heart. If Hester had remained in London after the success of her idyll, she would have met with so much sympathy and admiration that her next book would probably have suffered in consequence. She is so susceptible, so expansive, that repression is positively necessary to her to enable her, so to speak, to get up steam. There is no place for getting up steam like a country vicarage with an inner cordon of cows round it, and an outer one of amiable country neighbours, mildly contemptuous of originality in any form. She cannot be in sympathy with them in her present stage. It is her loss, not theirs. At 40 she would be in sympathy with them and appreciate them as I do, but that is altogether another story. She's been working at this new book all winter, with a fervour and concentration which her isolation has helped to bring about. She owes a debt of gratitude to her surroundings. Some day I shall tell her so. She says her temper has become that of a fiend. She is passionate, there is no doubt. She nearly fell on us both this afternoon. She's too much swayed by every little incident. Everything makes a vivid impression on her and shakes her to pieces. It is rather absurd and disproportionate now, like the long legs of a foal, but it is a sign of growth. My experience is that people without that fire of enthusiasm on the one side and righteous indignation on the other never achieve anything except in domestic life. If Hester lives, she will outgrow her passionate nature, or at least she will grow up to it and become passive, contemplative. Then, instead of unbalanced anger and excitement, the same nature which is now continually upset by them will have learned to receive impressions calmly, and by reason of that receptiveness and insight, she will go far. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 14. Only those who know the supremacy of the intellectual life, the life which has a seed of ennobling thought and purpose within it, can understand the grief of one who falls from that serene activity into the absorbing, soul-wasting struggle with worldly annoyances. George Eliot. Hester, in the meanwhile, was expressing wonder and astonishment at the purchases of the children, who, with the exception of Mary, had spent their little all on presents for Fraulein, whose birthday was on the morrow. After Mary's tiny white-bone umbrella had been discovered to be a needle-case, and most of the needles had been recovered from the floor, Reggie extracted from its paper a little china cow. But alas, the cow's ears and horns remained in the bag, owing possibly to the incessant passage of the parcel from one pocket to another on the way home. Reggie looked at the remnants in the bag, and his lip quivered, while Mary, her own umbrella safely warehoused, exclaimed, "Oh, Reggie!" in tones of piercing reproach. But Hester quickly suggested that she could put them on again quite easily, and Fraulein would like it just as much. Still, it was a blow. Reggie leaned his head against Hester's shoulder. Hester pressed her cheek against his little dark head. Sybil Loftus had often told Hester that she could have no idea of the happiness of a child's touch till she was a mother, that she herself had not an inkling till then. But perhaps some poor substitute for that exquisite feeling was vouchsafed to Hester. "The tail is still on," she whispered, not too cheerfully, but as one who in darkness sees light beyond. The cow's tail was painted in blue upon its side. "When I bought it," said Reggie in a strangled voice, "and it was a great deal of money, cow, I did wish its tail had been out behind, but I think now it is safer like that." "All the best cows have their tails on the side," said Hester, "and tomorrow morning when you are dressed, run up to my room and you will find it just like it was before." And she carefully put aside the bits with the injured animal. "And now what has Stella got?" Stella produced a bag of bull's-eyes, which, in striking contrast with the cow, had, in the course of the drive home, cohered so tightly together that it was doubtful if they would ever be separated again. "Fraulein never eats bull's-eyes," said Mary, who was what her parents called a very truthful child. "I eats them," said Stella, reversing her small cauliflower-like person on the sofa, till only a circle of white rims with the nucleus of Coventry frilling with two pink legs kicking gently upward were visible. Stella always turned upside down if the conversation took a personal turn. In later and more conventional years, we find a poor equivalent for marking our disapproval by changing the subject. Hester had hardly set Stella right side upward when the door opened once more and Mrs. Gresley entered, hot and exhausted. "Run upstairs, my pets," she said. "Hester, you should not keep them down here now. It is past their tea time." "We came ourselves, mother," said Reggie. "Fraulein said we might, to show Auntie Hester our secrets." "Well, never mind. Run away now," said the poor mother, sitting down heavily in a low chair. "And take Booloo." "You are tired out," said Hester, slipping onto her knees and unlacing her sister-in-law's brown boots. Mrs. Gresley looked with a shade of compunction at the fragile, kneeling figure, with its face crimsoned by the act of stooping and by the obduracy of the dust-ingrained bootlaces. But as she looked, she noticed the flushed cheeks, and, being a diviner of spirits, wondered what Hester was ashamed of now. As Hester rose, her sister-in-law held out, with momentary hesitation, a thin paper bag, in which an oval form allowed its moist presence to be discerned
by partial adhesion to its envelope. "I saw you ate no luncheon, Aunt Hester, so I've brought you a little sole for supper." Some of us poor Marthas spend all our existence, so to speak, in the kitchens of life. We never get so far as the drawing-room. Our conquests, our self-denials, are achieved through the medium of suet and lard and necks of mutton. We wrestle with the dripping and rise on stepping-stones, not of our dead selves, but of sheep and oxen, to higher things. The sole was a direct answer to prayer. Mrs. Gresley had been enabled to stifle her irritation against this delicate, whimsical, fine lady of a sister-in-law, laced in too, we must not forget that, who in Mrs. Gresley's ideas knew none of the real difficulties of life, its butcher's bills, its monthly nurses, its constant watchfulness over delicate children, its long, long strain at two ends which won't meet. We must know but little of our fellow creatures if the damp soul in the bag appears to us other than the outward and homely sign of an inward and spiritual conquest. As such, Hester saw it, and she kissed Mrs. Gresley and thanked her, and then ran herself to the kitchen with the peace offering, and came back with her sister-in-law's down-at-heel indoor shoes. Mr. Gresley was stabling his bicycle in the hall as she crossed it. He was generally excessively jocose with his bicycle. He frequently said, "Whoa, Emma," to it, but today he too was tired, and put Emma away in silence. When Hester returned to the drawing-room, Mrs. Gresley had recovered sufficiently to notice her surroundings. She was sitting with her tan-stockinged feet firmly planted on the carpet instead of listlessly outstretched, her eyes ominously fixed on the tea-table and a seed-cake. Hester's silly heart nudged her side like an accomplice. "Who has been here to tea?" said Mrs. Gresley. "I met the Pratts and the Thursbys in Westhope." Hester was frightened. We need to be in the presence of those who judge others by themselves. The bishop was here, and Rachel West," she said, colouring. "They left a few minutes ago." "Well, of all unlucky things, that James and I should have been out. James, do you hear that? The bishop's been while we were away. And I do declare, Hester," looking again at the table, "you never so much as asked for the silver teapot." "I never thought of it," said Hester ruefully. It was almost impossible to her to alter the habit of a lifetime, and to remember to dash out and hurriedly change the daily routine if visitors were present. Lady Susan had always used her battered old silver teapot every day, and for the life of her, Hester could not understand why there should be one kind one day and one kind another. She glanced resentfully at the little brown earthenware vessel which she had wielded so carefully half an hour ago. Why did she never remember the Gresleys' wishes? "Hester," said Mrs. Gresley, taking note of Hester's immaculate brown holland gown, which contrasted painfully with her own dilapidated pink shirt with hard collars and cuffs and imitation tie, tied for life in the shop where it was born. "You are so smart. I do believe you knew they were coming." If there was one thing more than another which offended Hester, it was being told that she was smart. "I trust I am never smart," she replied, not with any touch of the haughtiness that some ignorant persons believe to be the grand manner, but with a subtle change of tone and carriage which seemed instantly to remove her to an enormous distance from the other woman with her insinuation and tan stockings. Mrs. Gresley unconsciously drew in her feet. "I did not know when I dressed this morning that the bishop was coming today." "Then you did know later that he was coming?" "Yes, Rachel West wrote to tell me so this morning, but I did not open her letter at breakfast, and I was so vexed at being late for luncheon that I forgot to mention it then. I remembered as soon as James had started and ran after him, but he was too far off to hear me call to him." It cost Hester a good deal to give this explanation, as she was aware that the bishop's visit had been to her, and to her alone. "Come, come," said Mr. Gresley judiciously, with the natural masculine abhorrence of a feminine skirmish. "Don't go on making foolish excuses, Hester, which deceive no one. And you, Miller, don't criticise Hester's clothes. It is the bishop's own fault for not writing his notes himself. He might have known that Miss West would have written to Hester instead of to me."
I can't say I think Hester behaved kindly towards us in acting as she did, but I won't hear any more arguing about it. I desire the subject should now drop." The last words were uttered in the same tone in which Mr. Gresley closed morning service, and were felt to be final. He was not in reality greatly chagrined at missing the bishop, whom he regarded with some of the suspicious distrust with which a certain class of mind ever regards that which is superior to it. Hester left the room, closing the door gently behind her. "James," said Mrs. Gresley, looking at her priest with tears of admiration in her eyes, "I shall never be good like you, so you need not expect it. How you can be so generous and patient with her, I don't know. It passes me." "We must learn to make allowances for each other," said Mr. Gresley, in his most affectionate cornet, drawing his tired, tearful little wife down beside him on the sofa. And he made some fresh tea for her, and waited on her, and she told him about the children's boots and the soul, and he told her about a remarkable speech he had made at the chapter meeting, and a feeling that had been borne in on him on the way home that he should shortly write something striking about apostolic succession. And they were happy together, for though he sometimes reproved her as a priest if she allowed herself to dwell on the probability of his being made a bishop, he was very kind to her as a husband. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 15. Beware of a silent dog and still water. If you are travelling across Middleshire on the local line between Southminster and Westhope, after you have passed Wilderley with its grey gables and park wall, close at hand you will perceive to nestle, at least Mr. Gresley said it nestled, Warpington Vicarage, and perhaps, if you know where to look, you will catch a glimpse of Hester's narrow bedroom window under the roof. Half a mile farther on, Warpington Towers, the gorgeous residence of the Pratts, bursts into view, with flag on turret flying, and two tightly bitted rustic bridges leaping high over the drone. You cannot see all the lodges of Warpington Towers from the line, which is a source of some regret to Mr. Pratt. But if he happens to be travelling with you, he will point out two of them, chaste stucco Gothic erections with church windows, and inform you that the three others are on the northern and eastern sides, vaguely indicating the directions of Scotland and Ireland. And the drone, kept in order on your left by the low line of the Slumberley Hills, will follow you and leave you and return all the way to Westhope. You are getting out of Westhope, of course, if you are a Middleshire man, for Westhope is on the verge of Middleshire, and the train does not go any farther. At least, it only goes into one of the insignificant counties which jostle each other to hold on to Middleshire, unknown Saharas, where passengers who oversleep themselves wake to find themselves cast away. Westhope Abbey stands in its long, low meadows and level gardens, close to the little town, straggling red roof above red roof, up its steep cobbled streets. Down the great central aisle you may walk on mossy stones between the high shafts of broken pillars under the sky. God's stars look down once more where the piety of man had for a time shut them out. Through the slender tracery of what was once the east window, instead of glazed saint and crucifix, you may see the little town clasping its hill. The purple clematis and the small lizard-like leaf of the ivy have laid tender hands on all that is left of that stately house of prayer. The pigeons wheel round it and nest in its niches. The soft, contented murmur of bird praise has replaced the noise of bitter human prayer. A thin, wind-whipped grass holds the summit of the broken walls against all corners. The fallen stones, quaintly carved with angel and griffin, are going slowly back year by year, helped by the rain and hindered by the frost, slowly back through the sod to the generations of human hands that held and hewed them, and fell to dust below them hundreds of years ago.
the spirit returns to the God who gave it, and the stone to the hand that fashioned it. The adjoining monastery has been turned into a dwelling house, without altering it externally, and it was here that Lord Newhaven loved to pass the summer months. Into its one long upper passage all the many rooms opened, up white stone steps through arched doors, rooms which had once been monks' dormitories, abbots' cells, where Lady Newhaven and her guests now crimped their hair and slept under down quilts till noon. It was this long passage, with its interminable row of low-latticed windows, that Lord Newhaven was turning into a depository for the old English weapons which he was slowly collecting. He was standing now gazing lovingly at them, drawing one finger slowly along an inlaid arquebus, when a yell from the garden made him turn and look out. It was not a yell of anguish, and Lord Newhaven remained at the window, leaning on his elbows and watching at his ease the little scene which was taking place below him. On his bicycle, on the smooth-shaven lawn, was Dick, wheeling slowly in and out among the stone-edged flower-beds, an apricot in each broad palm, while he discoursed in a dispassionate manner to the two excited little boys who were making futile rushes for the apricots. The governess and Rachel were looking on. Rachel had arrived at Westhope the day before from Southminster. "Take your time, my son," said Dick, just eluding by a hair's breadth a charge through a geranium bed on the part of the eldest boy. "If you are such jolly little fools as you crack your little skulls on the sundial, I shall eat them both myself. Miss Turner says you may have them, so you've only got to take 'em. I can't keep on offering them all day long. My time—" Dick ran his bicycle up a terrace, and as soon as the boys were up, glided down again. "My time is valuable. You don't want 'em?" A shrill disclaimer and a fresh onslaught. "Miss Turner, they thank you very much, but they don't care for apricots." Half a second more, and Dick skilfully parted from his bicycle and was charged by his two admirers and severely pummelled as high as they could reach. When they had been led away by Miss Turner, each biting an apricot and casting longing backward looks at their friend, Rachel and Dick wandered to the north side of the Abbey and sat down there in the shade. Lord Newhaven could still see them, could still note her amused face under her wide white hat. He was doing his best for Dick, and Dick was certainly having his chance and making the most of it according to his lights. "And all the same, I don't think he has a chance," said Lord Newhaven to himself. "That woman, in spite of her frank manner and her self-possession, is afraid of men. Not of being married for her money, but of man himself. And whatever else he may not be, Dick is a man. It's the best chance she will ever get, so it's probable she won't take it." Lord Newhaven sauntered back down the narrow black oak staircase to his own room on the ground floor. He sat down at his writing-table and took out of his pocket a letter which he had evidently read before. He now read it slowly once more. "Your last letter to me had been opened," wrote his brother from India, "or else it had not been properly closed. As you wrote on business, I wish you had been more careful." "I will," said Lord Newhaven, and he wrote a short letter in his small upright hand, closed the envelope, addressed and stamped it, and sauntered out through the low arched door into the garden. Dick was sitting alone on the high-carved stone edge of the round pool where the monks used to wash, and where goldfish now lived cloistered lives. A moment of depression seemed to have overtaken that cheerful personage. "Come as far as the post office," said Lord Newhaven. Dick gathered himself together and rose slowly to his large feet. "You millionaires are all the same," he said. "Because you have a house crawling with servants till they stick to the ceiling, you have to go to the post office to buy a penny stamp. It's like keeping a dog and barking yourself." "I don't fancy I bark much," said Lord Newhaven. "No, and you don't bite often. When you do, you take out the piece. Do you remember that coloured chap at Broken Hill?" "He deserved it," said Lord Newhaven. "He richly deserved it. But you took him in, poor devil, all the same. He was so uncommonly mild and limp beforehand, and letting pass things he ought not to have left pass, that, like the low beast he was, he thought he could play you any dog's trick, and that you would never turn on him. It's a way worms have. Oh, hang worms, it does not matter whether they turn or not. But cobras have no business to imitate them till poor rookies think they have no poison in them, and that they can tickle them with a switch. What a great hulking brute that man was! You ripped him when you threw him. I saw him just before I left Adelaide. He's been lame ever since. He'd have done for me if he could. Of course he would. His blood was up. He meant to break your back. I saw him break a chap's back once, and it did not take so very long either. I heard it snap. But why did you let him go so far to start with before you pulled him up? That's what I've never been able to understand about you. If you behaved different to start with, they would behave different to you. They would know they'd have to. I am not your art, said Lord Newhaven tranquilly, of letting a man know when he's getting out of hand, that unless he goes steady there will be a row and he'll be in it. I'm not made like that. It works well, said Dick. It's a sort of peaceful way of rubbing along and keeping friends. If you let those poor billies know what to expect, they aren't, as a rule, over-anxious to toe the mark. But you never do let them know. No, said Lord Newhaven, as he shot his letter into the brass mouth in the cottage wall, just below a window of bull's-eyes and peppermints. I never do. I don't defend it. But what? Lord Newhaven's face underwent some subtle change. His eyes fixed themselves on a bottle of heart-shaped peppermints, and then met Dick's suddenly, with the clear, frank glance of a schoolboy. But somehow, for the life of me, until things get serious, I can't. Dick, whose perceptions were rather of a colossal than an acute order, nevertheless perceived that he had received a confidence, and changed the subject. "Aren't you going to buy some stamps?" he asked, perfectly aware that Lord Newhaven had had his reasons for walking to the post office. Lord Newhaven, who was being watched with affectionate interest from behind the counter by the grocer postmaster, went in, hit his head against a pendant ham, and presently emerged with brine in his hair and a shilling's worth of stamps in his hand. Later in the day, when he and Dick were riding up the little street, with a view to having a look at the moor — Middleshire actually has a grouse moor, although it is in the Midlands — the grocer in his white apron rushed out and waylaid them. "I'm very sorry about the letter, my lord," he repeated volubly, touching his forelock. "I hope her ladyship told you as I could not get it out again, or I'm sure I would have done to oblige your lordship, and her ladyship calling on purpose. But the post office is that mean and distrustful as they don't leave me the key, and once anything is in it it is." "Ah," said Lord Newhaven slowly. "Well, Jones, it's not your fault. I ought not to have changed my mind. I suppose her ladyship gave you my message, that I wanted it back?" "Yes, my lord, and her ladyship come herself not 10 minutes after you was gone. But I've no more power over that there receptacle than an unlaid egg, and that's the long and the short of it. I've always said, and I'll say it again, them as have charge of the post office should have the key." "When I am made Postmaster General you shall have it," said Lord Newhaven, smiling. "It is the first reform that I shall bring about." And he nodded to the smiling, apologetic man, and trotted on, Dick beside him, who was apparently absorbed in the action of his roan cob. But Dick's mind had sustained a severe shock. That Lady Newhaven, that jolly little woman, the fond mother of those two jolly little chaps, should have been guilty of an underhand trick, was astonishing to him. Poor Dick had started life with a religious reverence for women, had carried out his brittle possession to bush life in Australia, from thence through 2 ADC ships, and, after many vicissitudes, had brought it safely back with a large consignment of his own Burgundy to his native land. It was still sufficiently intact, save for a chip or two, to make a pretty wedding present to his future wife. But it had had a knock since he mounted the roan cob. For, unfortunately, the kind of man who has what are called illusions about women is too often the man whose discrimination lies in other directions, in fields where little high-heeled shoes are not admitted. Rachel had the doubtful advantage of knowing that, in spite of Dick's shrewdness respecting shades of difference in muscatels, she and Lady Newhaven were nevertheless ranged on the same pedestal in Dick's mind as flawless twins of equal moral beauty. But after this particular day, she observed that Lady Newhaven had somehow slipped off the pedestal, and that she, Rachel, had the honour of occupying it alone. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 16. Une grande passion malheureuse est un grand moyen de sagesse. Rachel had left London precipitately after she had been the unwilling confidante of Lady Newhaven's secret, and had taken refuge with that friend of all perplexed souls, the Bishop of Southminster. She felt unable to meet Hugh again without an interval of breathing time. She knew that if she saw much more of him, he would confide in her, and she shrank from receiving a confidence the ugliest fact of which she already knew. Perhaps she involuntarily shrank also from fear lest he should lower himself in her eyes by only telling her half the truth. Sad confessions were often poured into Rachel's ears, which she had known for years. She never alluded to that knowledge, never corrected the half-lie which accompanies so many whispered self-accusations. Confidences and confessions are too often a means of evasion of justice, a laying of the case for the plaintiff before a judge without allowing the defendant to be present or to call a witness. Rachel, by dint of long experience, which did slowly for her the work of imagination, had ceased to wonder at the faithfully chronicled harsh words and deeds of generous souls. She knew or guessed at the unchronicled treachery or deceit which had brought about that seemingly harsh word or deed. She had not the exalted ideas about her fellow creatures which Hester had, but she possessed the rare gift of reticence. She exemplified the text, "Whether it be to friend or foe, talk not of other men's lives." And in Rachel's quiet soul a vast love and pity dwelt for these same fellow creatures. She had lived and worked for years among those whose bodies were half-starved, half-clothed, degraded. When she found money at her command, she had spent sums, as her lawyer told her, out of all proportion on that poor human body, stumbling between vice and starvation. But now, during the last year, when her great wealth had thrown her violently into society, she had met, until her strong heart flinched before it, the other side of life, the starved soul in the delicately nurtured, richly clad body, the atrophied spiritual life in hideous contrast with the physical ease and luxury which were choking it. The second experience was harder to bear than the first. And, just as in the old days she had shared her bread and cheese with those hungrier than herself, and had taken but little thought for those who had bread and to spare, so now she felt but transient interest in those among her new associates who were successfully struggling against the blackmail of luxury, the leprosy of worldliness, the selfishness that at last coffins the soul it clothes. Her heart yearned instead towards the spiritually starving, the tempted, the fallen, in that great little world whose names are written in the book not of life but of Burke, the little world which is called society. She longed to comfort them, to raise them up, to wipe from their hands and garments the muddy gold stains of the gutter into which they had fallen, to smooth away the lines of mean care from their faces. But it had been far simpler in her previous life to share her hard-earned bread with those who needed it than it was now to share her equally hard-earned thoughts and slow gleanings of spiritual knowledge, to share the things which belonged to her peace. Rachel had not yet wholly recovered from the overwhelming passion of love, which, admitted without fear a few years ago, had devastated the little city of her heart as by fire and sword, involving its hospitable dwellings, its temples, and its palaces in one common ruin. Out of that desolation she was unconsciously rebuilding her city, but it was still rather gaunt and bare. The trees had not had time to grow into the streets, and there was an ugly fortification round it of defaced, fire-seared stones, which had once stood aloft in minaret and tower, and which now served only as a defence against all corners. If Dick had been in trouble, or rather if she had known the troubles he had been through, and which had made his crooked mouth shut so firmly, Rachel might possibly have been able to give him something more valuable than the paper money of her friendship. But Dick was obviously independent. He could do without her, while Hugh had a claim upon her. Rachel's thoughts turned to Hugh again and ever again. Did he see his conduct as she saw it? A haunting fear was upon her that he did not, and she longed with an intensity that outbalanced for the time every other feeling that he should confess his sin fully, entirely, see it in all its ugliness, and gather himself together into a deep repentance before he went down into silence, or before he made a fresh start in life. She would have given her right hand to achieve that. And in a lesser degree she was drawn towards Lady Newhaven. Lady Newhaven was conscious of the tender compassion which Rachel felt for her, and used it to the uttermost. But unfortunately she mistook it for admiration of her character, mixed with sympathetic sorrow for her broken heart. If she had seen herself as Rachel saw her, she would have conceived, not for herself, but for Rachel, some of the aversion which was gradually distilling, bitter drop by drop, into her mind for her husband. She would not have killed him. She would have thought herself incapable of an action so criminal, so monstrous. But if part of the ruin in the garden were visibly trembling to its fall, she would not have warned him if he had been sitting beneath it, nor would her conscience have ever reproached her afterwards. "I wish Miss Gresley would come and stay here instead of taking you away from me," she said plaintively to Rachel one morning, when she made the disagreeable discovery that Rachel and Hester were friends. "I don't care much about her myself. She is so profane and so dreadfully irreligious, but Edwards likes to talk to her. He prefers artificial people. I wonder he did not marry her. That old cat, Lady Susan Gresley, was always throwing her at his head. I wish he was not always persuading you to leave me for hours together. I get so frightened when I am left alone with Edward. I live in perpetual dread that he will say something before the children or the servants. He is quite cruel enough." "He will never say anything." "You are always so decided, Rachel. You don't see possibilities, and you don't know him as I do. He is capable of anything. I will write a note now, and you can take it to Miss Gresley, if you must go there today." "I wish to go very much." "And you will stay another week, whether she comes or not?" There was a momentary pause before Rachel said cheerfully, "I will stay another week with pleasure, but I'm afraid Lord Newhaven will turn restive at taking me in to dinner." "Oh, he likes you. He always prefers people who are not of his own family." Rachel laughed. "You flatter me." "I never flatter anyone. He does like you, and besides, there are people coming next week for the grouse shooting. I suppose that heavy young Vernon is going to lumber over with you. It's not my fault if he's always running after you. Edward insisted on having him. I don't want him to dance attendance on me. He and I are going to bicycle to Warpington together. The Gresleys are cousins of his. If it turns very hot, we will wait till after sunset to return, if we may." "Just as you like," said Lady Newhaven with asperity. "But I advise you to be careful, my dear Rachel. It never seems to occur to you what onlookers see at a glance, namely, that Mr. Vernon is in love with your fortune." "According to public opinion, that is a very praiseworthy attachment," said Rachel, who had had about enough. "I often hear it commended." Lady Newhaven stared. That her conversation could have the effect of a mustard leaf did not strike her. She saw that Rachel was becoming restive, and of course the reason was obvious. She was thinking of marrying Dick. "Well, my dear," she said, lying down on a low couch near the latticed window and opening a novel, "you need not be vexed with me for trying to save you from a mercenary marriage. I only speak because I am fond of you. But one marriage is as good as another. I was married for love myself. I had not a farthing. And did you see my marriage has turned out a tragedy, a bitter, bitter tragedy? Tableau. A beautiful, sad-faced young married woman in white, reclining among pale green cushions near a bowl of pink carnations, endeavouring to rouse the high feelings of an inexperienced, though not youthful, spinster in a short bicycling skirt. Decidedly, the picture was not flattering to Rachel. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 17. On s'ennuie presque toujours avec ce qu'on ennuie. Hester did not fail a second time to warn the Gresleys of the arrival of guests. She mentioned it in time to allow of the making of cakes, and Mr. Gresley graciously signified his intention of returning early from his parochial rounds on the afternoon when Dick and Rachel were expected, while Mrs. Gresley announced the occasion was a propitious one for inviting the Pratts to tea. "Miss West will like to meet them," she remarked to Hester, whose jaw dropped at the name of Pratt, "and it is very likely that if they take a fancy to her, they will ask her to stay at the Towers while she is in the neighbourhood. If the captain is at home, I will ask him to come too. The Pratts are always so pleasant and hospitable." Hester was momentarily disconcerted at the magnitude of the social effort which Rachel's coming seemed to entail. But for once she had the presence of mind not to show her dismay, and she helped Mrs. Gresley to change the crewel work antimacassars, with their washed-out kittens swinging and playing leapfrog, for the best Tussore silk ones. The afternoon was still young when all the preparations had been completed, and Mrs. Gresley went upstairs to change her gown, while Hester took charge of the children, as Fraulein had many days previously arranged to make music with Dr. and Mrs. Brown on this particular afternoon. And very good music it was which proceeded out of the open windows of the doctor's red brick house opposite Abel's cottage. Hester could just hear it from the bottom of the garden near the churchyard well, and there she took the children, and under the sycamore, with a bench round it, the dolls had a tea party. Hester had provided herself with a lump of sugar and a biscuit, and out of these many dishes were made, and were arranged on a clean pocket handkerchief spread on the grass. Reggie carried out his directions as butler with solemn exactitude, and though Mary, who had inherited the paternal sense of humour, thought fit to tweak the handkerchief and upset everything, she found the witticism so coldly received by Auntie Hester, although she explained that father always did it, that she at once suited herself to her company and helped to repair the disaster. It was very hot. The dolls, from the featureless midshipman to the colossal professional beauty sitting in her own costly perambulator, a present from Mrs. Pratt, felt the heat and showed it by their moist countenances. The only person who was cool was a small, nude china infant in its zinc bath, the property of Stella, whose determination to reach central facts and to penetrate to the root of the matter at present took the form of tearing or licking off all that could be torn or licked from objects of interest. Hester, who had presented her with the floating baby in the bath, sometimes wondered, as she watched Stella conscientiously work through a well-dressed doll down to its stitched sawdust compartments, what Mr. Gresley would make of his daughter when she turned her attention to theology. They were all sitting in a tight circle round the handkerchief, Reggie watching Hester cutting a new supply of plates out of smooth leaves with her little gilt scissors, while Mary and Stella tried alternately to suck an inaccessible grain of sugar out of the bottom of an acorn cup. Rachel and Dick had come up on their silent wheels and were looking at them over the wall before Hester was aware of their presence. "May we join the tea party?" asked Rachel, and Hester started violently. "I'm afraid the gate is locked," she said, "but perhaps you can climb it." "We can't leave the bicycles outside, though," said Dick, and he took a good look at the heavy padlocked gate. Then he slowly lifted it off its hinges, wheeled in the bicycles, and replaced the gate in position. Rachel looked at him. "Do you always do what you want to do?" she said involuntarily. "Saves trouble," he said, "especially as no one can be such a first-class fool as to think a padlock will keep a gate shut. He would expect it to be opened." But father says no one could come in there now, exclaimed Reggie, who watched, open-mouthed, the upheaval of the gate. Father said it could not be opened any more. He told mother. Did he, my son? Said Dick, and he kissed everyone, beginning with Hester and finishing with the dolls. Then they all sat down to the tea party and partook largely of the delicacies, and after tea Dick solemnly asked the children if they'd seen the flying halfpenny he had brought back with him from Australia. The children crowded round him, and the halfpenny was produced and handed round. Each child touched it and found it real. Auntie Hester and Auntie Rachel examined it. Bulu was requested to smell it. And then it was laid on the grass, and the pocket handkerchief which had done duty as a tablecloth was spread over it. The migrations of the halfpenny were so extraordinary that even Rachel and Hester professed amazement. Once it was found in Rachel's hand, into which another large hand gently shut it. But it was never discovered twice in the same place, though all the children rushed religiously to look for it where it was last discovered. Another time, after a long search, the doll in the bath was discovered to be sitting upon it, and once it actually flew down Reggie's back. And amid the wild excitement of the children, its cold descent was described by Reggie in piercing minuteness, until the moment when it rolled out over his stocking at his knee. "Make it fly down my back too, Uncle Dick," shrieked Mary. "Reggie, give it to me." But Reggie danced in a circle round Dick, holding aloft the wonderful halfpenny. "Make it fly down my throat," he cried, too excited to know what he was doing, and he put the halfpenny in his mouth. "Put it out this instant," said Dick, without moving. A moment's pause followed, in which the blood ebbed away from the hearts of the two women. "I can't," said Reggie. "I've swallowed it." And he began to whimper, and then suddenly rolled on the grass, screaming. Dick pounced upon him like a panther, and held him by the feet, head downwards, shaking him violently. The child's face was terrible to see. Hester hid her face in her hands. Rachel rose and stood close to Dick. "I think the shaking is rather too much for him," she said, watching the poor little purple face intently. "I'm bound to go on," said Dick fiercely. "Is it moving, Reggie?" "It's going down," screamed Reggie suddenly. "That it's not," said Dick, and he shook the child again, and the halfpenny flew out upon the grass. "Thank God," said Dick, and he laid the gasping child on Hester's lap and turned away. A few minutes later Reggie was laughing and talking and feeling himself a hero. Presently he slipped off Hester's knee and ran to Dick, who was lying on the grass a few paces off, his face hidden in his hands. "Make the halfpenny fly again, Uncle Dick," cried all the children, pulling at him. Dick raised an ashen face for a moment and said hoarsely, "Take them away." Hester gathered up the children and took them back to the house through the kitchen garden. "Don't say we've arrived," whispered Rachel to her. "I will come on with him presently." And she sat down near the prostrate vine-grower. The president of the South Australian Vine Growers Association looked very large when he was down. Presently he sat up. His face was drawn and haggard, but he met Rachel's dog-like glance of silent sympathy with a difficult, crooked smile. "He's such a jolly little chap," he said, winking his hawk eyes. "It was not your fault." "That would not have made it any better for the parents," said Dick. "I had time to think of that while I was shaking that little money-box. Besides, it was my fault in a way. I'll never play with other people's children again. They're too brittle. I've had shaves up the Fly River and in the South Sea Islands, but never anything as bad as this, in this blooming little vicarage garden with a church looking over the wall." Hester was skimming back towards them. "Don't mention it to James and his wife," she said to Dick. "He has to speak at a temperance meeting tonight. I will tell them when the meeting is over." "That's just as well," said Dick, "for I know if James jawed much at me I should act on the text that it is more blessed to give than to receive." "In what way?" "Either way," said Dick. "Tongue or fist. Doesn't matter which, so long as you give more than you get. The text is quite right. It is blessed, for I've tried it over and over again and found it true every time. But I don't want to try it on James if he's anything like what he was as a curate." "He's not much altered," said Hester. "He's the kind of man that wouldn't alter much," said Dick. "I expect God Almighty likes him as he is." Miss and Mrs. Gresley, meanwhile, were receiving Mrs. Pratt and the two Misses Pratt in the drawing-room. Selina and Ada Pratt were fine, handsome young women with long upper lips, who wore their smart sailor hats tilted backwards to show their bushy fringes, and whose muff chains, with swinging pendant hearts, silk blouses, and sequin belts and brown boots, represented to Mrs. Gresley the highest pinnacle of the world of fashion. Selina was the most popular, being liable to shrieks of laughter at the smallest witticisms, and always ready for that species of amusement termed ballyragging or haymaking. But Ada was the most admired. She belonged to that type which in hotel society and country towns is always termed queenly. She kept the men at a distance. She never allowed them to take liberties, etc., etc. She held her chin up and her elbows out, and was considered by the section of Middleshire society in which she shone to be very distinguished. Mrs. Pratt was often told that her daughter looked like a duchess, and this facsimile of the aristocracy, or rather of the most distressing traits of its latest recruits, had a manner of lolling with crossed legs in the parental carriage and pair which was greatly admired. "Looks as if she was born to it all," Mr. Pratt would say to his wife. Mrs. Gresley was just beginning to fear her other guests were not coming when two tall figures were seen walking across the lawn, with Hester between them. Mr. Gresley sallied forth to meet them, and blasts of surprised welcome were borne into the drawing-room by the summer air. "But it was locked. I locked it myself." Inaudible reply. "Padlocked, only opens to the word moon. Key on my own watch chain." Inaudible reply. "Hinges. Ha, 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 very good, Dick. Likely story that. I see you're the same as ever. Travellers' tales. But we are not so easily taken in, are we, Hester?" Mrs. Gresley certainly had the gift of prophecy as far as the Pratts were concerned. Mrs. Pratt duly took the expected fancy to Rachel, and pressed her to stay at the Towers while she was in the neighbourhood, and make further acquaintance with her young ladies. "Ada is very pernickety," she said, smiling towards that individual conversing with Dick. "She won't make friends with everybody, and she gives it me," with maternal pride, "when I ask people to stay whom she does not take to. She says they're a very poor lot round here, and most of the young ladies so ill-bred and empty, she does not care to make friends with them. I don't know where she gets all her knowledge from. I'm sure it's not from her mother. Ada, now you come and talk a little to Miss West." Ada rose with the air of one who confers a favour, and Rachel made room for her on the sofa, while Mrs. Pratt squeezed herself behind the tea-table with Mrs. Gresley. The conversation turned on bicycling. "I bike now and then in the country," said Ada, "but I have not done much lately. We've only just come down from town, and of course I never bike in London." Rachel had just said that she did. "Perhaps you are nervous about the traffic," said Rachel. "Oh, I'm not in the least afraid of the traffic, but it's such bad form to bike in London." "That, of course, depends on how it's done," said Rachel. "But I am sure in your ease you need not be afraid." Ada glared at Rachel and did not answer. When the Pratts had taken leave, she said to her mother, "Well, you can have Rachel West if you want to, but if you do, I shall go away. She's only Birmingham, and yet she's just as stuck up as she can be." The Pratts were Liverpool. "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Pratt with natural pride, "it's well known no one is good enough for you. But I took to Miss West, and an orphan and all, with all that money, poor thing." "She has no style," said Selina, "but she has a nice face, and she's coming to stay with Sibby Loftus next week, when she leaves Lady Newhaven. She may be Birmingham, Ada, but she's just as thick with country people as we are." "I did not rightly make out," said Mrs. Pratt reflectively, "whether that tall gentleman, Mr. Vernon, was after Miss West or Hester Gresley." "Oh, Ma, you always think someone's after somebody else," said Ada impatiently, whose high breeding obliged her to be rather peremptory with her simple parent. "Mr. Vernon is a pauper, and so is Hessie. Besides, Hessie is not the kind of girl anybody would want to marry." "Well, I'm not so sure of that," said Selina. "But if she had any chances, I know she would have told me. because I told her all about Captain Cobbett and Mr. Baxter. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 18. Le monde est plein de gens qui ne sont pas plus sages. La Fontaine. If, after the departure of the Pratts, Rachel had hoped for a word with Hester, she was doomed to disappointment. Mr. Gresley took the seat on the sofa beside Rachel, which Ada Pratt had vacated, and, after a few kindly eulogistic remarks on the Bishop of Southminster and the responsibilities of wealth, he turned the conversation into the well-worn groove of Warpington. Rachel proved an attentive listener, and after Mr. Gresley had furnished her at length with nutritious details respecting parochial work, he went on, "I am holding this evening a temperance meeting in the parish room. I wish, Miss West, that I could persuade you to stay for it, and thus enlist your sympathies in a matter of vital importance." "They have been enlisted in it for the last 10 years," said Rachel, who was not yet accustomed to the invariable assumption on the part of Mr. Gresley that no one took an interest in the most obvious good work until he had introduced and championed it. "But," she added, "I will stay with pleasure." Dick, who was becoming somewhat restive under Mrs. Gresley's inquiries about the Newhavens, became suddenly interested in the temperance meeting. "I've seen many a good fellow go to the dogs through drink in the colonies, more's the pity," Dick remarked. "I think I'll come too, James, and if you want a few plain words, you call on me." "I will," said Mr. Gresley, much gratified. "I always make a point of encouraging the laity, at least those among them who are thoroughly grounded in church teaching, to express themselves. Hear both sides, that is what I always say. The bishop constantly enjoins on his clergy to endeavour to elicit the lay opinion. The chair this evening will be taken by Mr. Pratt, a layman." The temperance meeting was to take place at 7 o'clock, and possibly Rachel may have been biassed in favour of that entertainment by the hope of a quiet half-hour with Hester in her own room. At any rate, she secured it. When they were alone, Rachel produced Lady Newhaven's note. "Do come to Westhope," she said, "while you are under this roof. It seems almost impossible to see you unless we are close to it." And she touched the sloping ceiling with her hand. "And yet I came to Westhope, and I am going on to Wilderley, partly in order to be near you." Hester shook her head. "The book is nearly finished," she said, the low light from the attic window striking sideways on the small face with its tightly compressed lips. A spirit, indomitable, immortal, looked for a moment out of Hester's grey eyes. The spirit was indeed willing, but the flesh was becoming weaker day by day. "When it is finished," she went on, "I will go anywhere and do anything, but stay here I must till it is done. Besides, I am not fit for society at present. I am covered with blue mould. Do you remember how that horrible Lady Carberry used to laugh at the country squire's daughters for being provincial? I have gone a peg lower than being provincial. I have become parochial." A knock came at the door, and Fraulein's mild, musical face appeared in the aperture. "I fear to disturb you," she said, "but Reggie says he cannot go to sleep till he see you." Hester introduced Fraulein to Rachel and slipped downstairs to the night nursery. Mary and Stella were already asleep in their high-barred cribs. The blind was down, and Hester could only just see the white figure of Reggie sitting up in his nightgown. She sat down on the edge of the bed and took him in her arms. "What is it, my treasure?" "Auntie Hester, was I naughty about the flying halfpenny?" "No, darling. Why?" "Because mother always says not to put pennies in my mouth, and I never did till today. And now Mary says I've been very naughty." "It does not matter what Mary says," said Hester, with a withering glance towards the sleeping angel in the next crib, who was only Mary by day. "But you must never do it again, and you will tell mother all about it tomorrow." "Yes," said Reggie, but... "But what?" "Uncle Dick did say it was a flying halfpenny, and you said so too, and that other auntie, and I thought it did not matter putting in flying halfpennies, only common ones."
Hester saw the difficulty in Reggie's mind. "It felt common when it was inside," said Reggie doubtfully, "and yet you and Uncle Dick did say it was a flying one." Reggie's large eyes were turned upon her with solemn inquiry in them. It is crises like these that our first ideals are laid low. Reggie had always considered Hester as the very soul of honour, that mysterious honour which he was beginning to dimly apprehend through her allegiance to it, and which, in his mind, belonged as exclusively to her as the little bedroom under the roof. "Reggie," said Hester tremulously, seeing that she had unwittingly put a stumbling block before the little white feet she loved, "when we played at the Dawes tea party and you were the butler, I did not mean you were really a butler, did I? I knew, and you knew, and we all knew, that you were Reggie all the time." "Yes." "It was a game, and so when Uncle Dick found us playing the tea party game, he played another game about the flying halfpenny." "Then it was a common halfpenny after all," said Reggie with a deep sigh. "Yes, it was a common halfpenny, only the other game was that it could fly, like the other game was that the acorn cups were real teacups. So Uncle Dick and all of us were not saying what was not true. We were all playing a game. Do you understand, my little mouse?" "Yes," said Reggie with another voluminous sigh, and Hester realised with thankfulness that the halfpenny and not herself had fallen from its pedestal. "I see now, but when he said 'Hi, presto,' and it flew away, I thought I saw it flying. Mary said she did. And I suppose the gate was only a game too." Hester felt that the subject would be quite beyond her powers of explanation if once the gate were introduced into it. She laid Reggie down and covered him. "And you will go to sleep now, and I will ask Uncle Dick when next he comes to show us how he did the game with the halfpenny." "Yes," said Reggie dejectedly. "I'd rather know what there is to be known. Only I thought it was a flying one. Good night, Auntie Hester." She stayed beside him a few minutes until his even breathing showed her he was asleep, and then slipped back to her own room. The front door-bell was ringing as she came out of the nursery. The temperance deputation from Liverpool had arrived. Mr. Gresley's voice of welcome could be heard saying that it was only 10 minutes to 7. Accordingly, a few minutes before that hour, Mr. Gresley and his party entered the parish room. It was crammed. The back benches were filled with a large contingent of young men, whose half-sheepish, half-sullen expression showed that their presence was due to pressure. Why the parishioners had come in such numbers it would be hard to say. Perhaps even a temperance meeting was a change in the dreary monotony of rural life at Warpington. Many of the faces bore the imprint of this monotony, Rachel thought, as she refused the conspicuous front seat pointed out to her by Mrs. Gresley, and sat down near the door with Hester. Dick, who had been finishing his cigarette outside, entered a moment later, and stood in the gangway, entirely filling it up, his eye travelling over the assembly, and, as Rachel well knew, looking for her. Presently he caught sight of her, wedged in 4 or 5 deep by the last arrivals. There was a vacant space between her and the wall, but it was apparently inaccessible. Entirely disregarding the anxious churchwardens who were waving him forward, Dick disappeared among the young men at the back, and Rachel thought no more of him until a large Oxford shoe descended quietly out of space upon the empty seat near her, and Dick, who had persuaded the young men to give him foot-room on their seats and had stepped over the high backs of several school forms, sat down beside her. It was neatly done, and Rachel could not help smiling. But the thought darted through her mind that Dick was the kind of man who, somehow or other, would succeed where he meant to succeed, and would marry the woman he intended to marry. There was no doubt that she was that woman, and as he sat tranquilly beside her, she wished, with a nervous tremor, that his choice had fallen on someone else. The meeting opened with nasal and fervent prayer on the part of a neighbouring archdeacon. No one could kneel down except the dignitaries on the platform, but everyone pretended to do so. Mr. Pratt, who was in the chair, then introduced the principal speaker. Mr. Pratt's face, very narrow at the forehead, became slightly wider at the eyes, widest when it reached round the corners of his mouth, and finally split into 2 long, party-coloured whiskers. He assumed on these occasions a matter of pontifical solemnity towards his humble brethren, admirably suited to one who, after wrestling for many years with a patent oil, is conscious that he has blossomed out into a county family. The Warpington parishioners listened to him unmoved. The deputation from Liverpool followed, a thin, ascetic-looking man of many bones and little linen, who spoke with the concentrated fury of a fanatic against alcohol in all its varieties. Dick, who had so far taken more interest in Rachel's gloves, which he had dropped, and with which he was kindly burdening himself, than in the proceedings, drew himself up and fixed his steel eyes on the speaker. A restive movement in the audience followed the speech, which was loudly clapped by Mr. Gresley and the Pratts. Mr. Gresley then mounted the platform. Mr. Gresley had an enormous advantage as a platform speaker, and as a preacher in the twin pulpits of church and home, owing to the conviction that he had penetrated to the core of any subject under discussion, and could pronounce judgment upon it in a conclusive manner. He was wont to approach every subject by the preliminary statement that he had threshed it out. This threshing out had been so thorough that there was hardly a subject, even of the knottiest description, which he was unable to dismiss with a few pregnant words. Evolution. Ha ha! Descended from an ape. I don't believe that, for one. While women's rights received their death blow from a jocose allusion to the woman following the plough while the man sat at home and rocked the cradle. With the same noble simplicity, he grappled with the difficult and complex subject of temperance, by which he meant total abstinence. He informed his hearers, in the bigoted tones of a married teetotaler, that he had gone to the root of the matter. The roots were apparently on the surface, and that it was no use calling black white and white black. He, for one, did not believe in muddling up black and white, as some lukewarm people advocated, till they were only a dirty grey. No, either drink was right or it was wrong. If it was not wrong to get drunk, he did not know what was wrong. He was not a man of compromise. Alcohol was a servant of the devil, and to tamper with it was to tamper with the evil one himself. Touch not, taste not, handle not. He, for his part, should never side with the devil. This lofty utterance having been given time to sink in, Mr. Gresley looked round at the sea of stolid, sullen faces, and concluded with saying that the chairman would now call upon his cousin, Mr. Vernon, to speak to them on the shocking evils he himself had witnessed in Australia as the results of drink. Dick was not troubled by shyness. He extricated himself from his seat with the help of the young men, and slowly ascended the platform. He looked a size too large for it, and for the other speakers, and his loose tweed suit and heather stockings were as great a contrast to the tightly buttoned-up black of the other occupants as were his strong, keen face and muscular hands to those of the previous speakers. "That's a man," said a masculine voice behind Rachel. "He weren't reared on ditchwater, you bet." "Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen," said Dick, "you've only got to listen to me for half a minute, and you'll find out without my telling you that nature did not cut me out for a speaker. I'm no talker, I'm a working man." An admission which Mr. Pratt would rather have been boiled in his own oil than have made. "For the last 7 years I've done my 12 hours a day, and I've come to think more of what a man gets through with his hands than the sentiments which he can wheeze out after a heavy meal. But Mr. Gresley has asked me to tell you what I know about drink, as I've seen a great many examples of it, and as I have seen a good many samples of it in Australia." Dick then proceeded, with a sublime disregard of grammar, and an earnestness that increased as he went on, to dilate on the evil effects of drink as he himself had witnessed them. He described how he had seen men who could not get spirits make themselves drunk on painkiller, how he had seen strong, young station hands who had not tasted spirits for months come down from the hills with £100 in their pockets and drink themselves into doddering old men in a fortnight in the nearest township, where they were kept drunk on drugged liquor till all their hard-earned wages were gone. The whole room listened in dead silence. No feet shuffled. Mr. Gresley looked patronisingly at Dick's splendid figure and large outstretched hand, with the crooked middle finger which he had cut off by mistake in the bush, and had stuck on again himself. Then the young vicar glanced smiling at the audience, feeling that he had elicited a lay opinion of the best time. "Now what are the causes of all these dreadful things?" continued Dick. "I'm speaking to the men here, not the women. What are the causes of all this poverty and vice and scamped workmanship and weak eyes and shaky hands, on the top of high wages? I tell you they come from two things, and one is as bad as the other. One is drinking too much, and the other is drinking bad liquor. Every man who's worth his salt," said Dick, balancing his long bent finger on the middle of his other palm, "should know when he's had enough. Some can carry more, some less." Mr. Gresley started and signed to Dick, but Dick did not notice. "Bad liquor is at the root of half the drunkenness I know. I don't suppose there are many publicans here tonight, for this meeting isn't quite in their line, and if there are, they can't have come expecting compliments. But if you fellows think you get good liquor at the publics round here, I tell you you're jolly well mistaken." "Hear, hear," shouted several voices. "I've been in the course of the last week to most of the public houses in Southminster and Westhope and Warpington to see what sort of stuff they sold, and upon my soul, gentlemen, if I settled in Warpington, I'd—" Dick hesitated for a simile strong enough. "I'd turn teetotaler until I left it again, rather than swallow the snake poison they serve out to you." There was a general laugh, in the midst of which Mr. Gresley, whose complexion had deepened, sprang to his feet and endeavoured to attract Dick's attention. But Dick saw nothing but his audience. Mr. Gresley began to speak in his high, sing-song voice. "My young friend," he said, "has mistaken the object of this meeting. In short, I must—" "Not a bit," said Dick, "not a bit. But if the people have had enough of me, I'll take your chair while you have another innings." In a moment the room was in an uproar. Shouts of "No, no! Go on! Let him speak!" In the tumult, Mr. Gresley's voice, instead of being the solo, became but as one instrument, albeit a trombone, in an orchestra. "But I thoroughly agree with the gentleman who spoke before me," said Dick, when peace was restored. "Total abstinence is a long chalk below temperance, but it's better than drunkenness any day. And if a man can't get on without three-finger nips, let him take the pledge. There are one or two here tonight who would be the better for it. But to my thinking, total abstinence is like a water mattress. It's good for a sick man, and it's good for a man with a weak will, which is another kind of illness. But temperance is for those who are in health. There's a text in the Bible about wine making glad the heart of man. That's a good text, one to go on. As often as not, texts are like bags, and a man crams all his own rubbish into them and expects you to take them together. There are some men, who ought to know better, who actually get out of that text by saying the Bible means unfermented liquor." Mr. Gresley became purple. "Does it? And how about the other place where we hear of new wine bursting old bottles? What makes them burst? Fermentation, of course, as every village idiot knows. No, I take it when the Bible says wine, it means wine. Wine's fermented liquor, and what's unfermented liquor? Nothing but pop." Dick pronounced the last word with profound contempt, which was met with enthusiastic applause. "My last word to you, gentlemen," continued Dick, "is keep in mind 2 points. First, look out for an honest publican, if there is such an article, who will buy only the best liquor from the best sources, and is not bound by the breweries to set any stuff they send along. Join together and make it hot for a bound publican. Kick him out, even if he is the squire's butler." Mr. Pratt's complexion became apoplectic. "And the second point is, remember some men have heads and some haven't. It's no use for a lame man entering for a hurdle race. A strong man can take his whack, if it's with his food, and it will do him good, while a weak man can't hang up his hat after the first smile." A storm of applause followed, which was perhaps all the heartier by reason of the furious face of Mr. Gresley. Dick was clapped continuously as he descended the platform and slowly left the room, feeling in his pockets for his tobacco pouch. A squad of young men creaked out after him, and others followed by twos and threes, so that the mellifluous voice of Mr. Pratt was comparatively lost, who, disregarding his position as chairman, now rose to pour oil, of which in manner alone he had always a large supply, on the troubled waters. Mr. Pratt had felt a difficulty in interrupting a member of a county family, which with the eye of faith he plainly perceived Dick to be, and at the same time a guest of Newhaven's. But Pratt experienced, in the mirror moments of their intercourse with the Newhavens, some of that sublime awe, that subdued rapture, which others experience in cathedrals. Mr. Pratt had also taken a momentary pleasure in the defeat of Mr. Gresley, who did not pay him the deference which he considered due to him and his seat. Mr. Pratt always expected that the vicar should, by reason of his small income, take the position of a sort of upper servant of the squire, and he had seen so many instances of this happy state of things that he was perpetually nettled by Mr. Gresley's independent attitude, while Mr. Gresley was equally irritated by the impatience of clerical control and shepherding which Mr. Pratt, his largest and woolliest sheep, too frequently evinced. As the chairman benignly expressed his approval of both views and toned down each to meet the other, the attention of the audience wandered to the occasional laughs and cheers which came from the school playground. And when a few minutes later Rachel emerged with the stream, she saw Dick standing under the solitary lamp-post, speaking earnestly to a little crowd of youths and men. The laughter had ceased. Their crestfallen appearance spoke for itself. "Well, good night, lads," said Dick cordially, raising his cap to them, and he rejoined Rachel and Hester at the gate. When Dick and Rachel had departed on their bicycles, and when the deputation, after a frugal supper, had retired to rest, and when the drawing-room door was shut, then, and not till then, did Mr. Gresley give vent to his feelings. "And he would not stop," he repeated over and over again, almost in hysterics, when the total abstinence hose of his wrath had been turned on Dick until every reservoir of abuse was exhausted. "I signed to him, I spoke to him, you saw me speak to him, Minna, and he would not stop." Hester experienced that sudden emotion which may result either in tears or laughter at the cruel anguish brought upon her brother by the momentary experience of what he so ruthlessly inflicted. "He talked me down," said Mr. Gresley, his voice shaking. "He opposed me in my own schoolroom. Of course I blame myself for asking him to speak. I ought to have inquired into his principles more thoroughly, but he took me in entirely by saying one thing in this room and the exact opposite on the platform." "I thought his views were the same in both places," said Hester, "and at the time I admired you for asking him to speak, considering he is a vine-grower." "A what?" almost shrieked Mr. Gresley. "A vine-grower. Surely you know he has one of the largest vineyards in South Australia." For a moment Mr. Gresley was bereft of speech. "And you knew this and kept silence?" he said at last, while Mrs. Gresley looked reproachfully, but without surprise, at her sister-in-law. "Certainly. What was there to speak about? I thought you knew." "I never heard of it till this instant. That quite accounts for his views. He wants to push his own wines. Of course drunkenness is working for his interests. I understand it all now. He has undone the works of years by that speech for the sake of booking a few orders. It is contemptible. I trust, Hester, he is not a particular friend of yours, for I shall feel it my duty to speak very strongly to him if he comes again." But Dick did not appear again. He was off and away before the terrors of the church could be brought to bear on him. But his memory remained green at Warpington. "They do say," said Abel to Hester a few days later, planting his spade on the ground and slowly scraping off upon it the clay from his nailed boots, "as Aunt Mr. Vernon gave him a dusting in the schoolyard, as I won't forget in a hurry. He said he could not speak out before the women folk, but he was noways necessary to pick his words once he was outside. Barn said as his tongue would have worry his blisters on an edge stake. But he had a way with him for all that. There was a deal of talk about him at market last Wednesday, and Jones and Peg is just silly to go back to Australia with him. I ain't sure," continued Abel, closing the conversation by a vigorous thrust of his spade into the earth, "as one of the things that fetched him almost wasn't his saying that since he'd been in an hot climate he knew what it was to be tempted himself when he was a bit down on his luck, or a bit up. Pratts would never have owned to that." The village always spoke of Mr. Pratt in the plural without a prefix. "I've been to a sight of temperance meetings, because," with indulgence, "master likes it. I always have my glass, as is natural. but I never heard one of them speakers kind of set to it like that. That's what the folks say, that for all he was a born gentleman, he spoke to 'em as man to man, not as if we were servants or childer.
End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 19. Le bruit est pour le fat, la plombe est pour le sot. L'arrête emprunté s'en va et ne dit mot. M. Dellanoni. "And so you cannot persuade Miss Gresley to come to us next week," said Lord Newhaven, strolling into the dining-room at West Abbey, where Rachel and Dick were sitting at a little supper-table laid for two in front of the high altar. The dining-room had formerly been the chapel, and the carved stone altar still remained under the east window. Lord Newhaven drew up a chair, and Rachel felt vaguely relieved at his presence. He had a knack of knowing when to appear and when to efface himself. "She can't leave her book," said Rachel.
"Her first book was very clever," said Lord Newhaven, "and what was more, it was true. I hope for her own sake she will outgrow her love of truth, or it will make deadly enemies for her."
"And good friends?" said Rachel.
"Possibly," said
Lord Newhaven, looking narrowly at her, and almost obliged to believe that she had spoken without self-consciousness.
"But if she outgrows all her principles, I hope at any rate she won't outgrow her sharp tongue. I liked her ever since she first came to this house 10 years ago with Lady Susan Gresley. I remember saying that Captain Pratt, who called while she was here, was a bounder, and Miss Gresley said she did not think he was quite a bounder, only on the boundary line. If you knew Captain Pratt, that describes him exactly."
"I wish she had not said it," said Rachel with a sigh. "She makes trouble for herself by saying things like that. Is Lady Newhaven in the drawing-room?"
"Yes, I heard her singing the Lost Chord not 10 minutes ago."
"I will go up to her," said Rachel.
"I do believe," said Lord Newhaven when Rachel had departed, "that she has an affection for Miss Gresley." "It's not necessary to be a detective in plain clothes to see that," said Dick. "No, it generally needs to be a magnifying glass to see a woman's friendship, and then they are only expedients till we arrive, Dick. You need not be jealous of Miss Gresley. Miss West will forget all about her when she is Mrs. Vernon." "Oh, she does not seem very keen about that," said Dick grimly. "I'm only marking time. I'm no forwarder than I was." "Well, it's your own fault for fixing your affections on a woman who is not anxious to marry. She's no objection to you. It's marriage she does not like." "Oh, that's bosh," said Dick. "All women wish to be married, and if they don't, they ought to."
He felt that an invidious reflection had been cast on Rachel.
"All the same, a man with one eye can see that women with money, or anything that makes them independent of us, don't flatter us by their alacrity to marry us. They will make fools of themselves for love, none greater, and they will marry for love. But their different attitude towards us, their natural lords and masters, directly we are no longer necessary to them as stepping stones to a home and a recognized position, revolts me. If you had taken my advice at the start, you would have made up to one among the mob of women who are dependent on marriage for their very existence. If a man goes into that herd, he will not be refused, and if he is, it does not matter. It is the blessed custom of piling everything on to the eldest son and leaving the women of the family almost penniless, which provides half of us with wives without any trouble to ourselves. Whatever we are, they've got to take us. The average dancing young woman living in luxury in her father's house is between the devil and the deep blue sea. We are frequently the devil, but it's not surprising that she can't face the alternative, a poverty to which she was not brought up, and in which she has only seen her old spinster aunts. But I suppose in your case you really want the money."
Dick looked rather hard at Lord Newhaven.
"I should not have said that unless I'd known it to be a lie," continued the latter, "because I dislike being kicked. But, Dick, listen to me. You have not," with sudden misgiving, "laid any little matrimonial project before her this evening, have you?" "No, I was not quite such a fool as that." "Well, such things do occur. Moonlight, you know, etc.
I was possessed by a devil once and proposed by moonlight, as all my wife's friends know, and probably her maid. But seriously, Dick, you're not making progress, as you say yourself." "Well," rather sullenly. "Well, onlookers see most of the game. Miss West I don't say she is, but if things go on as they are for another week, she may become slightly bored. That was why I joined you at supper. She'd had for the time enough." "Of me?" said Dick, reddening under his tan. "Just so. It's a matter of no importance after marriage, but it should be avoided beforehand. Are you really in earnest about this?" Dick delivered himself slowly and deliberately of certain platitudes. "Well, I hope I shall hear you say all that again some day, in a condensed form, before a clergyman. In the meantime, I'd better clear out." "Yes, I don't enjoy saying so in the presence of my own galantine and mayonnaise, but that is it. Go, and come back." "If you had a Bradshaw," said Dick, "I'd look out my train now. I think there's an express to London about 7 in the morning, if you can send me to the station." "But the post only comes in at 8. "Well, you can send my letters after me." "I dare say I can, my diplomatist. But you're not going to leave till the post has arrived, when you will receive business letters requiring your immediate presence in London. You're not going to let a woman know that you leave on her account." "You're very sharp, Cackles," said Dick drearily, "and I'll take a leaf out of your book and lie if you think it is the right thing. But I expect she will know very well that the same business which took me to that infernal temperance meeting has taken me to London." Rachel was vaguely relieved when Dick went off next morning. She was not, as a rule, oppressed by the attentions she received from young men, which in due season became marked and then resulted in proposals neatly or clumsily expressed. But she was disturbed when she thought of Dick, and his departure was like the removal of a weight, not a heavy, but still a perceptible one. For Rachel was aware that Dick was in deadly earnest, and that his love was growing steadily, almost unconsciously, was accumulating like snow, flake by flake, upon a mountainside. Some day, perhaps not for a long time, but some day there would be an avalanche, and in his own language, she would be in it. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 20. Si l'on vous a trahi, ce n'est pas la trahison qui importe. C'est le pardon qu'elle a fait naître dans votre âme. Mais si la trahison n'a pas accru la simplicité, la confiance plus haute, l'entendu de l'amour, on vous aura trahi bien inutilement, et vous pouvez vous dire qu'il n'est rien arrivé. Maeterlinck. Rachel and Hester were sitting in the shadow of the churchyard wall, where Hester had so unfortunately fallen asleep on a previous occasion. It was the first of many clandestine meetings. Mr. and Mrs. Gresley did not realize that Hester and Rachel wished to talk secrets, as they would have expressed it, and Rachel's arrival was felt by the Gresleys to be the appropriate moment to momentarily lay aside their daily avocations and to join Hester and Rachel in the garden for social intercourse. The Gresleys liked Rachel. Listeners generally are liked. Perhaps also her gentle, unassuming manner was not an unpleasant change after the familiar nonchalance of the Pratts. The two friends bore their fate for a time in inward impatience, and then, not without compunction, practised to deceive. Certain obtuse persons push others, naturally upright, into eluding and outwitting them, just as the really wicked people, who give viva voce invitations, goad us into crevices of lies, for which, if there is any justice anywhere, they will have to answer at the last day. Mr. Gresley gave the last shove to Hester and Rachel by an exhaustive harangue on what he called socialism. Finding they were discussing some phase of it, he drew up a chair and informed them that he had threshed out the whole subject. "Socialism," he began, delighted with the polite resignation of his hearers, which throughout life he mistook for earnest attention. Community of goods. People don't see that if everything were divided up today and everybody was given a shilling, by next week the thrifty man would have a sovereign and the spendthrift would be penniless. Community of goods is impossible as long as human nature remains what it is. But I can't knock that into people's heads. I spoke of it once to Lord Newhaven after his speech in the House of Lords. I thought he was more educated and a shade less thoughtless than the idle rich usually are, and that he would see it, if it was put plainly before him. But he only said my arguments were incontrovertible, and slipped away. It was after this conversation, or rather monologue, that Hester and Rachel arranged to meet by stealth. They were sitting luxuriously in the short grass, with their backs against the churchyard wall, and their hats tilted over their eyes. "I wish I had met this Mr. Dick 5 or 6 years ago," said Rachel with a sigh. Hester was the only person who knew about Rachel's previous love disaster. "Dick always gets what he wants in the long run," said Hester. "I should offer to marry him at once if I were you. It will save a lot of trouble, and it will come to just the same in the end." Rachel laughed, but not light-heartedly. Hester had only put into words a latent conviction of her own which troubled her. "Dick is the right kind of man to marry," continued Hester dispassionately. "What lights he has he lives up to. If that is not high praise, I don't know what is. He's good, but somehow his goodness does not offend one. One can condone it. And if you care for such things, he has a thoroughgoing respect for women, which he carries about with him in a little patent safe of his own." "I don't want to marry a man for his qualities and mental furniture," said Rachel wearily. "If I did, I would take Mr. Dick." There was a short silence. "I am sure," said Rachel at last, "that you do not realize how commonplace I am. You know those conventional heroines of second-rate novels who love tremendously once, and then, when things go wrong, promptly turn into marble statues and go through life with hearts of stone? Well, my dear, I am just like that. I know it's despicable. I have struggled against it. It is idiotic to generalize from one personal experience. I keep before my mind that other men are not like him. I know they aren't, but yet somehow I think they are. I am frightened." Hester turned her wide eyes towards her friend. "Do you still consider, after these 4 years, that he did you an injury?" Rachel looked out upon the mournful landscape. The weariness of midsummer was upon it. A heavy hand seemed laid upon the brow of the distant hills. "I gave him everything I had," she said slowly, "and he threw it away. I have nothing left for anyone else. Perhaps it is because I am naturally economical," she added, smiling faintly, "that it seems now, looking back, such a dreadful waste." "Only in appearance, not in reality," said Hester. "It looks like a waste of life, that mowing down of our best years by a relentless passion which itself falls dead on the top of them, but it is not so. Every year I live, I am more convinced that the waste of life lies in the love we have not given, the powers we have not used, the selfish prudence which will risk nothing, and which, shirking pain, misses happiness as well. No one ever yet was the poorer in the long run for having once in a lifetime let out the length of all the reins." "You mean it did me good," said Rachel, "and that he was a kind of benefactor in disguise?" "I dare say you are right. But you see, I don't take a burning interest in my own character. I don't find my mental standpoint—isn't that what Mrs. Loftus calls it?—very engrossing." "He was a benefactor all the same," said Hester, with decision. "I did not think so at the time, and if I could have driven over him in an omnibus I would have done so with pleasure. But I believe that the day will come when you will cover that grave with a handsome monument erected out of gratitude for him not marrying you. And now, Rachel, will you forgive me beforehand for what I am going to say?" "Oh," said Rachel ruefully, "when you say that, I know it is the prelude to something frightful. You are getting out a dagger, and I shall be its sheath directly." "You are a true prophet, Rachel." "Yes, executioner." My dear, dear friend, whom I love best in the world, when that happened my heart was wrung for you. I would have given everything I had, life itself, not that that is saying much, to have saved you from that hour. I know it. But I should have been the real enemy if I had had power to save you, which, thank God, I had not. That hour had to be. It was necessary. You may not care about your own character, but I do. There is something stubborn and inflexible in you, the seamy side of your courage and steadfastness, which cannot readily enter into the feelings of others or put itself in their place. I think it is want of imagination. I mean the power of seeing things as they are. You are the kind of woman who, if you had married comfortably someone you rather liked, might have become like Sybil Loftus, who never understands any feeling beyond her own microscopic ones, and who measures love by her own small preferences for doll. You would have had no more sympathy than she has. People like Sybil believe one can only sympathise with what one has experienced. That is why they are always saying, as a mother, or as a wife. If that were true, the world would have to get on without sympathy, for no two people have the same experience. Only a shallow nature believes that a resemblance in two cups means that they both contain the same wine. Sybil believes it, and you would have been very much the same, not from lack of perception, as in her case, but from want of using your powers of perception. If you had not undergone an agonized awakening, all the great realities of life, love, hatred, temptation, enthusiasm, would have remained for you as they have remained for Sybil, merely pretty words to string on light conversation. That is why I can't bear to hear her speak of them, because every word she says proves she has not known them. But the sword that pierced your heart forced an entrance for angels who had been knocking where there was no door. Until then. Silence. Since when is it that people have turned to you for comfort and sympathy? No answer. Rachel, on your oath, did you ever really care for the London poor until you became poor yourself and lived among them? No. But they were there all the time. You saw them in the streets. It was not as if you only heard of them. You saw them. Their agony, their vice was written large on their faces. There was a slum almost at the back of that great house in Portman Square, where you lived many years in luxury with your parents. Don't, said Rachel, her lip trembling. I must. You did not care then. If a flagrant case came before you, you gave something like other uncharitable people who hate feeling uncomfortable. But you care now. You seek out those who need you. Answer me, were they cheaply bought or not, that compassion and love for the degraded and the suffering which were the outcome of your years of poverty and museum buildings? They were cheaply bought, said Rachel, with conviction, speaking with difficulty. Would you have learned them if you had gone on living in Portman Square? Oh, Hester, would anybody? Yes, they would, but that is not the question. Would you? No, said Rachel. There was a long silence. Rachel's mind took its staff and travelled slowly, humbly, a few more difficult steps up that steep path where experience is converted into thought as a mulberry leaf is converted into satin. At last she turned her grave eyes upon her friend. I see what you mean, she said. I have not reached the place yet, but I can believe that I shall come to it some day, when I shall feel as thankful for that trouble as I do feel now for having known poverty. Yes, Esther, you are right. I was a hard woman without imagination. I have been taught in the only way I could learn, by experience. I have been very fortunate. Hester did not answer, but bent down and kissed Rachel's hands. It was as if she had said, Forgive me for finding fault with one so far above me. And the action was so understood. Rachel coloured, and they sat for a moment hand close in hand, heart very near to heart. How is it you are so sure of these things, Hester? Said Rachel in a whisper. When you say them, I see they are true, and I believe them, but how do you know them? A shadow, a very slight one, fell across Hester's face. Love knows the secret of grief, but can love claim that knowledge if he is asked how he came by it by one who should have known? The question crept in between the friends and moved them apart. Hester's voice altered. Minna would say that I picked them up from the conversation of James. You know the Pratts are perfectly aware of what I have of course tried to conceal, namely that the love scenes in the idyll were put together from scraps I had collected of James's invasion to Minna. And all the humorous bits are claimed by a colony of cousins in Devonshire who say that anyone who had heard them talk could have written the idyll, and anyone who had not heard them apparently. The so-called profane passages are all that are left to me as my own. You are profane now, said Rachel, smiling, but secretly wounded by the flippancy which she had brought upon herself. A distant whoop had distracted their attention, and they saw Reggie galloping towards them, imitating a charger, while Fraulein and the two little girls followed. Reggie stopped short before Rachel and looked suspiciously at her. "Where is Uncle Dick?" he said. "I don't know," said Rachel, reddening in spite of herself, and her eyes falling guiltily before her questioner. "Then he's not come with you?" Reggie's mind was what his father called sure and steady. Mr. Gresley often said he preferred a child of that kind to one that was quick-witted and flashy. "No, he has not come with me." "Mary!" shrieked Reggie, "he's not come!" "I knew he had not," said Mary. "When I saw he was not there, I knew he was somewhere else." Dear little Mary was naturally the Gresleys' favourite child. Thoroughly they might divest themselves of parental partiality. They could not but observe that she was as sensible as a grown-up person. "I thought he might be somewhere near," exclaimed Reggie, "in a tree or something," looking up into the little yew. "You can't tell with a conjurer like Uncle Dick, can you, Auntie Hester, whatever Mary may say?" "Mary is generally wrong," said Hester, "but she is right for once." Mary, who was early acquiring the comfortable habit of hearing only the remarks that found an echo in her own breast, heard she was right, and said shrilly, "I told Reggie and he was still on the road that Uncle Dick wasn't there. Mother doesn't always go with father, but he said he'd run and see." "We shall be very late for luncheon," said Fraulein hastily, blushing down to the onyx brooch at her turned-down collar and drawing Mary away. "Perhaps he left the halfpenny with you," said Reggie. "Fraulein would like to see it." "No," said Fraulein, the tears in her eyes. "I do not wish at all. I cry half the night when I hear of it." "I only cry when baby beats me," said Mary, balancing on one leg. "I have not got the halfpenny," said Rachel, the three elders studiously ignoring Mary's personal reminiscences. The children were borne away by Fraulein, and the friends kissed and parted. "I'm coming to Wilderley tomorrow," said Rachel. "I shall be much nearer to you then." "It is no good contending against Dick and fate," said Hester, shaking her finger at her. "You see, it is all decided for you. Even the children have settled it." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 21. If a fool be associated with a wise man all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. Buddhist Dhammapada. "I can't think what takes you to Wilderley," said Lady Newhaven to Rachel. "I am always bored to death when I go there. Sybil is so self-centred." Perhaps one of the reasons why Lady Newhaven and Sybil Lofthouse did not get on was owing to a certain superficial resemblance between them. Both exacted attention, and if they were in the same room together, it seldom contained enough attention to supply the needs of both. Both were conscious, like Celia Chettam, that, since the birth of their first child, their opinions respecting literature, politics, and art had acquired additional weight and solidity, and that a wife and mother could pronounce with decision on important subjects where a spinster would do well to hold her peace. Each was fond of saying, "As a married woman, I think this or that." Yet each was conscious of dislike and irritation when she heard the other say it. And there is no doubt that Sybil had been too unwell to appear at Lady Newhaven's garden party the previous summer, because Lady Newhaven had the week before advanced her cherished theory of one life, one love, to the delight of Lord Newhaven and the natural annoyance of Sybil, whose second husband was at that moment handing tea and answering "That depends" when appealed to. "As if," as Sybil said afterwards to Hester, "a woman can help being the ideal of two men." "Sybil is such a bore now," continued Lady Newhaven, "that I don't know what she will be when she is older. I don't know why you go to Wilderley of all places." "I go because I am asked," said Rachel, "and partly because I shall be near Hester Gresley." "I don't think Miss Gresley can be very anxious to see you, or she would have come here when I invited her. I told several people she was coming, and that Mr. Carstairs, who thinks so much of himself, came on purpose to meet her. It is very tiresome of her to behave like that, especially as she did not say she had any engagement. You make a mistake, Rachel, in running after people who won't take any trouble to come and see you. It is a thing I never do myself." "She is buried in her book at present." "I can't think what she has to write about, but I suppose she picks up things from other people." "I think so. She is a close observer." "I think you are wrong there, Rachel, for when she was here some years ago she never looked about her at all. And I asked her how she judged of people, and she said, by appearances. Now that was very silly, because, as I explained to her, appearances were most deceptive, and I had often thought a person with a cold manner was cold-hearted, and afterwards found I was quite mistaken." Rachel did not answer. She wondered in what the gift consisted which Lady Newhaven and Sybil both possessed, of bringing all conversation to a standstill. "It seems curious," said Lady Newhaven after a pause, "how the books are mostly written by the people who know least of life. Now, the sonnets from the Portuguese. People think so much of them. I was looking at them the other day. Why, they are nothing to what I have felt. I sometimes think if I wrote a book, I don't mean that I have any special talent, but if I really sat down and wrote a book with all the deep side of life in it, and one's own religious feelings, and described love and love's tragedy as they really are, what a sensation it would make! It would take the world by storm." Any book dealing sincerely with one of those subjects could not fail to be a great success. "Oh, yes, I'm not afraid I should fail. I do wish you were not going, Rachel. We have so much in common, and it is such a comfort to be with someone who knows what one is going through. I believe you feel the suspense, too, for my sake." "I do feel it, deeply." "I sometimes think," said Lady Newhaven, her face ageing suddenly under an emotion so disfiguring that Rachel's eyes fell before it, "I am sometimes almost certain that Edward drew the short-lighter. Oh, do you think if he did he will really act up to it when the time comes?" "If he drew it, he will certainly take the consequences." "Will he, do you think? I'm almost sure he drew it. He's doing so many little things that looks as if he knew he were not going to live. I heard Mr. Carstairs ask him to go to Norway with him next spring, and Edward laughed and said he never looked more than a few months ahead." "I'm afraid he may have said that intending you to hear it." "But he did not intend me to hear it. I overheard it." Rachel's face fell. "You did promise after you told me about the letter that you would never do that kind of thing again." "Well, Rachel, I have not. I've not even looked at his letters since. I couldn't help it that once, because I thought he might have told his brother in India. But don't you think his saying that to Mr. Carstairs looks—" Rachel shook her head. "He is beyond me," she said. "There may be something more behind which we don't know about. I have a feeling it has come over me again and again lately that I shall be released, and that you and I shall be happy together yet." And Lady Newhaven turned her face against the high back of her carved oak chair and sobbed hysterically. "Could you be happy if you brought about Lord Newhaven's death?" said Rachel. Her voice was full of tender pity, not for the crunching unhappiness before her, but for the poor atrophied soul. Could she reach it? She would have given everything she possessed at that moment for 1 second of Christ's power to touch those blind eyes to sight.
"How can you say such things? I should not have brought it about. I did not even know of that dreadful drawing of lots till the thing was done. That was all his own doing."
Rachel sighed. The passionate yearning towards her companion shrank back upon herself. "The fault is in me," she said to herself. "If I were purer, humbler, more loving, I might have been allowed to help her." Lady Newhaven rose and held Rachel tightly in her arms.
"I count the days," she said hoarsely, shaking from head to foot. "It is 2 months and 3 weeks today, November the 29th. You will promise faithfully to come to me and be with me then? You will not desert me? Whatever happens, you will be sure to come?"
"I will come, I promise," said Rachel, and she stooped and kissed the closed eyes. She could at least do that. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 22. Brother, thy tail hangs down behind. Song of the Bandalog. Rachel arrived after tea at Ridley and went straight to her room on a plea of fatigue. It was a momentary cowardice that tempted her to yield to her fatigue. She felt convinced that she should meet Hugh Scarlett at Wilderley. She had no reason for the conviction beyond the very inadequate one that she had met him at Sybil's London house. Nevertheless, she felt sure that he would be among the guests, and she longed for a little breathing space after parting with Lady Newhaven before she met him. Presently Sybil flew in and embraced her with effusion. "Oh, what you have missed!" she said breathlessly. "But you do look tired. You were quite right to lie down before dinner. Only you aren't lying down. We've had such a conversation downstairs. The others are all out boating with Doll, but Mr. Harvey, the great Mr. Harvey, you know." "I'm afraid I don't know." "Oh, yes, you do. The author of Unashamed." "I remember now." "Well, he is here, resting after his new book, Rahab, and he has been reading us the opening chapters just to Miss Barker and me. It is quite wonderful. So painful, you know. He does not spare the reader anything. He thinks it wrong to leave out anything, but so powerful." "Is it the same Miss Barker whom I met at your house in the season, who denounced the idyll?" "Yes. How she did cut it up! You see, she knows all about East London and that sort of thing. I knew you would like to meet her again, because you are philanthropic too. She hardly thought she could spare the time to come, but she thought she would go back fresher if the whale were out of her ears for a week." "The whale! Isn't it dreadful? I think we ought to do more than we do, don't you?" "We ought indeed. But then, you see, as a married woman, I can't leave my husband and child and bury myself in the East End, can I?" "Of course not. But surely it is an understood thing that marriage exempts women from all impersonal duties." "Yes, that is just it. How well you put it. But others could. I often wonder why, after writing the idyll, Hester never goes near East London. I should have gone straight off and have cast in my lot with them if I had been in her place." "Do you ever find people do what you would have done if you had been in their place?" "No, never. They don't seem to see it. It's a thing I can't understand, the way people don't act up to their convictions. And I do know, though I would not tell Hester so for worlds, that the fact that she goes on living comfortably in the country after bringing out that book makes thoughtful people, not me of course, but other earnest-minded people, think she is a humbug." "It would, naturally," said Rachel. "Well, now, I am glad you agree with me, for I said something of the same kind to Mr. Scarlett last night, and he could not see it. He is rather obtuse. I dare say you remember him?" "Perfectly." "I don't care about him. He's so superficial, and Miss Parker says he's very lethargic in conversation. I asked him because, don't breathe a word of it, but because, as a married woman, one ought to help others. And do you remember how he stood up for Hester that night in London?" "For her book, you mean?" "Well, it's all one. Men are men, my dear. Let me tell you, he would never have done that if he had not been in love with her." "Do you mean that men never defend obvious truths unless they are in love?" "Now you are pretending to misunderstand me," said Sybil joyously, making her little squirrel face into a becoming pout. "But it's no use trying to take me in, and it's coming right. He's there at this moment."
At the vicarage? Where else? I asked him to go. I urged him. I said I felt sure she expected him. One must help on these things. But if he is obtuse and lethargic and superficial, is he likely to suit Hester? My dear, the happiest lot for a woman is marriage. And you and I are Hester's friends, so we ought to do all we can for her happiness. That is why I just mentioned this. The dressing gong began to boom. I must fly, said Sybil, depositing a butterfly kiss on Rachel's forehead, and she flew. I wish I knew what I felt about him, said Rachel to herself. I don't much like hearing him called obtuse and superficial, but I suppose I should like still less to hear Sybil praise him. I never heard her praise anything but mediocrity yet. If Rachel had been at all introspective, she might have found a clue as to her feeling for Hugh in the unusual care with which she arranged her hair, and her decision at the last moment to discard the pale green gown lying in state on the bed for a white satin one embroidered at long intervals with rose-coloured carnations. A masterpiece designed especially for her by a great French milliner. Rachel often wondered whose eyesight had been strained over those marvellous carnations, but tonight she did not give them a thought. She looked with grave dissatisfaction at her pale, nondescript face and nondescript hair and eyes. She did not know that only women with marriageable daughters saw her as she saw herself in the glass. As she left her room, a door opened at the farther end of the same wing, and a tall man came out. The middle-class element in her said, superfine. His fastidious taste said, a plain woman. In another instant they recognized each other. Superfine? What nonsense, she thought, as she met his eager, tremulous glance. A plain woman? Rachel plain? He had met the welcome in her eyes, and there was beauty in every movement, grace in every fold of her white gown. As they met, the gong suddenly boomed out close beneath them, and they could only smile at each other as they shook hands. The butler, who was evidently an artist in his way, proved the gong to the uttermost, and they had descended the staircase together and across the hall before its dying tremors allowed them to speak. As he was about to do so, he saw her wince suddenly. She was looking straight in front of her at the little crowd in the drawing-room. For an instant her face turned from white to grey, and she involuntarily put out her hand as if to ward off something. Then a lovely colour mounted to her cheek. She drew herself up and entered the room, while Hugh, behind her, looked fiercely at each man in succession. It is always the unexpected that happens. As Rachel's half-absent eyes passed over the group in the brilliantly lighted drawing-room, her heart reared without warning and fell back upon her. She had only just sufficient presence of mind to prevent her hand pressing itself against her heart. He was there. He was before her. The man whom she had loved with passion for 4 years, and who had tortured her. Mr. Harvey, the great Mr. Harvey, strode forward, and Rachel found her hand engulfed in a large, soft hand which seemed to have a poached egg in the palm. "This is the pleasure to which I have long looked forward," murmured the great man, all cuff and solitaire, bending in what he would have termed a chivalrous manner over Rachel's hand, while Doll, standing near, wondered drearily, why these writing chaps are always such bounders. Rachel passed on to greet Miss Barker, standing on the hearthrug, this time in magenta velveteen, but presumably still tired of the Bible, conversing with Rachel's former lover, whose eyes were on the floor and whose hand gripped the mantelpiece. He had seen her, recognized her. "May I introduce Mr. Tristram?" said Sybil to Rachel. "We have met before," said Rachel gently, as he bowed without looking at her, and she put out her hand. He was obliged to touch it, obliged to meet for one moment the clear, calm eyes that had once held boundless love for him, boundless trust in him, that had, as he well knew, wept themselves half blind for him. Mr. Tristram was one of the many who judge their actions in the light of after circumstances, and who towards middle age discover that the world is a treacherous world. He had not been in a position to marry when he had fallen in love with Rachel,
but he had been as much in love with her as was consistent with a permanent prudential passion for himself and his future, that future which the true artist must ever preserve untrammelled. High hopes faint on a warm hearthstone, etc. He had felt keenly breaking with Rachel. Later on, when a tide of wealth flowed up to the 5th floor of museum buildings, he had recognized for the first time that he had made a great mistake in life. To the smart of baffled love had been added acute remorse, not so much for wealth missed, as for having inflicted upon himself and upon her a frightful and unnecessary pain. But how could he have foreseen such a thing? How could he tell? He had asked himself in mute stupefaction when the news reached him. What a cheat life was! What a fickle jade was fortune! Since the memorable day when Rachel had found means to lay the ghost that haunted her, he had made no sign. "I hardly expected you would remember me," he said, catching at his self-possession. "I have a good memory," she said, aware that Miss Barker was listening and that Hugh was bristling at her elbow. "And the little Spanish boy whom you were so kind to, and who lodged just below me in museum buildings, has not forgotten either. He still asks after the Cavalier." "Mr. Tristram is positively blushing at being confronted with his good deeds," said Sybil, intervening on discovering that the attention of some of her guests had been distracted from herself. "Yes, darling," to her husband. "You take in Lady Jane. Mr. Scarlett, will you take in Miss West?" "I have been calling on your friend, Miss Gresley," said Hugh, after he had overcome his momentary irritation at finding Mr. Harvey was on Rachel's other side. "I did not know until her brother dined here last night that she lived so near." "Did not Mrs. Loftus tell you?" said Rachel, with a remembrance of Sybil's remarks before dinner. "She told me after I had mentioned my wish to go and see her. She even implored me so repeatedly to go that I—" "Nearly did not go at all?" "Exactly. But in this case I persevere because I am, or hope I am, a friend of hers. But I was not rewarded." "I thought you said you had seen her." "Oh, yes, I saw her, and I saw that she looked very ill. But I find it impossible to have any conversation with her in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Gresley. Whenever I spoke to her, Mr. Gresley answered, and sometimes Mrs. Gresley also. In fact, Mr. Gresley considered the call as paid to himself. Mrs. Loftus tells me he is much cleverer than his sister, but I did not gain that impression, and after I had given tongue to every platitude I could think of, I had to take my leave." "Hester ought to have come to the rescue." "Oh, she did try. She offered to show me the short cut to Wilderley across the fields, but unluckily—" "I can guess what you're going to say." "I'm sure you can. Mr. Gresley accompanied us, and Miss Gresley turned back at the first gate." "You have my sympathy." "I hope I have, for I had had a severe time of it. Mr. Gresley was most cordial," continued Hugh ruefully, "and said what a pleasure it was to him to meet anyone who was interested in intellectual subjects. I suppose he was referring to my platitudes. He said living in the country cut him off almost entirely from the society of his mental equals, so much so that at times he thought of moving to London and making a little centre for intellectual society. According to him, the whole neighbourhood was sunk in a state of hopeless apathy, with the exception of Mrs. Loftus. He said she was the only really clever, cultivated person in Middleshire." "Did he? How about the Bishop of Southminster?" "He didn't mention him. My acquaintance with Mrs. Loftus is of the slightest," added Hugh interrogatively, looking at his graceful, animated hostess. "I imagined you knew her fairly well as you were staying here." "No, she asked me rather late in the day. I fancy it was a fill-up. I accepted in the hope, rather a vague one, that I might meet you here." To Rachel's surprise, her heart actually paid Hugh the compliment of beating a shade faster than its wont. She looked straight in front of her, and her absent eyes fell on Mr. Tristram sitting opposite, talking somewhat sulkily to Miss Barker. Rachel looked steadily at him. Mr. Tristram had been handsome once, and 4 years had altered him but little in that respect. He had not yet grown stout, but it was evident that nature had that injury in reserve for him. To grow stout is not necessarily to look common, But if there is an element of inherent commonness in man or woman, a very little additional surface will make it manifest, as an enlarged photograph magnifies its own defects. The little more and how much it is had come upon the unhappy Tristram, once the slimmest of the slim. Life had evidently not gone too well with him. Self-pity and the harassed look which comes of annoyance with trifles had set their mark upon him. His art had not taken possession of him. High hopes faint on a warm hearthstone. But they sometimes faint also in bachelor lodgings. The whole effect of the man was second-rate, mentally, morally, socially. He seemed exactly on a par with the second-rate friends with whom Sybil loved to surround herself. Hugh and Dick were taking their revenge on the rival who blocked their way. Whatever their faults might be, they were gentlemen, and Mr. Tristram was only a perfect gentleman. Rachel had not known the difference when she was young. She saw it now. "I trust, Miss West," said the deep voice of Mr. Harvey, revolving himself in his solitaire slowly towards her, "that I have your sympathy in the great cause to which I have dedicated myself, the emancipation of women." "I thought the new woman had effected her own emancipation," said Rachel. Mr. Harvey paid no more attention to her remark than anyone with a theory to propound which must be delivered to the world as a whole. "I venture to think," he continued, his heavy, lustreless eyes coming to a standstill upon her, "that though I accept in all reverence the position of woman as the equal of man, as promulgated in The Princess by our lion-hearted laureate, nevertheless I advance beyond him in that respect. I hold," in a voice calculated to impress the whole table, "that woman is man's superior, and that she degrades herself when she endeavours to place herself on an equality with him." There was a momentary silence, like that which travellers tell us succeeds the roar of the lion in his primeval forest, silencing even the twitter of the birds. "How true that is!" said Sybil, awed by the lurid splendour of Mr. Harvey's genius. "Woman is man's superior, not his equal. I have felt that all my life, but I never quite saw how until this moment. Don't you think so too, Miss Barker?" "I have never lost an opportunity of asserting it," said the apostle, her elbow on Mr. Tristram's bread, looking at Mr. Harvey with some asperity for poaching on her manner. "All sensible women have been agreed for years on that point." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 23. With aching hands and bleeding feet we dig and heap, lay stone on stone. We bear the burden and the heat of the long day, and wish 'twere done. Not till the hours of light return, all we have built do we discern. Matthew Arnold. It was Sunday morning. The night was sinking out of the sky to lean faint unto death upon the bosom of the earth. The great forms of the trees, felt rather than seen, were darkness made visible. Among the night of high elms round Warpington, a single yellow light burned in an upper window. It had been burning all night, and now, as the night waned, the little light waned with it. At least, it was suddenly blown out. Hester came to the window and looked out. There was light, but there was no dawn as yet. In the grey sky over the grey land, the morning star, alone and splendid, kept watch in the east. She sat down and leaned her brow against the pane. She did not know that it was aching. She did not know that she was cold, exhausted, so exhausted that the morning star in the outer heaven and the morning star in her soul were to her the same. They stooped together, they merged into one great light, heralding a perfect day presently to be. The night was over, and that other long night of travel and patience and faith and strong rowing in darkness against the stream was over too, at last, at last. The book was finished. The tears fell slowly from Hester's eyes onto her clasped hands.
those blessed tears which no human hand shall ever intervene to wipe away. To some of us, Christ comes in the dawn of the spiritual life, walking upon the troubled waves of art, and we recognize him, and would fain go to meet him. But our companions and our own fears dissuade us. They say it is only a spirit, and that Christ does not walk on water, that the land whither we are rowing is the place he has himself appointed for us to meet him. So our little faith keeps us in the boat, or fails us in the waves of that wind-swept sea. It seemed to Hester as if once, long ago, shrinking and shivering, she had stood in despair upon the shore of a great sea, and had heard a voice from the other side say, "Come over." She had stopped her ears, she had tried not to go, she had shrunk back 100 times from the cold touch of the water that each time she essayed let her trembling foot through it. And now, after an interminable interval, after she had trusted and doubted, had fallen and been sustained, had met the wind and the rain, after she had sunk in despair and risen again, she knew not how, now at length a great wave, the last, had cast her up half drowned upon the shore. A miracle had happened. She had reached the other side, and was lying in a great peace after the storm upon the solemn shore under a great white star. Hester sat motionless. The star paled and paled before the coming of a greater than he. Across the pause which God has set twixt night and day came the first word of the robin. It reached Hester's ear as from another world, a world that had been left behind. The fragmentary notes floated up to her from an immeasurable distance, like scattered bubbles through deep water. The day was coming. God's creatures of tree and field and hill took form. Man's creature, the little stout church in their midst, thrust once more its plebeian outline against God's sky. Dim shapes moved athwart the vacancy of the meadows. Voices called through the grey. Close against the eaves a secret was twittered, was passed from beak to beak. In the nursery below a little twitter of waking children broke the stillness of the house. But Hester did not hear it. She had fallen into a deep sleep in the low window-seat, with her pale forehead against the pane, a sleep so deep that even the alarum of the baby did not rouse her, nor the entrance of Emma with the hot water. "James," said Mrs. Gresley, an hour later, as she and her husband returned through the white mist from early celebration, "Hester was not there. I thought she had promised to come." "She had." There was a moment's silence. "Perhaps she is not well," said Mr. Gresley, closing the churchyard gate into the garden. Mrs. Gresley's heart swelled with a sense of injustice. She had often been unwell, often in feeble health before the birth of her children, but had she ever pleaded ill health as an excuse for absenting herself from one of the many services which her husband held to be the mainspring of the religious life? "I do not think she can be very unwell. She is standing by the magnolia now," she said, her lip quivering, and withdrawing her hand from her husband's arm. She almost hated the slight, graceful figure, which was not of her world, which was, as she thought, coming between her and her husband. "I will speak seriously to her," said Mr. Gresley dejectedly, who recollected that he had spoken seriously to Hester many times at his wife's instigation, without visible result. And as he went alone to meet his sister, he prayed earnestly that he might be given the right word to say to her. A ray of sunlight, faint as an echo, stole through the lingering mist, parting it on either hand, and fell on Hester. Hester, standing in a white gown under the veiled trees in a glade of silver and trembling opal, which surely mortal foot had never trod, seemed infinitely removed from him. Dimly he felt that she was at one with this mysterious morning world, and that he, the owner, was an alien and a trespasser in his own garden. But a glimpse of his cucumber frames in the background reassured him. He advanced with a firmer step, as one among allies. Hester did not hear him. She was gazing with an absorption that shut out all other sights and sounds at the solitary blossom on the magnolia tree. Yesterday it had been a bud, but to-day the great almond-white petals which guarded it, overlapping each other so jealously, had opened wide, and the perfect flower, keeping nothing back, had laid bare all its pure white soul before its God. As Mr. Gresley stopped beside her, Hester turned her little pinched, ravaged face towards him and smiled. Something of the passionate self-surrender of the flower was reflected in her eyes. "Dear Hester," he said, seeing only the wan, drawn face, "are you ill?" "Yes. No, I don't think so," said Hester tremulously, recalled suddenly to herself. She looked hastily about her. The world of dew and silver had deserted her, had broken like an iridescent bubble at a touch. The magnolia withdrew itself. Hester found herself suddenly transplanted into the prose of life, emphasized by a long clerical coat and a bed of Brussels sprouts. "I missed you," said Mr. Gresley with emphasis. "Where? When?" Hester's eyes had lost their fixed look and stared vacantly at him. Mr. Gresley tried to subdue his rising annoyance. Hester was acting, pretending not to understand, and he saw through it. "At God's altar," he said gravely, the priest getting the upper hand of the man. "Have you not found me there?" said Hester, below her breath, but so low that fortunately her brother did not catch the words and was spared their profanity. "I will appeal to her better feelings," he said to himself. "They must be there if I can only touch them." He did not know that in order to touch the better feelings of our fellow creatures, we must be able to reach up to them, or by reason of our low stature we may succeed only in appealing to the lowest in them, in spite of our tiptoe good intentions. Is that why such appeals too often meet with bitter sarcasm and indignation? But fortunately, a robust belief in the assiduities of the devil as the cause of all failures, and a conviction that whoso opposed Mr. Gresley opposed the deity, supported and blindfolded the young vicar in emergencies of this kind. He spoke earnestly and at length to his sister. He waved aside her timid excuse that she had overslept herself after a sleepless night, and had finished dressing but the moment before he found her in the garden. He entreated her to put aside such insincerity as unworthy of her. He reminded her of the long months she had spent at Warpington with its peculiar spiritual opportunities, that he should be to blame if he did not press upon her the first importance of the religious life, the ever-present love of God, and the means of approaching him through the sacraments. He entreated her to join her prayers with his, that she might be saved from the worship of her own talent, which had shut out the worship of God, from this dreadful indifference to holy things, and the impatience of all religious teaching which he grieved to see in her. He spoke well, the earnest, blind, would-be leader, endeavouring to guide her to the ditch from which he knew not how she had emerged, passionately distressed at the opposition he met with, as he would have drawn her lovingly towards it. The tears were in Hester's eyes, but the eyes themselves were as flint seen through water. She stifled many fierce and cruel impulses to speak as plainly as he did, to tell him that it was not religion that was abhorrent to her, but the form in which he presented it to her, and that the sin against the Holy Ghost was disbelief, like his, in the religion of others. But when have such words availed anything? When have they been believed? Hester had a sharp tongue, and she was slowly learning to beware of it as her worst enemy. She laid down many weapons before she trusted herself to speak. "It is good of you to care what becomes of me," she said gently, but her voice was cold. "I am sorry you regard me as you do, but from your point of view you were right to speak as you have done. I value the affection that prompted it." "She can't meet me fairly," said Mr. Gresley to himself with sudden anger at the meanness of such tactics. "They say she is clever, and she can't refute a word I say. She appears to yield and then defies me. She always puts me off like that." The sun had vanquished the mist,
and in the brilliant light the two figures moved silently, side by side, back to the house, one with something very like rage in his heart, the rage that in bygone days found expression in stake and faggot. Perhaps the heaviest trouble which Hester was ever called upon to bear had its mysterious beginnings on that morning of opal and gossamer when the Magnolia opened. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 24. Il le fit avec des arguments inconsistants et irréfutables, de ces arguments qui fondent devant la raison comme la neige en feu, et qu'on ne peut saisir des arguments absurdes et triomphants de curés de campagne qui démontrent Dieu. Guy de Maupassant. Sybil's party broke up on Saturday, with the exception of Rachel and Mr. Tristram, who had been unable to finish by that date a sketch he was making of Sybil. When Doll discovered that his wife had asked that gentleman to stay over Sunday, he entreated Hugh, in moving terms, to do the same. "I'm not literary," said Doll, who always thought it was necessary to explain that he was not what no one thought he was. "I hate all that sort of thing. Utter rot, I call it. For goodness sake, Scarlett, sit tight. I must be decent to the beast in my own house, and if you go I shall have to have him alone, jawing at me till all hours of the night in the smoking-room." Hugh was easily persuaded, and so it came about that the morning congregation at Warpington had the advantage of furtively watching Hugh and Mr. Tristram as they sat together in the carved Wilderly pew, with Sybil and Rachel at one end of it, and Doll at the other. No one looked at Rachel. Her hat attracted a momentary attention, but her face none. The Miss Pratts, on the contrary, well caparisoned by their man-milliner, well-groomed, well-curled, were a marked feature of the sparse congregation. The spectator of so many points, all made the most of, unconsciously felt with a sense of oppression that everything that could be done had been done. No stone had been left unturned. Their brother, Captain Algernon Pratt, sitting behind them, looked critically at them, and owned that they were smart women. But he was not entirely satisfied with them, as he had been in the old days, before he went into the Guards and began the real work of his life, raising himself in society. Captain Pratt was a tall, pale young man, assez beau garçon, faultlessly dressed, with a quiet, acquired manner. He was not ill-looking, the long upper lip concealed by a perfectly kept moustache, but the haggard eye and the thin line in the cheek, which did not suggest thought and overwork as their cause, made his appearance vaguely repellent. "Jesus, lover of my soul," sang the shrill voices of the choir-boys, echoed by Reggie and Mary, standing together, holding their joint hymn-book exactly equally between them, their two small thumbs touching. Fraulein, on Hester's other side, was singing with her whole soul, accompanied by a pendulous movement of the body. "Cover my defenceless head with the shadow of thy wing." After baying like a bloodhound through the opening verses, ascended the pulpit and engaged in prayer. The congregation amened and settled itself. Mary leaned her blonde head against her mother, Reggie against Hester. The supreme moment of the week had come for Mr. Gresley. He gave out the text. "Can the blind lead the blind? Shall they not both fall into the ditch?" All of us who are churchmen are aware that the sermon is a period admirably suited for quiet reflection. "A good woman loves but once," said Mr. Tristram to himself, in an attitude of attention, his fine eyes fixed decorously on a pillar in front of him. Some of us would be as helpless without a bowdlerized generality or a platitude to sustain our minds as the invalid would be without his peptonized beef tea. Rachel's a good woman, a saint. Such a woman does not love in a hurry. When she does, she loves forever. What was that poem he and she had so often read together? Tennyson, wasn't it? About love not altering when it alteration finds, but bears it out even to the crack of doom. Fine poet, Tennyson. He knew the human heart. She had certainly adored him 4 years ago,
just in the devoted way in which he needed to be loved. And how he had worshipped her. Of course he had behaved badly. He saw that now. But if he had, it was not from want of love. She had been unable to see that at the time. Good women were narrow, and they were hard, and they did not understand men. Those were their faults. Had she learned better by now? Did she realize that she'd far better marry a man who had loved her for herself, and who still loved her, rather than some fortune-hunter like that weedy fellow Scarlett? Mr. Tristram called all slender men weedy. He would frankly own his fault and ask for forgiveness. He glanced for a moment at the gentle, familiar face beside him. "She will forgive me," he said, reassuring himself, in spite of an inward calm of misgiving. "I am glad I agreed to stay on. I will speak to her this afternoon. She's become much softened, and we will bury the past and make a fresh start together." "I will walk up to Beaumere this afternoon," said Doll, stretching a leg outside the open end of the pew. "I wish Gresley would not call the dissenters worms. They're some of my best tenants, and they won't like it when they hear of it. And I'll go round the young pheasants." Doll did this, or something similar, every Sunday afternoon of his life, but he always rehearsed it comfortably in thought on Sunday mornings. "And if Withers is about, I'll go out in the boat, the big one, the little one leaks, and set a trimmer or two for tomorrow. I'm not sure I'll set one under the south bank, for there was the devil to pay last time when that beast of an eel got among the roots. I'll ask Withers what he thinks. I wish Gresley would not call the dissenters blind leaders of the blind. It's such bad form, and I don't suppose the text meant that to start with. And what's the use of ill-feeling in a parish? And I'll take Scarlett with me. We'll slip off after luncheon and leave that bounder to bound by himself. Poor old Crack shall come too. Uncle George always took to him." "James is simply surpassing himself," said Mrs. Gresley to herself, her arm round her little daughter. "Worms, what a splendid comparison! The churchman, the full-grown man after the statue of Christ, and the dissenter invertebrate. I think James means inebriate, like a worm cleaving to the earth. But possibly God in his mercy may let them slip in by a back door to heaven. How like him to say that, so generous, so wide-minded, taking the hopeful view of everything. How noble he looks! These are days in which we should stick to our colours. I wonder how he can think of such beautiful things. For my part, I think the duty of the true priest is not to grovel to the crowd and call wrong right and right wrong for the sake of a fleeting popularity. How striking! What a lesson to the bishop if he were only here! He's so lax about dissent, as if right and wrong were mere matters of opinion. What a gift he has! I know he will eat nothing for luncheon. If only we were somewhere else where the best joints were a little cheaper and his talents more appreciated." And Mrs. Gresley closed her eyes and prayed earnestly, a tear sliding down her cheek onto Mary's floss silk mane, that she might become less unworthy to be the wife of one so far above her, that the children might all grow up like him, and that she might be given patience to bear with Hester even when she vexed him. Captain Pratt's critical eye travelled over the congregation. It absolutely ignored Mrs. Gresley and Fraulein. It lingered momentarily on Hester. He knew what he called breeding when he saw it, and he was aware that Hester possessed it, though his sisters would have laughed at the idea. He'd seen many well-bred women on social pinnacles look like that, whose houses were at present barred against him. The Pratt sisters were fixed into their smartness, and some faces are fixed into a grin. It was not spontaneous, fugitive evanescence as a smile, gracefully worn or lightly laid aside, as in Hester's case. He'd known Hester slightly and Nana for several years. He'd seen her on terms of intimacy, such as she never showed to his sisters, with inaccessible men and women with whom he had achieved a bare acquaintance, but whom, in spite of many carefully concealed advances, he found it impossible to know better. Captain Pratt had reached that stage in his profession of raising himself when he had become a social barometer. He was excessively careful whom he knew, what women he danced with, what houses he visited.
and any of his acquaintances who cared to ascertain their own social status to a hair's breadth had only to apply to it the touchstone of Captain Pratt's manner towards them. Hester, who grasped many facts of that kind, was always amused by the cold consideration with which he treated her on his rare visits to the parental towers, and which his sisters could only construe as a sign that Algy was gone on Hesse. "But he will never marry her," they told each other. "Algy looks higher." It was true. If Hester had been Lady Hester, it is possible that the surname of Pratt, if frequently refused by stouter women, might eventually have been offered to her. But Captain Pratt was determined to marry rank, and nothing short of a lady something was of any use to him. An honourable was better than nothing, but it did not count for much with him. It had a way of absenting itself when wanted. No one was announced as an honourable. It did not even appear on cards. It might be overlooked. Rank, to be of any practical value, must be apparent, obvious. Lady Georgiana Pratt, Lady Evelina Pratt. Any name would do with that prefix. His eye travelled as far as Sybil and stopped again. She was the right sort herself, and she dressed in the right way. Why could not Ada and Selina imitate her? But he had never forgiven her the fact that he had met a crew of cads at her house, whom he had been obliged to cut afterwards in the Row. No, Sybil would not have done for him. She surrounded herself with vulgar people. Captain Pratt was far too well-mannered to be guilty of staring, except at pretty maidservants or shop-girls, and his eye was moved on by the rigid police of etiquette which ruled his every movement. It paused momentarily on Rachel. He knew about her, as did every bachelor in London, a colossal heiress. She was neither plain nor handsome. She had a good figure, but not good enough to counterbalance her nondescript face. She had not the air of distinction which he was so quick to detect and appraise. She was a social nonentity. He didn't care to look at her a second time. "I wouldn't marry her with twice her fortune," he said to himself. Reggie's hand had stolen into Hester's. His even breathing, felt rather than heard, as he dropped asleep against her shoulder, surrounded Hester with the atmosphere of peace and comfort which his father had broken earlier in the day. Reggie often brought back to her what his father wrested from her. She listened to the sermon as from a warm nest, safely raised above the coggy ground of personal feeling. "Dear James, how good he is, how much in earnest. Worms don't go in at back doors. Why are not clergymen taught a few elementary rules of composition before they are ordained? But perhaps no one will notice it except myself. James is certainly a saint. He has the courage of his opinions. I believe he loves God and the Church with his whole heart, and would go to the stake for them, or send me there if he thought it was for the good of my soul. Why has he no power? Why is he so much disliked in the parish and neighbourhood? I am sure it is not because he has small abilities and makes puns and says cut and dried things. How many excellent clergymen who do the same are beloved? Is it because he deals with everyone as he deals with me? What dreadful things he thinks of me! I don't wonder he is anxious about me. What unworthy motives of wilful blindness and arrogance he is attributing to the nonconformists! Oh, James, James! Will you never see that it is disbelief in the sincerity of the religion of others, because it is not in the same narrow form as your own, which makes all your zeal and earnestness of none effect? You think the opposition you meet with everywhere is the opposition of evil to good, of indifference to piety. When will you learn that it is the good in your hearers which opposes you, the love of God in them which is offended by your representation of him? Hugh's eyes were fixed on the same pillar as Mr. Tristram's, but if he had been aware of that fact he would have chosen another pillar. His thin, handsome face was beginning to show the marks of mental strain. His eyes had the set, impassive look of one who, hedged in on both sides, sees a sharp turn ahead of him on an unknown road. "Rachel, Rachel, Rachel, don't you hear me calling to you? Don't you hear me telling you that I can't live without you?" The hymn was right.
Other refuge have I none, hangs my helpless soul on thee. Only it was written of you, not of that far, far away God who doesn't care. Only care for me, only love me, only give me those cool hands that I may lean my forehead against them. No help can come to me except through you. Stoop down to me and raise me up, for I love you. The sun went in suddenly, and a cold shadow fell on the pillar and on Hugh's heart. Love and marriage were not for him. That faraway God, that judge in the black cap, had pronounced sentence against him, had doomed that he should die in his sins. When he had sat in his own village church only last Sunday between his mother and sister, he had seen the empty place on his chancel wall where the tablet to his memory would be put up. When he walked through the churchyard, his mother leaning on his arm, his step regulated by her feeble one, he had seen the vacant space by his father's grave already filled by the mound of raw earth which would shortly cover him. His heart had ached for his mother, for the gentle, feeble-minded sister who had transferred the interest in life which keeps body and soul together from her colourless existence to that of her brother. Hughie was the romance of her grey life. What Hughie said, what Hughie thought. Hughie's wife. Oh, jealous thought, only to be met by prayer. But later on, joy of joys, Hughie's children. He realised it now and then, vaguely, momentarily, but never as fully as last Sunday. He shrank from the remembrance, and his mind wandered anew in the labyrinth of broken, twisted thought, from which he could find no way out. There must be some way out. He had stumbled callously through one day after another of these weeks in which he had not seen Rachel, towards his next meeting with her, as a half-blind man stumbles towards the light. But the presence of Rachel afforded no clue to the labyrinth. What vain hope was this that he had cherished unconsciously that she could help him? There was no help for him. There was no way out. He was in a trap. He must die, and soon, by his own hand. Incredible, preposterous fate. He shuddered and looked around him involuntarily. His glance, reverent, full of timid longing, fell on Rachel, and his heart cried aloud suddenly, "If she loves me, I shall not be able to leave her." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Look in my face. My name is Might Have Been. I am also called No More. Too Late. Farewell. Dante Gabriel Rossetti. It was Sunday afternoon. Mr. Tristram leaned on the stone balustrade that bounded the long terrace at Wilderley. He was watching two distant figures, followed by a black dot, stroll away across the park. One of them seemed to drag himself unwillingly. Mr. Tristram congratulated himself on the acumen which had led him to keep himself concealed until Doll and Hugh had started for Beaumare. Sybil had announced at luncheon, in the tone of one who observes a religious rite, that she should rest till 4 o'clock, and would be ready to sit for the portrait of her upper lip at that hour. It was only 2:30 now. Mr. Tristram had planted himself exactly in front of Rachel's windows, with his back to the house. "She will keep me waiting, but she will come out in time," he said to himself, nervous and self-confident by turns, resting his head rather gracefully on his hand. His knowledge of womankind supported him like a lifebelt, but it has been said that lifebelts occasionally support their wearers upside down. Theories have been known to exhibit the same spiteful tendency towards those who place their trust in them. "Of course she's got to show me that she is offended with me," he reflected, gazing steadily at the Welsh hills. "She would not have come out if I had asked her, but she will certainly come, as I did not. I will give her half an hour." Rachel, meanwhile, was looking fixedly at Mr. Tristram from her bedroom window, with that dispassionate scrutiny to avoid which the vainest would do well to take refuge in noisome caves. "I wonder,"
she said to herself, whether Hester always saw him as I see him now. I believe she did. Rachel put on her hat and took up her gloves. If this is really I, and that is really he, I better go down and get it over, she said to herself. Mr. Tristram had given her half an hour. She appeared in the low stone doorway before the first 5 minutes of the allotted time had elapsed, and he gave a genuine start of surprise as he heard her step on the gravel. His respect for her fell somewhat at this alacrity. I have been waiting in the hope of seeing you, he said after a moment's hesitation. I am anxious to have a serious conversation with you. Certainly, she said. They walked along the terrace and presently found themselves in the little coppice adjoining it. They sat down together on a wooden seat round an old cedar, in the heart of the golden afternoon. It was an afternoon the secret of which autumn and spring will never tell to winter and summer, when the wildest dreams of love might come true, when even the dead might come down and put warm lips to ours, and we should feel no surprise. A kingfisher flashed across the open on his way back to the brook near at hand, fleeing from the still splendour of the sun-fired woods, where he was but a courtier, to the little winding world of grey stones and water, where he was the jewelled king. When the kingfisher had left them tête-à-tête, Mr. Tristram found himself extremely awkwardly placed on the green bench. He felt that he had not sufficiently considered beforehand the peculiar difficulties which, in the language of the law, had been imported into his case. Rachel sat beside him in silence. If it could be chronicled that sympathetic sorrow for her companion's predicament was the principal feeling in her mind, she would have been an angel. Mr. Tristram halted long between two opinions. At last he said brokenly, Can you forgive me? What woman, even with her white hair, even after a lifetime spent out of earshot, ever forgets the tone her lover's voice takes when he is in trouble? Rachel softened instantly. I forgave you long ago, she said gently. Something indefinable in the clear, full gaze that met his daunted him. He stared apprehensively at her. It seemed to him as if he were standing in cold and darkness, looking in through the windows of her untroubled eyes at the warm, sunlit home which had once been his, when it had been exceedingly well with him, but of which he had lost the key. A single yellow leaf, crisped and hollowed to a fairy boat, came sailing on an imperceptible current of air to rest on Rachel's knee. I was angry at first, she said, her voice falling across the silence like another leaf. And then, after a time, I forgave you. And later still, much later, I found out that you had never injured me, that I had nothing to forgive. He did not understand, and as he did not understand, he explained volubly, for here he felt he was on sure grounds, that on the contrary she had much to forgive, that he had acted like an infernal blackguard, that men were coarse brutes, not fit to kiss a good woman's shoe-latchet, etc., etc. He identified his conduct with that of the whole sex, without alluding to it as that of the individual Tristram. He made it clear that he did not claim to have behaved better than most men. Rachel listened attentively. And I actually loved him, she said to herself. But the divine quality of woman is her power of forgiving. Her love raises a man, transfigures him, ennobles his whole life, etc., etc. My love did not appear to have quite that effect upon you at the time, said Rachel, regretting the words the moment they were spoken. Mr. Tristram felt relieved. Here at last was the reproach he had been expecting. He assured her that she did well to be angry. He accused himself once more. He denounced the accursed morals of the day, about which he ought to have risen, the morals, if she did but know it, of all unmarried men. That is a hit at Mr. Scarlett, she said scornfully to herself, and then her cheek blanched as she remembered that Hugh was not exempt after all. She became suddenly tired, impatient, but she waited quietly for the inevitable proposal. Mr. Tristram, who had the gift of emphatic and facile utterance, which the conventional considered to be the sign manual of genius, had become so entangled in the morals of the age that it took him some time to extricate himself from the subject before he could pass on to plead, in an impassioned manner, the cause of the man, unworthy though he might be, who had long loved her now, and would always love her, in this world and the next. It was the longest proposal Rachel had ever had, and she had had many. But if the proposal was long, the refusal was longer. Rachel, who had a good memory, led up to it by opining that the artistic life made great demands, that the true artist must live entirely for his art, that domestic life might prove a hindrance. She had read somewhere that high hopes faded on warm hearthstones. Mr. Tristram demolished these objections as ruthlessly as ducks peck their own ducklings if they had not seen them for a day or two. Even when she was forced to become more explicit, it was at first impossible to Mr. Tristram to believe she would finally reject him. But the knowledge, deep-rooted as a forest oak, that she had loved him devotedly, could not at last prevail against the odious conviction that she was determined not to marry him. "Then in that case you never loved me?" "I do not love you now." "You are determined not to marry?" "On the contrary, I hoped to do so." Rachel's words took her by surprise. She had no idea till that moment that she hoped anything of the kind. "You prefer someone else. That is the real truth." "I prefer several others." Mr. Tristram looked suspiciously at her. Her answers did not tally with his previous knowledge of her. Perhaps he forgot that he had set his docile pupil rather a long holiday task to learn in his absence, and she had learned it. "You think you would be happy with some fortune-hunter of an aristocrat than with a plain man of your own class, who, whatever his faults may be, loves you for yourself." Why is it that the word aristocrat, as applied to a gentleman, is as offensive as that of flunkey applied to a footman? Rachel drew herself up imperceptibly. "That depends upon the fortune-hunter," she said, with that touch of hauteur which, when the vulgar have at last drawn it upon themselves by the insolence which is the underside of their courtesy, always has the same effect on them as a red rag on a bull. In their own language they invariably stand up to it. Mr. Tristram stood up physically and mentally. He also raised his voice, causing two rabbits to hurry back into their holes. Women, he said, were incalculable. He would never believe in one again. His disbelief in woman rose even to the rookery and the high elms close at hand. That she, Rachel, whom he had always regarded as the first among women, should be dazzled by the empty glamour of rank, now that her fortune put such marriages within her reach, was incredible. He should have repudiated such an idea with scorn if he had not heard it from her own lips. Well, he would leave her to the life she had chosen. It only remained for him to thank her for stripping his last illusion from him, and to bid her good-bye. "We shall never meet again," he said, holding her hand, and looking very much the same without his illusions as he did when he had them on. He had read somewhere a little poem about a woman's no, which at the last moment means yes. And then there was another which chronicled how, after several stanzas of upbraiding, we rushed into each other's arms. Both recurred to him now. He had often thought how true they were. "I do not think we shall meet again," said Rachel, who apparently had an unpoetic nature. "But I am glad for my own sake that we have met this once and have had this conversation. I think we owed it to each other and to our former attachment." "Well, good-bye." He still held her hand. If she was not careful, she would lose him. "Good-bye." "You understand it is for always?" "I do." He became suddenly livid. He loved her more than ever. Would she really let him go? "I am not the kind of man to be whistled back," he said fiercely. It was an appeal and a defiance, for he was just the kind of man, and they both knew it. "Of course not." "That is your last word?" "My last word." He dropped her hand and half turned to go. She made no sign. Then he strode violently out of the wood without looking behind him. At the little gate he stopped a moment, listening intently. No recalling voice reached him. Poets did not know what they were talking about. With a trembling hand he slammed the gate and departed. Rachel remained a long time sitting on the wooden bench, so long that the stooping sun found out the solemn outstretched arms of the cedar and touched them till they gleamed green as a beetle's wing. Each little twig and twiglet was made manifest, raw gold against the twilight that lurked beneath the heavy boughs. She sat so still that a squirrel came tiptoeing across the moss and struck tail momentarily to observe her. He looked critically at her, first with one round eye, and then turning his sleek head with the other, and decided that she was harmless. Presently a robin dropped down close to her, flashing up his grey underwing as he alighted, and then flew up into the cedar, and from its sun-stirred depths said his say. The robin never forgets. In the autumn afternoons, when the shadows are lengthening, he sings sadness into your heart. If you are joyful, shut your ears against him, for you may keep peace, but never joy, while he is singing. He knows all about it. Love's labours lost, the grey face of young love dead, the hard-wrought grave in the live rock where he is buried. And he tells of it again and again and again, as if love's sharp sword had indeed reddened his little breast, until the heart aches to hear him. But he tells also that consolation is folded not in forgetfulness, but in remembrance. That is why he sings in the silence of the autumn dawn, before memory closes her eyes, and again near sunset, when memory wakes. Still Rachel sat motionless. She had laboured with dumb, unreasoning passion to forget, as a man works his hands to the bone night after night, week after week, month after month, to file through the bars of his prison. She found at last that forgetfulness came not of prayer and fasting, that it was not in her to forget. The past had seemed to stretch its cruel, desecrating hand over all the future, cutting her off from the possibility of love and marriage, and from the children whom in dreams she held in her arms. As she had said to Hester, she thought she had nothing left to give. But now the dead past had risen from its grave in her meeting with her former lover, and in a moment, in 2 short days and wakeful nights, the past relinquished its false claim upon her life. She saw that it was false, that she had been frightened where no fear was, that her deliverance lay in remembrance itself, not in the handcuffs with which until now she had bound her deliverer. Mr. Tristram had come back into her life, and with his own hands had destroyed the overthrown image of himself, which lay like a barrier across her heart. He had replaced it by an accurate presentment of himself as he really was. Only that which is replaced is destroyed, and it is often our real self in its native rags, and not, as we jealously imagine, another king in richer purple, who has replaced us in the throne-room of the heart that loved us. To the end of life Rachel never forgot Mr. Tristram, any more than the amber forgets its fly. But she was vaguely conscious, as he left her, that he had set her free. She listened to his retreating step, hardly daring to breathe. It was too good to be true. At last there was dead silence, no echo of a footfall. Quite gone. He had departed not only out of her presence, but out of her life. She breathed again. A tremor like that which shakes the first green leaf against the March sky stole across her crushed heart. Empty at last, empty at last. She raised her hand timidly in the sunshine. She was free. She looked round, dazzled, bewildered. The little world of sunshine and the turquoises of sky strewn among the golden network of the trees smiled at her as one who brings good tidings. A certain familiar hold on life and nature, so old that it was almost new, which she had forgotten, but which her former self used to feel, came back suddenly upon her like a lost friend from overseas. Scales seemed to fall from her eyes. The light was too much for her. She had forgotten how beautiful the world was. Everything was possible. Some, in the night of their desolation, can take comfort when they see the morning star shuddering white in the east, and can say, "Courage, the day is at hand." But others never realize that their night is over till the sun is up. Rachel had sat in a long stupor. The message writ large for her comfort in the stars that the night was surely waning had not reached her, bowed, as she thought, beneath God's hand. And the sure return of the sun at last came upon her like a miracle. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 26. 'Tis not for everyone to catch a salmon. Everyone who knows Middleshire knows that the little lake of Beaumare is bounded on the one side by the Westhope and on the other by the Wilderley property, the boundary being the ubiquitous Drone, which traverses the mere in a desultory fashion, and with the assistance of several springs makes Beaumare what it is, namely, to quote from the local guidebook, the noblest expanse of water surrounded by some of the most picturesque scenery in Middleshire. Thither Doll and Hugh took their way in the leisurely manner of men whose orthodoxy obliges them to regard Sunday as a day of rest. Doll pointed out to Hugh the coppice which his predecessor, Mr. George Loftus, had planted. Hugh regarded it without excitement. Both agreed that it was coming on nicely. Hugh thought that he ought to do a little planting at his own place. Doll said, "You can't do everything at once." A large new farm was the next object of interest. "Uncle George rebuilt Greenfields from the ground," remarked Doll, as they crossed the high road and took to the harvesting fields, where the ricks stood grey to the sun. Hugh nodded. Doll thought he was a very decent chap, though rather low-spirited. Hugh thought that if Mr. George Loftus had been alive he might have consulted him. In an amicable silence, broken occasionally by whistling for Crack, who hurried blear-eyed and asthmatic out of rabbit-holes, the pair reached Beaumare, and, after following the path through the wood, came suddenly upon the little lake locked in the heart of the steeply climbing forest. Doll stood still and pointed with his stick for fear Hugh might overlook it. "I come here every Sunday," he remarked. A sense of unreality and foreboding seized on Hugh as the still face of the water looked up at him. Where had he seen it before, this sea of glass reflecting the yellow woods that stooped to its very edge? What had it to do with him? "I've been here before," he said involuntarily. "I dare say," said Doll. "Newhaven marches with me here. The boundary is by that clump of silver birch. The drone comes in there, but you can't see it. The Newhavens are friends of yours, aren't they?" "Acquaintances," said Hugh absently, looking hard at the water. He had never been here before. Memory groped blindly for a lost link, as one who momentarily recognises a face in a crowd and tries to put a name to it, and fails. As the face disappears, so the sudden impression passed from Hugh's mind. "I expect you've been here with them," said Doll. "Good man, Newhaven." "I used to see a good deal of them at one time," said Hugh, "but they seem to have forgotten me of late." "Oh, that's her," said Doll. "She's always off and on with people. Takes a fancy one day and a dislike the next. He's not like that. You always know where to find him. Solid man, Newhaven. Doesn't say much, but what he says he sticks to." "He gives one that impression," said Hugh. "I rather think he's there now," said Doll, pointing to the farther shore. "I see a figure moving and two little specks. I shouldn't wonder if it were him and the boys. They often come here on Sunday afternoons." "You have long sight," said Hugh. He had met Lord Newhaven several times since the drawing of lots, and they had always greeted each other with cold civility.
but Hugh avoided him when he could, without drawing attention to the fact that he did so. "Are you going over to his side?" he asked. Said Doll. "I've never set a single trimmer or fired a shot beyond that clump of birch, or Uncle George before me." The two men picked their way down the hillside among the tall, thin tree trunks. There was no one except the dogs at the keeper's cottage, in a clearing halfway down. Doll took the key of the boathouse from a little hole under the eaves. "I think Withers must be out," he remarked at last, after knocking and calling at the locked door and peering through the closed window. Hugh had been of that opinion for some time. "Gone out with his wife, I expect. Never mind, we can do without him." They went slipping over the dry beech mast to the boathouse. Doll unlocked the door and climbed into one of the boats. Hugh and Crack followed. They got a perch rod off a long shelf and half a dozen trimmers. Then they pulled out a little way and stopped near an archipelago of water-lily leaves. Doll got out the perch rod and float and made a cast. "It's not fishing," he said apologetically, half to his guest and half to his maker, "but we're bound to get some baits." Hugh nodded and gazed down at the thin forest below. He could see the perch moving in little companies in the still water beyond the water trees. Presently a perch, a very small one, out alone for the first time, came up, all stiff head and shoulders and wagging tail, to the carelessly covered hook. Don't, you young idiot," said Hugh below his breath. But the perch knew that the time had come when a perch must judge for himself. The float curtsied and went under, and in another second the little independent was in the boat. "There are other fools in the world besides me, it seems," said Hugh to himself. "He'll do, but I wish he was a dace," said Doll, slipping the victim into a tin with holes in the top. "Half a dozen will be enough." They got half a dozen, baited and set the trimmers white side up, and were turning to row back when Doll's eyes became suddenly fixed. "By Jove, there's something at it," he said, pointing to a trimmer at some distance. Both men looked intently at it. Crack felt that something was happening, and left off smelling the empty fish can. The trimmer began to nod, to tilt, and then turned suddenly upside down and remained motionless. "He's running the line off it," said Doll. As he spoke, the trimmer gave one jerk and went under. Then it reappeared, awkwardly bustling out into the open. "Oh, hang it all, it's Sunday," said Doll with a groan. "We can't be catching pike on a Sunday." He caught up the oars and rowed swiftly towards the trimmer. As soon as they were within a boat's length, it disappeared again, came up again, and went pecking along the top of the water. Doll pursued warily and got hold of it. "Gently now," he said as he shipped the oars. "He'll go under the boat and break us if we don't look out. I'll play him and you shove the net under him. Damn, God forgive me, we've come out without a landing net. Good Lord, Scarlett, you can't gaff him with a champagne opener. There, you pull him in and I'll grab him somehow. I've done it before. Crack, lie down, you infernal fool. Scarlett, if you pull him like that, you'll lose him to a certainty. By George, he's a big one." Doll tore off his coat and turned up his shirt sleeves. "He's going under the boat. If you let him go under the boat, I tell you, he'll break us. I'm quite ready." Doll was rubbing his waistcoat buttons against the gunwale. "Bring him in gradually. For goodness' sake, keep your feet off the line, or if he makes a dash, he'll break you. Give him line. Keep your elbows out. Keep your hands free. Don't let him jerk you. If you don't give him more line when he runs, you'll lose him. He's not half done yet. Confound you, Scarlett, hold on for all you're worth." "All right, old chap, all right. Don't mind me. You're doing it first class, right as rain. Now. By George, did you see him that time? He's a nailer. Steady on him. Bring him in gently. Keep an even pull on him. Keep steady." Doll craned over the gunwale, his arms in the water. There was a swirl, a momentary glimpse of a stolid fish, face and heavy shoulders, and the boat righted itself. "Missed him, as I live," gasped Doll. "Bring him in again." Hugh let out the slippery line and drew it in again, slowly, hand over hand. Doll's round head was over the side, his long legs spread adhesively in the bottom of the boat. Crack, beyond himself with excitement, got on the seat and barked without ceasing. "He's coming up again," said Doll gutturally, sliding forward his left hand. "I must get him by the eyes, and then I doubt if I can lift him. He's a big brute. He's dragging the whole boat and everything. He's about done now. Steady. Now!"
The great side of the pike lay heaving on the surface for a second, and Doll's left forefinger and thumb were groping for its eyes. But the agonized pike made a last effort. Doll had him with his left hand, but could not raise him.
"Put him in now for all you're worth,"
he roared to Hugh, as he made a grab with his right hand. His legs began to lose their grip under the violent contortions of the pike. The boat tilted madly. Hugh reached forward to help him. There was a frantic effort, and it capsized. "Bad luck," said Doll, coming up spluttering, shaking her head like a spaniel.
"But we shall get him yet. He's bleeding like a pig. He'll come up directly. Good Lord, the water's like ice. We must be over one of the springs. Suppose you're all right, Scarlett?"
He would come up, but in a very different fashion.
"Yes,"
he said faintly, clutching the upturned boat.
"I'm not sure," said Doll, keeping going with one hand, "that we'd better not get ashore and fetch the other boat. The water's enough to freeze one."
"I can't swim," said Hugh, his teeth chattering. He was a delicate man at the best of times, and the cold was laying hold of him. Doll looked at his blue lips and shaking hands, and his face became grave. He measured the distance to the shore with his eye. It had receded in a treacherous manner.
"I'm not much of a performer myself," he said, "since I broke my arm last winter, but I can get to the shore. The question is, can you hold on while I go back and bring the other boat, or shall we have a try at getting back together?"
"I can hold on all right," said Hugh, instantly aware that Doll did not think he could tow him to land, but was politely ready to risk his existence in the attempt.
"Back directly,"
said Doll. Without a second's delay, he was gone. Hugh put out his whole strength in the endeavour to raise himself somewhat out of the ice-cold water. But the upturned boat sidled away from him like a skittish horse, and after grappling with it, he only slipped back again exhausted, and had to clutch it as best he could. As he clung to the gunwale, he heard a faint coughing and gasping close to his ear. Someone was drowning. He realized that it must be Crack, under the boat. He called to him. He chirruped, as if all were well. He stretched one hand as far as he could under the boat, feeling for him, but he could not reach him. Presently the faint, difficult sound ceased, began again, stopped, and was heard no more. A great silence seemed to rush in on the extinction of that small sound. It stooped down and enveloped Hugh in it. Everything was very calm, very still. The boat kept turning slowly round and round, the only thing that moved. The sunlight quivered on the wet, upturned keel. Already it was drying in patches. Hugh watched it. The cold was sapping his powers as if he were bleeding. "I could have built a boat in the time Loftus takes to fetch one," he said to himself, and he looked round him. No sign of Doll. He was alone in the world. The cold was gaining on him slowly, surely. Why had he on such heavy gloves which made him fumble so clumsily? He looked at his bare, cut hands and realized that their grip was leaving them. He felt that he was in measurable distance of losing his hold. Suddenly a remembrance flashed across him of the sinister face of the water as it had first looked up at him through the trees. Now he understood. This was the appointed place for him to die. Hugh tightened his hold with his right hand, for his left was paralyzed. "I will not," he said. "Nothing shall induce me. I will live and marry Rachel." The cold advanced suddenly on him, as at the point of the bayonet. "Why not die?" said another voice. "Will it not be easier in 3 months' time than it is now? Will it ever be so easy again? See how near death is to life. A wheel within a wheel, 2 rings linked together. A touch, and you pass from one to the other." Hugh looked wildly around him. The sun lay warm upon the tree-tops. It could not be that he was going to die here and now, here in the living sunshine, with the quiet, friendly faces of the hills all around him. He strengthened his numb hold fiercely, all but lost it, regained it. Cramp, long held at bay, overcame him. And the boat kept turning in the twilight. He reached the end of his strength and held on beyond it. He heard someone near at hand suffocating in long-drawn gasps. Not Crack this time, but himself. The boat was always turning in the darkness. The struggle was over. "It is better so," said the other voice, through the roaring of a cataract near at hand. "Your mother will bear it better so, and all the long difficulties are over, and pain is past, and life is past, and sleep is best." But Rachel? She was here in the warm, swaying darkness. She was with him. She was Death. Death was only her arms round him in a great peace. Death was better than life. He let go the silly boat that kept him from her, and turned wholly to her, his closed eyes against her breast. End of chapter 26. Of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 27. The main difference between people seems to be that one man can come under obligations on which you can rely, is obligeable, and another is not. As he has not a law within him, there's nothing to tie him to. Emerson. "Father," said Teddy to Lord Newhaven, do be a horse, and I will ride you in the water." "Me too," said Paulie. "I'm not anxious to be a horse, Teddy. I'm quite content as I am." Lord Newhaven was stretched in an easy but undefensive attitude on the heathery bank, with his hands behind his head. His two sons rushed simultaneously at him and knelt on his chest. "Promise," they cried, punching him. "2 turns each." There was a free fight, and Lord Newhaven promised. "Honour bright, 2 turns each, and really deep." "Honour bright," said Lord Newhaven. His 2 sons got off his chest, and Teddy climbed on his back in readiness as his father sat up and began to unlace his boots. "Higher," said Teddy over his shoulder, his arms tightly clasped round his father's neck, as Lord Newhaven rolled up his trousers. "You young slave driver, they won't go up any higher." "You said honour bright." "Well, Shylock, I am honour bright." "You had them over your knees last time." "I had knickerbockers on then." "Won't these do the same?" "They won't come up another inch." Then 1, 2, 3, off!" shrieked Teddy, digging his heels into the parental back. The horse displayed surprising agility. It curvetted, it kicked, it jumped a little drain, it careered into the water, making a tremendous splashing. The 2 boys screamed with delight. But at last the horse sat down on the bank, gasping, wiped its forehead, and in spite of frenzied entreaties, proceeded to put on its socks and boots. Lord Newhaven was not to be moved a second time. He lit a cigarette and observed that the moment for sailing boats had arrived. The boats were accordingly sailed. Lord Newhaven tilted his hat over his eyes and acted as umpire. "It's not usual to sail boats upside down," he said, seeing Teddy deliberately upset his. "They're doing it out there," said Teddy, who had a reason for most things, and he continued to sail his boat upside down. Lord Newhaven got up and swept the water with his eye. His face became keen. Then his glance fell anxiously on the children. "Teddy and Boy," he said, "promise me that you will both play on this one bit of sand and not go in the water till I come back." They promised, staring bewildered at their father. In another moment Lord Newhaven was tearing through the brushwood that fringed the water's edge. As he neared the boathouse he saw another figure trying to shove out the remaining boat. It was Doll. Lord Newhaven pushed her off and jumped in. Doll was almost speechless. His breath came in long gasps. The sweat hung on his forehead. He pointed to the black upturned boat. "This one leaks," said Lord Newhaven sharply. "It's got to go all the same, and sharp," said Doll hoarsely. Lord Newhaven seized up a fishing tin and thrust it into Doll's hand. "You bail while I row," he said, and he rowed as he had never rowed before. "Who is it?" he said as the boat shot out into the open. Doll was bailing like a madman. "Scarlett," he said, "and he's over one of the springs. He'll get cramp." Lord Newhaven strained at the oars. Consciousness was coming back, was slowly climbing upwards through immense intervals of time and space, to where at last, with a wrench, pain met it halfway. Hugh stirred feebly in the dark of a great forlornness and loneliness. "Rachel," he said. Rachel." His head was gently raised and a cup pressed to his lips. He swallowed something. He groped in the darkness for a window, and then opened his eyes. Lord Newhaven withdrew a pace or two and stood looking at him. Their eyes met. Neither spoke, but Hugh's eyes, dark with the shadow of death, said plainly, "Hast thou found me, O mine enemy?" Then he turned them slowly, as an infant turns them to the sky, the climbing woods, leaning over each other's shoulders to look at him, to the warm earth on which he lay. At a little distance was stretched a small, rough-haired form. Hugh's eyes fixed on it. It lay very still. "Crack," he said suddenly, raising himself on his elbow. There was neither speech nor language. Crack's tail, that courteous member, made no sign. "He was under the boat," said Lord Newhaven, looking narrowly at the exhausted face of the man he had saved, and unable for the life of him to help a momentary fellow-feeling about the little dog. Hugh remembered. It all came back. The boat, Crack's dying gasps, the agonized struggle, the straight gate of death, the difficult passage through it, the calm beyond. He had almost got through it, and had been dragged back. "Why did you interfere?" he said in sudden passion, his eyes flaming in his white face. A dull colour rose to Lord Newhaven's cheek. "I thought it was an accident," he said. "If it was not, I beg your pardon." There was a moment's silence. "It was an accident," said Hugh hoarsely, and he turned on his elbow and looked fixedly at the water, so that his companion might not see the working of his face. Lord Newhaven walked slowly away in the direction of Doll, whose distant figure, followed by another, was hurrying towards them. "And so there is a Rachel as well, is there?" he said to himself, vainly trying to steel himself against his adversary. "How is he now?" said Doll, coming within earshot. "He's all right, but you'd better get him into dry clothes, and yourself too." "Change on the bank," said Doll, seizing a bundle from the keeper. "It's as hot as an oven in the sun. Why, Scarlett's sitting up. I thought when we laid into him on the bank that he was too far gone, didn't you? I suppose," hesitating, "Crack?" Lord Newhaven shook his head. "I must go back to my boys now," he said, "or they'll be getting into mischief." Doll nodded. He and Lord Newhaven had had a hard fight to get the leaking boat to land with Hugh at the bottom of it. It had filled ominously when Doll ceased bathing to help to drag in the heavy, unconscious body. There had been a moment when, inapprehensive as he was, Doll had remembered with a qualm that Lord Newhaven could not swim. Every fellow ought to swim, was the moral he drew from the incident, and repeated to his wife, who, struck by the soundness of the remark, repeated it to the Gresleys. Lord Newhaven retraced his steps slowly along the bank in his waterlogged boots. He was tired, and he did not hurry, for he could see in the distance two small figures sitting faithfully on a log where he had left them. "Good little chaps," he said, half aloud. In spite of himself, his thoughts went back to Hugh. His feelings towards him had not changed, but they had been forced during the last half-hour out of their original entrenchments into the open, and were liable to attack from new directions. It was not that he had virtually saved Hugh's life, for Doll would never have got him into the leaking boat and kept it afloat single-handed. That first moment of enthusiasm, when he had rubbed the scentless limbs and breathed into the cold lips, and had felt his heart leap when life came halting back into them, that moment had passed and left him cold. But Hugh's melancholy eyes, as they opened once more on this world and met his unflinchingly, haunted him, and the sudden anger at his interference. It was the entrenchment of his contempt that Lord Newhaven missed. A meaner nature would not have let him off so easily as Hugh had done. "It was an accident," he said to himself unwillingly. "He need not have admitted that, but I should have been on a gridiron if he'd not. In different circumstances that man and I might have been friends, and if he had got into a scrape of this kind a little further afield, I might have helped him to get out of it. He feels it. He's aged during the last 2 months. But as it is, upon my word, if he were a boy I should have had to let him off. He would have been too bloodthirsty. But he's 27, he's old enough to know better." She made a fool of him, of course. She made a greater one of me once, for I married her." Lord Newhaven reviewed with a dispassionate eye his courtship and marriage. "A wooden enemy," he said to himself. "I likened her to a wooden enemy. Good Lord, and I was 30 years of age, while this poor devil is 27. Lord Newhaven stopped short with fixed eyes. "I believe I should have to let him off," he said half aloud. "I believe I would let him off if I was not as certain as I stand here that he will never do it." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 28. The less wit a man has, the less he knows that he wants it. Hester always took charge of the 3 elder children and Fraulein of the baby during the 6 o'clock service, so that the nurse might go to church. On this particular Sunday afternoon, Hester and the children were waiting in the little hall till the bell stopped, before which moment they were forbidden to leave the house. Mr. and Mrs. Gresley had just started for the church, Mr. Gresley looking worn and harassed, for since luncheon he had received what he called a perfectly unaccountable letter from one of his principal parishioners, a dissenter who had been present at the morning service, and who Mr. Gresley had confidently hoped might have been struck by the sermon. This hope had been justified, but not in the manner Mr. Gresley had expected. Mr. Walsh opined, in a large round hand, that as Worms, twice underdashed, did not usually pay voluntary church and school rates, he no longer felt himself under an obligation to do so, etc. The letter was a great and unexpected blow. Who could have foreseen such a result of the morning's eloquence? "The truth is," said Mr. Gresley, tremulously, "that they can't and won't hear reason. They can't controvert what I say, so they take refuge in petty spite like this. I must own I am disappointed in Walsh. He is a man of some education, and liberal as regards money. I had thought he was better than most of them, and now he turns on me like this." "It's a way worms have," said Hester. "Oh, don't run a simile to death, Hester," said Mr. Gresley impatiently. "If you had listened to what I tried to say this morning, you would have seen I only used the word worm figuratively. I never meant it literally, as anyone could see who was not determined to misunderstand me. Worms pay school rates? Such folly is positively sickening, if it were not malicious." Hester had remained silent. She had been deeply vexed for her brother at the incident. As the church bell stopped, the swing door opened, and Booloo hurried in, like a great personage conscious that others have waited, and bearing with him an aroma of Irish stew and onions, which showed that he had been exchanging affabilities with the cook. For the truth must be owned, no spinster over 40 could look unmoved on Booloo. Alas, for the vicarage cook, who had kept herself to herself for nearly 50 years, only to fall the victim of a grande passion for Booloo. The little Lovelace bounded in, and the expedition started. It was Reggie's turn to choose where they should go. He decided on the shrubbery, a little wood through which ran the private path to Wilderley. Doll Loftus had given the Gresleys leave to take the children there. "Oh, Reggie, we always go there," said Mary, plaintively, who invariably chose the Pratts' Park with its rustic bridges and chalets, which Mr. Pratt, in a gracious moment, had thrown open to the Gresleys on Sundays, because, as he expected, they must feel so cramped in their little garden. But Reggie adhered to his determination, and to the shrubberies they went. Hester was too tired to play with them, too tired even to tell them a story, so she sat under a tree while they circled in the coppice near at hand. As we grow older, we realise that in the new gardens where life leads us, we never learn the shrubs and trees by heart as we did as children in our old Garden of Eden, round the little gabled house where we were born. We were so thorough as children. We knew the underneath of every laurel bush, the shape of its bunches of darkling branches, the green dust that our small restless bodies rubbed off from its under twigs. We see now, as strangers,
those little hanging horsetails of pink, which sad-faced elders called ribes. But once, long ago, when the world was young, we knew them eye to eye, and the compact little black insects on them, and the quaint taste of them, and the clean, clean smell of them. Everything had a taste in those days, and was submitted to that test, just as until it had been licked the real colour of any object of interest was not ascertained. There was a certain scarlet berry, very red without and very white within, which we were warned was deadly poison. How well, after a quarter of a century, we remember the bitter taste of it. How much better than many other forbidden fruits duly essayed in later years. We ate those scarlet berries and lived, though warned to the contrary. Presently Bulu, who could do nothing simply, found a dead mouse, where anyone else could have found it, in the middle of the path, and made it an occasion for a theatrical display of growlings and shakings. The children decided to bury it, and, after a becoming silence, their voices could be heard singing "Home, Sweet Home," as the body was being lowered into the grave previously dug by Bulu, who had to be forcibly restrained from going on digging it after the obsequies were over. "He never knows when to stop," said Reggie wearily, as Bulu, with a little plaster of earth on his nose, was carried coughing back to Hester. As she took him, Rachel and Sybil came slowly down the path towards them, and the latter greeted Hester with an effusion which suggested that when two is not company, three may be. "A most vexing thing has happened," said Sybil, in a gratified tone, sitting down under Hester's tree. "I really don't think I am to blame. You know Mr. Tristram, the charming artist who has been staying with us?" "I know him," said Hester. "Well, he was set on making a sketch of me for one of his large pictures, and it was to have been finished to-day. I don't see any harm myself in drawing on Sunday. I know the Gresleys do, and I love the Gresleys. He has such a powerful mind. But one must think for oneself, and it was only the upper lip, so I consented to sit for him at 4 o'clock. I noticed he seemed a little, well, rather—" "Just so," said Hester. "The last few days, but of course I took no notice of it. A married woman often has to deal with such things without making a fuss about them. Well, I overslept myself, and it was nearly 4:30 before I awoke. And when I went into my sitting-room, a servant brought me a note. It was from him, saying he'd been obliged to leave Wilderley suddenly on urgent business, and asking that his baggage might be sent after him." Hester raised her eyes slightly, as if words failed her. Sybil's conversation always interested her. "Perhaps the reason she is never told anything," she said to herself, "is because the ground the confidence would cover is invariably built over already by a fiction of her own, which it would not please her to see destroyed." "Who would have thought," continued Sybil, "that he would have behaved in that way because I was one little half-hour late? And of course the pretext of urgent business is too transparent, because there is no Sunday post, and the telegraph boy had not been up. I asked that, and he was so anxious to finish the sketch, he almost asked to stay over Sunday on purpose." Rachel and Hester looked on the ground. "Rachel said he was all right in the garden just before, didn't you, Rachel?" "I said I thought he was a little nervous." "And what did he talk to you about?" "He spoke about the low tone of the morals of the day, and about marriage." "Ah, I don't wonder he talked to you, Rachel. You are so sympathetic. I expect lots of people confide in you about their troubles and love affairs. Morals of the day, marriage. Poor Mr. Tristram. I shall tell Doll quietly this evening. On the whole, it is just as well he is gone." "Just as well," said Rachel and Hester with surprising unanimity. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 29. So fast does a little leaven spread within us. So incalculable is the effect of one personality on another. George Eliot. Hugh was not ill after what Mr. Gresley called his immersion, but for some days he remained feeble and exhausted. Sybil quite forgot she had not liked him, insisted on his staying on indefinitely in Wilderley, and, undaunted by her distressing experience with Mr. Tristram, read poetry to Hugh in the afternoons, and surrounded him with genuine, warm-hearted care. Doll was steadily, quietly kind. It was during these days that Hugh and Rachel saw much of each other, during these days that Rachel passed, in spite of herself, beyond the anxious impersonal interest which Hugh had awakened in her, onto that slippery, much-trodden ground of uncomfortable possibilities where the unmarried meet. Hugh attracted and repelled her. It was, alas, easy to say why she was repelled, but who shall say why she was attracted? Has the secret law ever been discovered which draws one man and woman together amid the crowd? Hugh was not among the best men who had wished to marry her, but nevertheless he was the only man, since Mr. Tristram, who had succeeded in making her think continually of him. And perhaps she half knew that though she had been loved by better men, Hugh loved her better than they had. Which would prove the stronger, the attraction or the repulsion? How can I? She said to herself over and over again. When I remember Lady Newhaven, how can I? When I think of what his conduct was for a whole year, how can I? Can he have any sense of honour to have acted like that? Is he even really sorry? He is very charming, very refined, and he loves me. He looks good, but what do I know of him except evil? He looks as if he could be faithful, but how can I trust him? Hugh fell into a deep dejection after his narrow escape. Dr. Brown said it was nervous prostration, and Doll rode into Southminster and returned laden with comic papers. Who shall say whether the cause was physical or mental? Hugh had seen death very near for the first time, and the thought of death haunted him. He had not realized when he drew lots that he was risking the possibility of anything like that, such an entire going away, such an awful rending of his being as the short word death now conveyed to him. He had had no idea it would be like that, and he had got to do it again. There was the crux. He had got to do it again. He leaned back, faint and shuddering, in the deck chair in the rose garden where he was lying. Presently Rachel appeared coming towards him, down the narrow grass walk between two high walls of hollyhocks. She had a cup of tea in her hand. "I have brought you this," she said, "with a warning that you had better not come in to tea. Mr. Gresley has been sighted walking up the drive. Mrs. Loftus thought you would like to see him, but I reminded her that Dr. Brown said you were to be kept very quiet." Mr. Gresley had called every day since the accident in order to cheer the sufferer, to whom he had been greatly attracted. Hugh had seen him once, and afterwards had never felt strong enough to repeat the process. "Must you go back?" he asked. "No," she said. "Mrs. Loftus and he are great friends. I should be rather in the way." And she sat down by him. "Are you feeling ill?" she said gently, noticing his careworn face. "No," he replied. "I was only thinking." "I was thinking," he went on after a pause, "that I would give everything I possess not to have done something which I have done." Rachel looked straight in front of her. The confession was coming at last. Her heart beat. "I have done wrong," he said slowly, "and I am suffering for it, and I shall suffer more before I've finished. But the worst is—" She looked at him. "The worst is that I can't bear all the consequences myself. An innocent person will pay the penalty of my sin." Hugh's voice faltered. He was thinking of his mother. Rachel's mind instantly flew to Lord Newhaven. Then Lord Newhaven drew the short lighter, she thought, and she coloured deeply. There was a long silence. "Do you think," said Hugh, smiling faintly, "that people are ever given a second chance?" "Always," said Rachel. "If not here, afterwards." "If I were given another," said Hugh, If I might only be given another now, in this life, I should take it. He was thinking if only he might be let off this dreadful self-inflicted death. She thought he meant that he repented of his sin, and would fain do better. There was a sound of voices near at hand. Sybil and Mr. Gresley came down the grass towards them. "London society," Mr. Gresley was saying, "to live in a stuffy street away from the beauties of nature, its birds and flowers, to spend half my days laying traps for invitations, and half my nights grinning like a fool in stifling drawing-rooms, listening to vapid talk. No thanks. I know better than to care for London society. Hester does, I know, but then Hester does not mind making up to big people, and I do. In fact, I have brought Mr. Gresley after all, in spite of Dr. Brown," said Sybil, "because we were in the middle of such an interesting conversation on the snares of society that I knew you would like to hear it. You've had such a dull day with Doll away at his county council." That night, as Rachel sat in her room, she went over that half-made, ruthlessly interrupted confidence. "He does repent," she said to herself, recalling the careworn face. "If he does, can I overlook the past? Can I help him to make a fresh start? If he had not done this one dishonourable action, I could have cared for him. Can I now?" End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Red Pottage by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 30. A Fool's Mouth is His Destruction. The superficial reader of these pages may possibly have forgotten, but the earnest one will undoubtedly remember, that in an earlier chapter a sale of work was mentioned which was to take place in the Wilderley Gardens at the end of August. The end of August had now arrived, and with it 2 white tents, which sprang up suddenly one morning like giant mushrooms on one of Doll's smooth-shaven lawns. He groaned in spirit as he watched their erection. They would ruin the turf. "Might as well iron it with a hot iron," he said disconsolately to Hugh. "But of course this sort of thing, douses and fun, eh? In these days we must stand by our colours." He repeated Mr. Gresley's phrase. Doll seldom ventured on an opinion not sanctioned by the ages, or that he had not heard repeated till its novelty had been comfortably rubbed off by his wife or the Gresleys. The 2 men watched the proceedings mournfully. They could not help, at least they were told they could not help, the women busily engaged in draping and arranging the stalls. They were still at large, but Doll knew, as well as a dog who is going to be washed, what was in store for him in the afternoon, and he was depressed beforehand. "Don't let yourself be run in," he said generously to Hugh. "You're not up to it. It takes a strong man to grapple with this sort of thing. Kills off the weakly ones like flies. You lie low in the smoking-room till it's all over." "All I can say is," remarked Mrs. Gresley, as she and Hester led the vicarage donkey and cart up the drive, heavily laden with the work of many months, "that the Pratts have behaved exceedingly badly. Here they are, the richest people by far in the parish, and they would not even take a stall. They would not even furnish half of one. And they said they would be away, and they're at the Towers after all. No one likes the Pratts more than I do, or sees their good points as I do, but I can't shut my eyes to the fact that they are the meanest of the mean." The Pratts had only contributed 2 bedspreads and a sheet-sham and a set of antimacassars. If the reader wishes to know what bedspreads and sheet-shams are, let him ask his intended, and let him see to it that he marries a woman who cannot tell him. Mrs. Pratt had bought the antimacassars for the Towers, and secretly adored them, until Ada pronounced them to be vulgar. The number of things which Ada discovered to be vulgar increased every day, and included the greater part of her mother's wardrobe, much to the distress of that poor lady. Mrs. Pratt had reached the size when it is prudent to concentrate a love of bright colours in one's parasol. On this particular afternoon she shed tears over the fact that Ada refused to accompany her if her mother wore a unique garment of orange satin, covered with what appeared to be a plague of black worms. Of course, the sale of work was combined with a garden party, and a little after 3 o'clock carriage after carriage began to arrive, and Sybil, with a mournful, handsome, irreproachably dressed husband, took up her position on the south front to receive her guests. The whole neighbourhood had been invited, and it can generally be gauged with tolerable accuracy by a hostess of some experience who will respond to the call and who will stay away. Sybil and her husband were among those who were not to be found at these festivities. Neither were the Newhavens, save at their own, nor the Pontisberrys, nor the Bishop of Southminster. Cards had of course been sent to each, but no one expected them to appear. Presently, among the stream of arrivals, Sybil noticed the slender figure of Lady Newhaven, and, astonishing vision, Lord Newhaven beside her. "Wonders will never cease," said Dol, shaken for a moment out of the apathy of endurance. Sybil raised her eyebrows and advanced with a prodigious air of empressement to meet her unexpected guests. No, clearly it was impossible the two women should like each other. They were the same age, about the same height and colouring. Their social position was too similar, their historic houses too near each other. Lady Newhaven was by far the best looking, but that was not a difference which attracted Sybil towards her. On this occasion Sybil's face assumed its most squirrel-like expression, for, as ill luck would have it, they were dressed alike. Lady Newhaven looked very ethereal as she came slowly across the grass in her diaphanous gown of rich white, covered with a flowing veil of thinnest transparent black. Her blue eyes looked restlessly bright. Her lips wore a mechanical smile. Rachel, watching her, experienced a sudden pang at her undeniable loveliness. It wounded her suddenly, as it had never done before. "I am a common-looking, square-built woman compared to her," she said to herself. "No wonder he—" She instinctively drew back as Lady Newhaven turned quickly towards her. "You dear person," said Lady Newhaven, her eyes moving restlessly over the crowd. "Are you still here? Let us go and buy something together. How nice you look!" Without looking at her, she drew Rachel apart in the direction of the tents. "Where is he?" she said sharply. "I know he is here. I heard all about the accident, though Edward never told me. I don't see him." "He's not in the gardens. He's not coming out. He is still rather knocked up." "I thought I should have died when I heard it. Ah, Rachel, never love anyone. You don't know what it's like. But I must see him. I've come here on purpose." "So I supposed." "Edward would come too. He appeared at the last moment when the carriage came round, though I've never known him to go to a garden party in his life. But where is he, Rachel?" "Somewhere in the house, I suppose." "I shan't know where to find him. I can't be wandering about that woman's house by myself. We must slip away together, Rachel, and you must take me to him. I must see him alone for 5 minutes." Rachel shook her head. Captain Pratt, tall, pale, cautious, immaculate, his cane held along his spinal column, appeared suddenly close at hand. "Mrs. Loftus is fortunate in her day," he remarked, addressing himself to Lady Newhaven, and observing her fixedly with cold admiration. "I seldom come to this sort of thing, but neighbours in the country must support each other. I see you are on your way to the tents. Pray allow me to carry your purchases for you." "Oh, don't let me trouble you," said Lady Newhaven, shrinking imperceptibly. But it was no trouble to Captain Pratt, and they walked on together. Lord Newhaven, who could not have been far off, joined Rachel. "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Pratt to Ada, "you might have let me wear my black and orange after all, for you see Lady Newhaven has something very much the same, only hers is white underneath. And do you see she's got 2 diamond butterflies on, the little one at her throat and the big one holding her white carnations? And you would not let me put on a single thing. There now, Algy has joined her," continued Mrs. Pratt, her attention quickly diverted from her own wrongs. "Now they are walking on together. How nice he looks in those beautiful clothes! Algy and Lord Newhaven and Mr. Loftus all have the same look, haven't they? All friends together, as I often say. Such a mercy among county people. You might walk a little with Lord Newhaven, Ada. It's unaccountable how seldom we see him, but always so pleasant when we do." He's speaking to Rachel West. They're going to the tents, after all. Well, whatever you may say, I do think we ought to go and buy something, too. Papa says he won't put his hand in his pocket if the Loftuses are to get all the credit. And we ought to have had the choice of having the sale at the Towers, so he shan't do anything. But I think it would be nice if we went and bought a little something, just a £5 note. You shall spend it, my dear, if you like. This is sheer recklessness, said Lord Newhaven, as Rachel bought an expensive tea-cosy from Fraulein. In these days of death duties you cannot possess 4 teapots, and you've already bought 3 teapot costumes. That is what I am here for, said Rachel, producing a cheque-book. How much did you say, Fraulein? 27 6, said Fraulein. Now I see it in the full light. I've taken a fancy to it myself, said Lord Newhaven. I never saw anything the least like it. I don't think I can allow you to appropriate it, Miss West. You are sweeping up all the best things. I have a very pretty thing for gentlemen, said Fraulein. Herr Braun has just brought one. Very elaborate indeed. Bible markers, I presume? Oh, braces. Never mind, they will be equally useful to me. I'll have 'em. Now for the tea-cosy, it's underpriced. I consider that with the chenille swallow it's worth 30 shillings. I'll give 30 for it. 32 6, said Rachel. The landed interest is not going to be browbeaten by coal mines. 33 and twopence. 40 shillings, said Rachel. 42, said Lord Newhaven. Everyone in the tent had turned to watch the bidding. 42 6, said Rachel. Fraulein blushed. She had worked the tea-cosy. It was to her a sonata in red plush. 3 guineas, said Captain Pratt by an infallible instinct, perceiving and placing himself within the focus of general interest. The bidding ceased instantly. Lord Newhaven shrugged his shoulders and turned away. Fraulein, still shaking with conflicting emotions, handed the tea-cosy to Captain Pratt. He took it with an acid smile, secretly disgusted at the sudden cessation of interest for which he had paid rather highly, and looked round for Lady Newhaven. But she had disappeared. Fancy you and Algy bidding against each other like that, said Ada Pratt archly to Lord Newhaven. For though Ada was haughty in general society, she could be sporty and even friskly ingratiating towards those of her fellow creatures whom she termed swells. Why, half Middleshire will be saying that you have quarrelled next. Only those who do not know how intimate Captain Pratt and I really are could think we have quarrelled, said Lord Newhaven, his eyes wandering over the crowd. But I am blocking your way, and Mrs. Pratt's. How do you do, Mrs. Pratt? Miss West, your burden is greater than you can bear. You are dropping part of it. I don't know what it is, but I can shut my eyes as I pick it up. I insist on carrying half back to the house. It will give a pleasing impression that I have bought largely. Weren't you pleased at the money we wrung out of Captain Pratt? He never thought we should stop bidding. It's about all the family will contribute, unless that good old Mamma Pratt buys something. She's the only one of the family I can tolerate. Is Scarlett still here? I ought to have asked after him before. He's here, but he's not well. He's in hiding in the smoking room. He's lucky he's no worse. I should have had rheumatic fever if I'd been in his place. How cool it is here after the glare outside. Must you go out again? Well, I consider I've done my duty, and that I may fairly allow myself a cigarette in peace. Really, Mr. Loftus, I'm quite shocked. This absurd faintness. The tent was very crowded, and there is not much air today, is there? I shall be all right if I may sit quietly in the hall a little. How deliciously cool in here after the glare outside. A glass of water? Thanks. Yes, only I hate to be so troublesome. And how are you after that dreadful accident in the boat? Oh, I'm all right, said Doll, who by this time hated the subject. It was Scarlett who was nearly frozen like New Zealand lamb. Doll had heard Mr. Gresley fire off the simile of the lamb and considered it sound. How absurd you are! You always make me laugh. I suppose he's left now that he's unfrozen. Oh, no, he's still here. We would not let him go till he was better. He's not up to much. Weak chap at the best of times, I should think. He's lying low in the smoking room till the people are gone. "Mr. Scarlett is an old friend of ours," said Lady Newhaven, sipping her glass of water and spitting a little. "But I can't quite forgive him. No, I really can't, for the danger he caused to Edward. You know, or perhaps you don't know, that Edward can't swim either. Even now I can't bear to think what might have happened." She closed her eyes with evident emotion. Doll's stolid garden-party face relaxed. Good little woman, he thought, as fond of him as she can be. "All's well that ends well," he remarked aloud. Doll did not know that he was quoting Shakespeare, but he did know by long experience that this sentence could be relied on as suitable to the occasion, or to any occasion that looked a little doddery and finished up all right. "And now, Mr. Loftus, positively I must insist on you leaving me quietly here. I'm quite sure you are wanted outside, and I should blame myself if you wasted another minute on me. It was only the sun which affected me. Don't mention it to Edward. He is always so fussy about me. I will rest quietly here for a quarter of an hour, and then rejoin you all again in the garden." "I hope I'm not disturbing anyone," said Lord Newhaven, quietly entering the smoking-room. "Well, Scarlett, how are you getting on?" Hugh, who was lying on a sofa with his arms raised and his hands behind his head, looked up, and his expression changed. "He was thinking of something uncommonly pleasant," thought Lord Newhaven. "Not of me or mine, I fancy. I've come to smoke a cigarette in peace," he had added aloud, "if you don't object." "Of course not." Lord Newhaven lit his cigarette and puffed a moment in silence. "Hot outside," he said. Hugh nodded. He wondered how soon he could make a pretext for getting up and leaving the room. There was a faint silken rustle, and Lady Newhaven, pale, breathless, came swiftly in and closed the door. The instant afterward she saw her husband, and shrank back with a little cry. Lord Newhaven did not look at her. His eyes were fixed on Hugh. Hugh's face became suddenly ugly, livid. He rose slowly to his feet and stood motionless. "He hates her," said Lord Newhaven to himself, and he removed his glance and came forward. "You were looking for me, Violet," he remarked. "I have no doubt you are wishing to return home. We'll go at once." He threw away his cigarette. "Well, good-bye, Scarlett, in case we don't meet again. I dare say you will pay Westhope a visit later on." "Ah, Captain Pratt, so you have fled like us from the madding crowd. I can recommend Loftus's cigarettes. I've just had one myself. Good-bye. Did you leave your purchases in the hall, Violet? Yes? Then we will collect them on our way." The husband and wife were halfway down the grand staircase before Lord Newhaven said, in his usual even voice, "I must ask you once more to remember that I will not have any scandal attached to your name. Did not you see that white mongrel Pratt was on your track? If I had not been there when he came in, he would have drawn his own vile conclusions, and for once they would have been correct." "He could not think worse of me than you do," said the wife, half cowed, half defiant. "No, but he could say so, which I don't. Or, what is more probable, he could use his knowledge to obtain a hold over you. He is a dangerous man. Don't put yourself in his power." "I don't want to, or in anybody's." "Then avoid scandal instead of courting it, and don't repeat the folly of this afternoon." Captain Pratt did not remain long in the smoking-room. He had only a slight acquaintance with Hugh, which did not appear capable of expansion. Captain Pratt made a few efforts, proved its inelastic properties, and presently lounged out again. Hugh moved slowly to the window and leaned his throbbing forehead against the stone mullion. He was still weak, and the encounter with Lady Newhaven had shaken him. What did he mean? He said to himself, bewildered and suspicious. Perhaps I should be staying at Westhope later on. But of course I shall never go there again. He knows that as well as I do. What did he mean? End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Red Pottage by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 31. The bird of time has but a little way to flutter, and the bird is on the wing. Omar Khayyam. It was the 3rd week of November. Winter, the destroyer, was late, but he had come at last. There was death in the air. A whisper of death stole across the empty fields and bare hillside. The birds heard it and were silent. The November wind was hurrying round Westhope Abbey, shaking its bare trees. Lord Newhaven stood looking fixedly out eastward across the level land to the low hills beyond. He stood so long that the day died and twilight began to rub out first the hills and then the long white lines of flooded meadow and blurred pollard willows. Presently the river mist rose up to meet the coming darkness. In the east, low and lurid, a tawny moon crept up the livid sky. She made no moonlight on the grey earth. Lord Newhaven moved away from the window, where he had become a shadow among the shadows, and sat down in the dark at his writing table. Presently he turned on the electric lamp at his elbow and took a letter out of his pocket. The circle of shaded light fell on his face as he read, the thin, grave face with the steady, inscrutable eyes. He read the letter slowly, evidently not for the first time. If I had not been taken by surprise at the moment, I should not have consented to the manner in which our differences were settled. Personally, I consider the old arrangement, to which you regretfully alluded at the time — pistols for 2 and coffee for 4, I remember perfectly — as preferable, and as you appeared to think so yourself, would it not be advisable to resort to it? Believing that the old arrangement will meet your wishes as fully as it does mine, I trust that you will entertain this suggestion, and that you will agree to a meeting with your own choice of weapons, on any pretext you may choose to name, within the next week. The letter ended there. It was unsigned. "The time is certainly becoming short," said Lord Newhaven. "He's right in saying there's only a week left. If it were not for the scandal or for the boys, and if I thought he would really hold to the compact, I would meet him. But he won't. He flinched when he drew lots. He won't. He has courage enough to stand up in front of me for 2 minutes and take his chance, but not to blow his own brains out. No. And if he knew what is in store for him if he does not, he would not have courage to face that either. Nor should I, if I were in his shoes, poor devil. The first 6 foot of earth would be good enough for me." He threw the letter with its envelope into the fire and watched it burn. Then he took up the gold pen which his wife had given him, examined the nib, dipped it very slowly in the ink, and wrote with sudden swiftness, "Allow me to remind you that you made no objection at the time to the manner of our encounter and my choice of weapons, by means of which publicity was avoided. The risk was equal. You now, at the last moment, propose that I should run it a second time, and in a manner to cause instant scandal. I must decline to do so, or to reopen the subject, which has received my careful consideration before I decided upon it. I have burned your letter, and desire you will burn mine." "Poor devil," said Lord Newhaven, putting the letter, not in the post-box at his elbow, but in his pocket. "Loftus and I did him an ill turn when we pulled him out of the water." The letter took its own time, for it had to avoid possible pitfalls. It shunned the company of the other Westhope letters. It avoided the village post office. But after a day's delay it was launched, and lay among 100 others in a station pillar-box. And then it hurried as fast as express train could take it, till it reached its London address, and went softly upstairs, and laid itself, with a few others, on Hugh's breakfast table. For many weeks since his visit at Wilderley, Hugh had been like a man in a boat without oars, drifting slowly, imperceptibly, on the placid current of a mighty river, who far away hears the falls of Niagara droning like a bumblebee in a lily cup. Long ago, in the summer, he had recognized the sound, had realized the steep agony towards which the current was bearing him, and had struggled horribly, impotently, against the inevitable. But of late, though the sound was ever in his ears, welling up out of the blue distance, he had given up the useless struggle, and lay still in the sunshine, watching the summer woods slide past and the clouds sail away, always away and away, to the birthplace of the river, to that little fluttering pulse in the heart of the hills which a woman's hand might cover, the infant pulse of the great river to be. Hugh's thoughts went back, like the clouds, towards that tiny spring of passion in his own life. He felt that he could have forgiven it, and himself, if he had been swept into the vortex of a headlong mountain torrent, leaping down its own wild waterway, carrying all before it. Other men he had seen who had been wrested off their feet, swept out of their own keeping by such a torrent on the steep hillside of their youth. But it had not been so with him. He had walked more cautiously than they. As he walked, he had stopped to look at the little thread of water which came bubbling up out of its white pebbles. It was so pretty, it was so feeble, it was so clear. Involuntarily he followed it, watched it grow, amused himself half contemptuously with it, helped its course by turning obstacles from its path. It never rushed, it never leaped, it was a toy. The day came when it spread itself, safe and shallow, on level land, and he embarked upon it. But he was quickly tired of it. It was beginning to run muddily through a commonplace country, past squalid, polluting towns and villages. The hills were long since gone. He turned to row to the shore, and behold, his oars were gone. He'd been trapped to his own destruction. Hugh had never regarded seriously his intrigue with Lady Newhaven. He'd been attracted, excited partially, half willingly enslaved. He'd thought at the time that he loved her, and that supposition had confirmed him in his cheap cynicism about women. This, then, was her paltry little court, where man offered mock homage, and where she played at being queen. Hugh had made the discovery that love was a much overrated passion. He'd always supposed so, but when he tired of Lady Newhaven he was sure of it. His experience was, after all, only the same as that which many men acquire by marriage, and hold unshaken through long and useful lives. But Hugh had not been able to keep the treasures of this early experience. It had been rendered worthless, perhaps rather contemptible, by a later one, that of falling in love with Rachel, and the astonishing discovery that he was in love for the first time. He had sold his birthright for a mess of red pottage, as surely as any man or woman who marries for money or liking. He had not believed in his birthright, and, holding it to be worthless, had given it to the first person who had offered him anything in exchange. His whole soul had gradually hardened itself against Lady Newhaven. If he had loved her, he said to himself, he could have borne his fate, but the play had not been worth the candle. His position was damnable, but that he could have borne, at least so he thought, if he had had his day. But he had not had it. That thought rankled. To be hounded out of life because he had mistaken paper money for real was not only unfair, it was grotesque. Gradually, however, Hugh forgot his smouldering hate of Lady Newhaven, his sense of injustice and anger against fate. He forgot everything in his love for Rachel. It became the only reality of his life. He had remained in London throughout October and November, cancelling all his engagements because she was there. What her work was he vaguely apprehended, that she was spending herself and part of her colossal fortune in the East End, but he took no interest in it. He was incapable of taking more interests into his life at this time. He passed many quiet evenings with her in the house in Park Lane which she had lately bought. The little secretary who lived with her had always a faint smile and more writing to do than usual on the evenings when he dined with them. A great peace was over all their intercourse. Perhaps it was the hush before the storm, the shadow of which was falling with each succeeding day across the minds of both. Once only a sudden gust of emotion stirred the quiet air, but it dropped again immediately. It came with the hour when Hugh confessed to her the blot upon his past. past was taking upon itself ever an uglier and more repulsive aspect as he saw more of Rachel. It was hard to put into words, but he spoke of it. The spectre of love rose like a ghost between them as they looked earnestly at each other, each pale even in the ruddy firelight. Hugh was truthful in intention. He was determined he would never lie to Rachel. He implied an intrigue with a married woman, a deviation not only from morality, but from honour. More he did not say. But as he looked at her strained face, it seemed to him that she expected something more. A dreadful silence fell between them when he had finished. Had she then no word for him? Her eyes, mute, imploring, dark with an agony of suspense, met his for a second and fell instantly. She did not speak. Her silence filled him with despair. He got up. "It's getting late. I must go," he stammered. She rose mechanically and put out her hand. "May I come again?" he said, holding it more tightly than he knew, and looking intently at her. Was he going to be dismissed? The pain he caused her hand recalled her to herself. A look of bewilderment crossed her face, and then she realized his suspense and said gravely, "You may come again." He kissed the hand he held, and as he did so he knew for the first time that she loved him. But he could not speak of love after what he had just told her. He looked back when he reached the door and saw her standing where he had left her. She had raised the hand he had kissed to her lips. That was 3 days ago. Since then he had not dared to go and see her. He could not ask her to marry him when he was within a few days of the time when he was bound in so-called honour to give Lord Newhaven satisfaction. He certainly could not be in her presence again without asking her. The shadows of the last weeks had suddenly become ghastly realities once more. The roar of Niagara drowned all other sounds. What was he going to do? What was he going to do in the predicament towards which he had been drifting so long, which was now actually upon him? Who shall say what horror, what agony of mind, what frenzied searching for a way of escape, what anguish of baffled love crowded in on Hugh's mind during those last days? At the last moment he caught at a straw and wrote to Lord Newhaven offering to fight him. He did not ask himself what he should do if Lord Newhaven refused. But when Lord Newhaven did refuse, his determination, long unconsciously fostered, sprang full-grown into existence in a sudden access of passionate anger and blind rage. "He won't fight, will he? He thinks I will die like a rat in a trap with all my life before me. I will not. I offered him a fair chance of revenging himself. I would have fired into the air, and if he won't take it, it is his own lookout, damn him. He can shoot at me at sight if he likes. Let him." End of chapter 31.